my fucking god! Not like this. Oh my god.
Diablo swings around. Oh, Connor with that. Oh, he's going down to the knife and a goal.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to day 2 of Pinnacle Season 2 for the NA region. That's right, we are here in the booth, myself, Correct Wisdom, and Hot Sauce, ready to holler at all of the amazing heat we're about to feature on the screen. As always, a moment to say thank you and to take a second to appreciate all of the amazing support that goes into making this production phenomenal. Hunt Premier, Battlestate Games, and of course our partners in Aorus and AMD Radeon, who have been packing powerful punches in PC setups since they started upon the scene. We've got a little bit of something to show you, to introduce our partners to you, and maybe to give you a little look at something that you might want to add to your computer setup. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Guys inside of the arena today might not be able to don suits of armor to be able to glide and destroy, as we may have seen there, thanks to the beautiful work from our sponsor partners in Aorus and AMD Radeon. But they are going to be delivering destruction nonetheless. We have another humongously packed lineup of games for you guys here today, including multiple series best of threes, where we're going to go through a couple of different phases. We're going to have a look at a bit of a throwback to the Hoback, where all of the old boys are going to be back in town fighting over some rivalries, as we feature nearly 7 members from an original roster across 2 different teams battling out in the first, as well as a lot more cinema to follow. Yesterday's games left us with a couple of questions and a couple of surprised, pleased grins on our faces. Hopefully more today to follow. As always, I'm blessed to be sat with the mythical Mustache, and I'm wondering how he's feeling. Looking forward to today's game. So let's take no more time and further ado and introduce in Hot Sauce. How are we doing today?
Hey, feeling great. I'm excited for the action into the best of threes here. Unfortunately, maybe saying goodbye to a couple teams here today, but honestly, I'm excited for the best of threes. We talked about those upsets yesterday, the potential it was there, but I felt like for the majority of the games, they kind of played out, how I expected. So it's really shaped up for that picture perfect bracket that we had talked about. So, Aquila, Syndicate, I know we're starting off the day with them. I'm hoping that Aquila can find a way to stick around. I love this Backstreet Boys squad over here, but I don't know if it's going to be possible. Syndicate has been looking insane. Shelby, Eclipse, no technique, Bleak, and Clarity are going to have to pull out all the stops today and reach deep into the pockets for all the skill, because Syndicate has been looking good. They had unfortunately, they did lose yesterday, but I thought they looked very good.
Yeah, and a couple of these Syndicate members, obviously previous team members alongside that of Shelby and No Technique, when the first original concept of Aquila became a thing, the AQ roster, when it was previously mentioned and joked at as the Ass Quenchers. Not here today, no, they're now flying under the Golden Eagle's wing and that lightning bolt that beautifully emblazons their crest, used as the team logo. Yuki's Europe, Not Mr. Kevin, Tizzy, and Nuclear from the Syndicate will be starting today to try and upset the old boys and stop them having, I don't know whether they call it the comeback or whether they're just taking a fresh look at the competitive environment after having a little bit of a break.
Well, I don't know if Aquila can get the job done here. We can take a look at the maps and see where we're headed, because it's going to be a tough day for them. They don't want to do it on Bowl. We see them getting rid of that immediately. Syndicate will bid adieu to Fort. So Skybridge going to be our first map, followed up by Bay 5. And if we're lucky enough to get there cracked, you might just see another Iceberg.
Hey, I would be delighted to take these two teams in a fisticuff battle down to the final map on Decider Iceberg, with that being the crowning glory of potential cinema. Aquila, they've been happy, I would assume, from the pick ban phase, okay? When it comes to the coin toss, you do want to take that first ban, because it also leaves you in position for the first pick on that map selection process. Of course, you have to win a coin toss to get there. That's not always guaranteed, but when you do, you want to make sure that that first ban and that first pick really counts. Aquila looking for removing some of that range and bowl, and then looking to opt into it with their first map there on Skybridge is an interesting perspective for me. It says that they want to send Syndicate as a choice to one of the close quarters maps. Syndicate follows with the Fort ban, leaving, once Skybridge has been selected, the choice between Bay 5 and Iceberg. Now, we know this one from a lot of the conversations that we've had about regions other than the CIS that are not so confident on playing Iceberg, so Syndicate have opted as well to go for Bay 5 after they had a close Iceberg match yesterday.
Well, you know, I mean, Aquila, unfortunately, their first game was against Sicario, so I think it was a bit of a tough one. It was on Fort as well, and so, you know, they kind of forced Syndicate maybe into that Fort ban. You mentioned they get rid of bowl, some of those longer sightline maps, so, you know, maybe, just maybe it could play out into their favor here today. Skybridge kicking us off, and, you know, I think it's going to be really important for them to try and take their map pick here early and try to do it decisively as well, because they had a bit of a tough start yesterday. I mean, it was the first game of the day as well. It's kind of early in the morning for us that maybe like to sleep in a little bit here in the NA. So, you know, I wonder if that affects them at all. They have to play, well, bright and early the first game yet again here today. So, you know, hopefully they've been able to kind of talk about what went wrong yesterday, where they could make adjustments, what could have gone better for them. Obviously, you know, try to break down the different plays, but they were on Fort. They're not here today, so got to get it done on Skybridge.
First map out will be a hot one. Like we said, we've asked questions of what we're going to see out of this Aquila lineup coming back. I mean, veritable talent down the roster from different lanes of strength. The one thing that did have me a little bit with question marks popping around my head in a cartoon comic book, I guess, is there are 4 very strong-minded individuals on this Aquila roster. You have IGL Shelby, you've previous go IGL No Technique, you have IGL Trevi in there, you've Confident Clarity. It's a lot of players that all like to drive the bus, and there's a bit of a conversation we have about too many chefs spoiling the broth. They haven't shown anything like that so far. I'm impressed at how well-oiled they've looked as working together as a team. They just really haven't been able to win gunfights. Yesterday's big issue we saw from them was not being able to land those crucial shots, or even just being beaten out by time to kill a couple of times in a class v class matchup. So a little bit of adjustment looking from them today to be able to bring that one to the fore with a little bit more strength. Syndicate's side of things, again, there's a couple of teams yesterday that were played with not being able to close a game. We said this in the ACS as well for the first half of the weekend. If you can't close, you paid the price. NA Pinnacle Season 2 is feeling very similar, so I'd like to see 1 or 2 of these teams close confidently on at least their map pick in this best of 3. If Aquila take one and close that one out, sound. Syndicate come back and take one and close theirs out with confidence, beautiful. That's what I've got to see from both of these two teams. Then we're going to have a belter of a decider. But if one team doesn't close better than the other today, this is going to be a 2-0 sweep to whichever team has turned up out of the game.
Yeah, I think you just want to see that Iceberg, but honestly, so do I. I had a lot of fun watching these teams try to navigate Iceberg yesterday. So I'm hoping to see a little bit more of that here today. But yeah, I think it's going to be very important for Aquila to get out early. But I just don't know if we see this series going to a best of three. I think it's going to be two and done as well. I don't know why, but and honestly, it could go either way for me. It's just about what team shows up and shows up early, I think. So Aquila, Syndicate, they're about to hash it out on the battlefield. We're going to let them do the talking. Skybridge, Bay 5, and then potentially Iceberg on the cards. We saw, was it Syndicate yesterday that was using, a lot more weapons out of the meta as well?
Steez were
Oh,
cooking
okay.
yesterday with the crazy.
That's
We had
right.
Ghostly on the RPDN. We had
That's
AVT
right.
on the AVT, of course. Ziddick showing us a little bit of something.
Okay, so
And we had
that's
a couple
not.
of highlights
I'll
from that
save
too,
that
didn't
for
we?
later. I was going
Yeah, yeah,
somewhere with
yeah.
that, but different team.
Well,
So
hold that. Pause that thought, chat, because Hort's cooking. He's got the apron on for a reason today, folks. I hope you got to appreciate the drip, by the way, today, guys. I thought I'd grab my arena shirt and my cool cap, but Hort, yet again, always managing with the mariachi band on the shirt and then the matching apron to go with it to just look the most feisty chef you've ever seen. Chef's kiss on that one, honestly. 12 out of 10 on the drip.
hey, I mean, shout out to BSG for the sweet merch. Honestly, they got a lot of great stuff. The shirt you're rocking there as well. I've got I think you've got the darker blue one, but we got all kinds of phenomenal merch. I know you got the dog tags hanging from the microphone. I got them floating around here somewhere as well, the prestige tags. But I mean, they got a lot of fun stuff. So I'm hoping they'll bring some more of that to the website as well. But obviously, if you like that drip, you can get that in game as well. You can pop over to the store. There's a lot of stuff you can buy for your action in game there, including stash spaces. I know everybody be hurting for stash these days. I know I myself have recently upgraded to Unheard. I saw there was a discount going on as well on the launcher and the website there for base game edition. So it's a great time to take advantage of it during the holidays.
Certainly is. Looking forward to seeing what's coming up in the future for Christmas as well. The snow may have started falling all around you, but we are yet to see what the Christmas season has to offer when it comes to events. We've got one more day's worth of activity here for this weekend alone. Next weekend, we get to bring all of these guys back to be able to crown the Pinnacle 2 champion, which is going to be amazing. And then, of course, Christmas in between. The new year coming. It's all so exciting and so much to bring. Personally, I'm not going to be gambling too hard, map 1, map 2, on which team's going to take home the best of 3, but I am going to offer you a scoreline for the first map in this series. I think we have to see Aquila come out with a comfortable 9-6-9-5 if we are going to be entertained with cinema down the line. I believe if Syndicate are able to take Aquila's map pick off of them, we're going to be done in 2. So I'm going to look for an optimistic 9-7 Aquila in the first map.
9-7 Aquila in the first map. Hey, I'll take it. Like I said, I felt like from what I saw yesterday, Syndicate looked like the better team. But I felt like Aquila was just kind of getting back into this comp scene. We talk about the boys being back in town. So I think today is a good opportunity for them to prove that, yesterday was a little bit of a fluke. They're just kind of getting back into the scene. It was a tough game against Sicario. There are some factors there. So I feel like if you want to, be a top contender, Syndicate is certainly a team that you need to be able to be in a best of 3 series. So a really good test for Aquila today, and the same for Syndicate. Honestly, I felt like they probably should have been able to squeeze out yesterday, but not quite able to get there. You talked about finishing some of those important games, and so now's the day and a time for them to kind of right that wrong, so to speak, down here in the lower bracket where you've only got one more chance. So it's going to be fun to see these two teams lay it all on the line.
It's going to be an exciting match to see. And if you're looking to fill yourself in with any of the action that happened from yesterday, or you didn't quite catch some of the nitty-gritty details, maybe a scoreline you missed, or you want to check in on your favorite player and see how their kill-to-death ratio is looking since the beginning of the NA Pinnacle 2 tournament, then please take a moment to drop by the liquipedia.net Tarkov Arena page, as that is now looking pretty swifty over there, thanks to the great work from SkyCycle and his crew in the background, keeping all of the details that are worked hard on by the Hunt Premium Battlestate games in these tournaments kept nice and neatly in order in data-filed rows. Okay, not only that, it allows you to look a little bit further into the depths of the individual players and their rosters and some of the history, where the guys are from, when the teams have traded players, and what's going on actively in the current arena scene when it comes to transfers, because that's something that's been talked a lot about, Mr. Sauce, right now. Pinnacle Season 2, we've had so many players swap rosters, whether it be just 1 or 2 being moved or an entire roster reshuffle itself. This is, again, a season of the shuffle.
Honestly, as I get older and my memory begins to fail me more and more, I use it as my little cheat sheet to, reference previous tournaments and outcomes and how teams fared against each other. So a big shout out to Sky and his crew who work very, very hard to get all that information in there, insanely fast as well. I mean, he's as soon as games are done, it feels like they're up. So big shout out to the team out there. But yeah, it's a great resource, and it's honestly, you can learn a lot from it, much like you can just watching these games. We talk about the importance of utility in a lot of these series, and so, you know, take note of where they're pointing that finger. Maybe there's a landmark in the sky, or a piece of pipe sticking out. There's always little things that they're looking for there. And honestly, a lot of these guys stream as well. They're super, super nice. It's a free way to support. Stop by, drop a follow, say hey, I saw you in the tournament. Do you mind maybe showing me that nade lineup next time you get a chance on this map? There's a lot of really great individuals out here. So guys, be sure to support all of them if you're able to.
Yeah, the one thing I've absolutely been blessed with being fortunate enough to drop by so many of these talented players' streams, or even just hanging out in Discord playing some unranked games with them, is sightlines. You would be surprised how many gaps in the concrete wall, or between some boxes, or underneath a piece of brick that you can actually find that just gives you more information, where you've died to somebody 6 or 7 times over and you're like, I don't see him. He's invisible. He's just not on my screen. No, they've just probably got a slight bit more information than you do, and you've been killed from somewhere you don't know. And that's how you teach yourself. You go and find somebody who will show you those sightlines. And like I say, I've been blessed many a time. We got to see one yesterday, Ghostly, peeking outside of Beacon on Bay 5, just around the right-hand side corner of that concrete pillar, instead of free peeking the left, because you can see through the gap just ever so slightly between the breeze block and the frame of the door. Great things. Great little learning points, and it does help increase your ability in the arena, whether it's competitive or not. If you're just looking to complete your tasks in an unranked game, it could be the difference maker between you winning and placing 3rd, or winning and placing 4th, and not quite getting that one done till the next game. So, lots to learn, and like Hort said, many awesome people to go check out, potentially learn from, and support in doing so. I'm keen to see whether we get down to the 3rd map here, Hort. We saw one driven pick for Iceberg yesterday, where Covenant and New Dawn played to a very close match. Scoreline finishing 9-11. There's an overtime, again, result that we were looking for. It says to me the Covenant's ready for Iceberg. So we do have a couple of NA teams that are definitely comfortable looking for that environment. It was still picked map 4 of 5. So it does start to show me a little bit of a trend here, is that the teams are not naturally diverting their attention into Iceberg. We haven't got an Iceberg favored team yet, somebody that considers it their map, but we are seeing it being left as Iceberg, or where every time up until this point it would be never Iceberg. Whatever that or map was would be selected. Now people are actually willing to have a gamble. Can we throw that Iceberg in there and just be a bit more prepared than the enemy we're playing against? So I'm keen to see us get down to 3 maps here. We've really got to see Aquila do a good job in the first one. My eyes are locked in. First 3 rounds, what have Aquila got to bring to the table for today?
Yeah, I agree. They have to get out of the gate. And Covenant, is the only team we've seen to pick Iceberg first. It was that first map of the day that we got to see. So, but honestly, it went to overtime. New Dawn showed that they're comfortable on that map as well. And honestly, they were kind of putting it to Covenant there for a little bit. It felt a little bit rough until we saw Nuke or Nova. Was it? Yeah, Nova really popping off on that map. So at least there's 2 teams comfortable on it. I'm hoping that we will see more of it, and I'm hoping for that 3rd map here as well. But I feel like this one's probably going to end into whatever way it does go. And but again, hopefully I'm wrong. This is one of the rare situations where I would like to be wrong, but I agree with the statement though that Aquila has to come out fast and do well early.
Yeah, I made the mistake yesterday of betting all 4,800 of what was left of my channel points on New Dawn to be able to come for the comeback versus Covenant, and I was vastly disappointed, actually. We said everything was going out of whack, and that it's normally the day when you're betting for New Dawn and I'm betting against them, but yesterday was a day of surprises, and boy, was I surprised to lose my channel points, I'll be honest with you. Very glad and delighted to see, I have to say. If we're going to talk about a couple of highlight points from yesterday that folks may have missed out on, Covenant with a return for the first time in a little while really did show up yesterday, honestly. Good team play all around. Exquisite looked on form. Nova looked like he was unstoppable yesterday. The rest of the squad around them seemed to be able to keep a good control of working as a 5. Their Iceberg map again as well was very technically well executed, so quite impressive overall from Covenant. New Dawn looked good too. Let's not write them out of this either, because Covenant had to put a good game into New Dawn for them to get that one over the line. So I actually think New Dawn, again, cooking, as you would expect. Sicario a little slow to start, but their second performance was, again, what we expected from them. Very confident, very crushing. Exactly what we like to see. Job done, you know, put it in the book. Maybe a little bit of tidiness errors early on due to the new member. Apollo, we said, didn't particularly look out of place as an individual in the team, but the team pace and rhythm just looked a little bit off of the game pace in that first match there. So, to be expected. Again, new rosters, shaken up a little bit. You look to a similar effect from an Aspect. I mean, I saw a couple of very spicy memes, shall we say, on the socials last night of the Aspect ratio, which unfortunately was the case from their match. They did get a little bit shafted towards the end. That being said, there certainly was, pretty back and forth, I would say, in that match, but improvements to be made.
Yeah, I mean, Aspect had a tough day yesterday, and I want to see them come out swinging here today as well. Sicario, I thought they looked great. I think Bull was a little bit rough for them, but I mean, they 9-3'd on Fort. I think they 9-3'd on Skybridge, and Bull is a map that has been usually good for them, but it has been a map that they've lost in the past before. So I felt like Sicario still looked good. Honestly, I felt like Watchful looked really good yesterday. Typically, we see some of the other players, shining, but Watchful had a couple real big pop-off moments. I think he was top frag in one of the games, and doing that all without Barb, I think is huge for Sicario, because it says, hey, even without one of our core components, Barb is a talisman for that squad, and so even without one of their core components, they were coming out here and out of the 3 games had 2 9-3s. So I think that Sicario is going to be fine once Barb gets back in the lineup. The sub did phenomenal, but I think once Barb gets back in the lineup as well, they're going to be even more dangerous, which is a scary thing to think about. So I'm looking for what team is going to give Sicario a little bit of trouble. We're going to have to wait till next weekend to figure that out, though.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, if you want to take a little consideration at a couple of teams that might be able to give Sicario some trouble, let's have a little sneak peek at some highlights from one of yesterday's more climactic games. This was an 11-9 victory from New Dawn, where we saw a super close match versus Syndicate with some absolutely insane highlights. You've got Tizzy there, excuse me. I say what? Tizzy there with the jump peak. I'm getting confused between jumping and names altogether in the highlights as we go back into some sick gameplay.
Yeah, Pug, find a nuke here. I mean, Syndicate was slapping in the beginning here, and it was looking a little bit rough for New Dawn. I mean, you take a look at the scoreboard, and it's 4-0 at this point. And so if people were to, come back and tell me that New Dawn ended up putting the hurting on them by the end of this, I'd be a little bit baffled. But they're a team with a lot of experience, and so I think even being down 5-0, they don't really let it bother them. And I think they came back and got 6 rounds in a row at this point. Slaughter, Europe, the whole crew. I mean, they had some phenomenal games yesterday.
Phenomenal is an understatement. We saw a very back and forth match after Syndicate looked like they were about to run away with this one. Remember, they were at a 5-0 lead at one point, which is kind of a crazy situation to be in. But this was a beautiful round out of New Dawn. We saw both Pug and Guy Aiden putting in stellar performances to pull the scoreline back. Good use of grenades on both sides. Kevin there, just as good at bowling as he is at shooting. Yuki's on site, drops the ball ever so slightly on the 2-piece. He gets himself a 1-for-1 trade, but we saw multiple times Syndicate puts a member or 2 in a position to make a highlight play, to go 1-for-2 or more, and it not quite be able to convert because the New Dawn played their rounds extremely disciplined. We saw Slaughter with patience on the grenade, the post-plant grenade actually coming off and paying off a lot more commonly than what we expected. And this was the firing squad. You remember the 5-man sight hold as they defused the bomb? Oof, brother, oof.
Yeah, they tried to pressure through, but they were just waiting patiently there. Then the very next round, we saw them with the counter smokes, able to pressure in and find those picks. So again, they were making adjustments on the fly, and so it was great to see. I mean, they get to overtime here, but New Dawn, we talked about the importance of getting it done in these core moments, and, well, they were able to do it.
Certainly were. It got to overtime, and although the first couple of rounds were split relatively comfortably, second set were an alternative story altogether. That last round was a little bit of a dice roll on both teams' sides. We did see how close that went to being another overtime, with it being numbers advantage for Syndicate until New Dawn's last two members were able to make the gunfight swing in their favor. We saw some clutch, composed plays out of Pug and a multitude of different occasions for New Dawn that really did just pull it over the line. New Dawn weren't able to capitalize at stage 2 though, which means that they are now going to be revisiting again today later on, which I'm super excited for, because who doesn't want to see more New Dawn play at the moment? They've been exceptional to watch on screen, and if you're not a fan of rankings and you don't really care about where teams place, then this is the team for you. And if you do care about rankings and where teams place, then this might also be a team for you, because they're a team that's seen the trajectory just continue to sort of steadily increase. They're not gone for this like volatile, we're exponentially up curving. No, they are growing. Is the best way to describe it for me. The team gets more disciplined, they are more decisive in clutch gameplay, and their util has been on point. But we're going to get to look at them later. Here we go. First game. Sorry about the delay, folks, but here we are. We like to build some anticipation before the first game of day 2, so that Cracked can get his words back, it seems. I'm going to kill what I was going to say, and we'll troll myself instead. Smoke over off on KFC is going to be a little bit of troll ethic as well, as that one's finding itself hovering on the roof instead of the floor. So, Messi out of the start is going to see Eclipse with a massive gap opening. One down, Seconds not watching his back. It looks like all of the Syndicate members have been called for dinner, and it's still business hours. What are we doing?
I mean, Eclipse wasn't here yesterday, but he just kicked over the door and said, honey, I'm home. My man Bustin finds the triple and looking for more. They finally put him down, but the device has already been implanted, and we talked about Aquila needing to come out with a fierceness. We're seeing it early here in round 1, but consistency is king. They're going to have to drive it through for 9 solid rounds, as Clarity will find one. Shelby will get the last one on to Nuke, and Aquila will come out swinging.
Just send it. Literally seems to be the mentality that was got in from Aquila. How on earth did he get so much space on E-Box Hort? Eclipse is just running on silk skates right now. Nobody hears him. Nobody predicts the fact that E-Box is unsmoked and pushed up from, and I mean, it's a play. I can't believe that just worked. There's no smoke on E-Box, and there's nobody holding E-Box. We've got a 3-man static hold, 2-back banana that can't see, a graffiti player and a jungle player, and he gets through for free. Oh, you can be darn sure that ain't happening again. Flash out towards KFC. Europe pushing out for pressure. Backside of VIP catches the aggressive push, so Aquila play the tempo well. For a pick up into Clarity, he's going to cancel out, though.
Dizzy just waiting behind the smoke here, tucked in toward Rat. Cautious of VIP. I believe has heard that audio cue of Bleak running around in there momentary. Tizzy stepping forward, doesn't spot the jump over from KFC. Shots downfield here, don't hit the mark as well. And Tizzy dancing around, not able to find the kill. We'll pick up on to no technique in the back pedal, but Bleak from VIP is there to return fire. Not Mr. Kevin, making sure that Eclipse can't find that same pressure toward KFC, but maybe a little bit of smoke and mirrors themselves. Nuke, who's often holding and anchoring down this B site, will have a 2v1 in front of him.
Oh, speaking of the 2v1, Nuclear gets the first one for free as they don't quite step out into sight the second time. Shelby's going to swing into a crosshair placement that's equally as predictable. Nuclear finding himself a nice little left and right hand 2-piece to deny the plant. Oh, you've got to swing together. You've got to send the guy on the right hand shoulder first with the bomb there for Aquila. It's a great effort. They don't get stuck backside of the pillar for Nuclear to dance his way around them and separate them. They instead just ever so slightly under-roll the timing as they swing together. It's a strong start from Aquila Hort. This is the Aquila we wanted to see out of the gate.
Yeah, they got to continue it, though. That's going to be tough as Syndicate gets going here as well. I mean, 10 Juggernauts out on the battlefield at the moment. Toe technique taken out by Tizzy. Never stood a chance. I don't think he saw that one coming. Bleak, little pre-fire through the smoke. Just a bit off the mark here as well. We can see a couple tucked toward that KFC side as well. And Bleak just trying to find something through the smoke. Unfortunately, not able to get anything yet.
Shots out of Kevin's going to take out Eclipse. Slower pace to the round again, favoring Syndicate here. Too close, pressured up towards KFC. Has Shelby tucked inside the angle with the bomb on his back in a very tough spot. Good shots as Shelby steps out and predicts the swing from Europe. MP7 with the dome. Clarity takes a little bit of chip from Tizzy, but is able to cancel out and claim the kill in response. Numbers traded back a little bit. Aquila starting to try and pull themselves back into this round. Rotation away to the B site. Hawk maybe looking down that lane one for some access.
Go back here. Hopefully they don't make the same mistake twice here. Gonna have to deal with Nuke. You see that subtle rotation already from Yuki's coming in the background, and Nuke had the initial peek here. Clarity stops on a dime, hits the headshot, and somehow doesn't even take much damage. Clarity finding Yuki as well, and that 3v2 turns into a 2v1 very fast. Not Mr. Kevin. He's got the P90 in hand. We're gonna hear that device on site here. It should be going down soon. They might look to take the engagement together, though, as we see Shelby is gonna tuck in. Drop that plant here as well. The swing from Clarity, and not Mr. Kevin goes down. Aquila goes back up on top by 1.
Do you think somebody's given a couple of the Aquila members a bit of a shake of the shoulders last night? A little bit of a head wobble before coming into today. Hey, yo, let's wake up time. Practice is over. We're here now. It's tournament day. Well, they certainly look like they're ready to fire on all cylinders. A full fat 4-piece from Clarity inside of that one. Off of the back of some great work from Eclipse in round number 1. Aquila have the lead 2-1 so far. Now they need to continue this strength on their attacking side and extend the gap. Try and put 3, 4, 5 rounds, if possible, away in this attacking half and really put the pressure on Syndicate on their attacking side.
They'll be on a little bit of a creep walk here. Up, we see a lot of more action toward the B site this time, and on the minimap, a very quick rotation coming in here from Syndicate. So again, Aquila maybe looking for a little bit of smoke and mirrors. You've got this device that's kind of creeping up toward that KFC. You've got 3 showing a lot of attention for Aquila toward B.
My goat, Shelby and Clarity on the sneak. Love to see it. You love to see it. Meanwhile, trades in the B site as that smoke and mirrors play only comes in clutch if you're able to hard sell the other side of the map. I mean, a 1-for-1 trade is a pretty hard sell. Eclipse is still holding a deep aggressive position on A3 as well. Like this lane 3 spot is so indicative that you're coming towards the B site. Slowly though, with 50 left on the clock, Syndicate are going to start smelling something. The fact that there's no execution coming in, that Eclipse isn't closing the gap, that Heaven's now kind of run away, a bit of audio on the metal. Syndicate's got to read this and recognize this is full rotate. They have a lurker. Kevin is already here. He's been here since that bomb left for the B site. Slightly high on the pre-fire, doesn't quite make it. Kevin finds one into Europe. Yuki's Eclipse, back and forth, tries to kill feed, and Yuki's as well.
Back to a 2v2 we go. They've got the plant down here. They got a little time to work with Yuki's. Has spotted him on the jump over. Pre-fire. Nobody swinging just yet in the background. We can see Clarity here as well. Trying to work together. The pincer play. Shots ringing out. It is Shelby to find the first. Defending his site here and trying to make a final stand. They're looking to go up by 2. Not Mr. Kevin on the P90. He's got other plans. Shelby does go down. And for Clarity, can't opt to play this ring around the rosy. We talk about it. Skybridge, one of the tougher maps to catch your opponent. There's so many little tight corners for you to dip in and around, and now in the VIP, he's safe and sound. There's not enough time. Kevin's got to stick it. Clarity on the peak, and Aquila up by 2.
You can see how both of those players are trying to make that one difficult as well. Kevin goes for a little bit of the swifty movement by trying to sprint step into the side of the wall to almost bait Clarity to over-rotate off of his side of sight wall. Clarity doesn't get too pulled by the audio heavily. He stands on the right side of the blue tarp, not behind hard cover, but breaking line of sight so that Kevin has to try and continue to rotate with him. He almost catches the back of him on the swing from sight. He sees the edge of his ankles leave screen, and that's when you know it's over. 3-1. Aquila do extend that lead by 1, and a much closer round that nearly went the way of Syndicate 2. So a good tight game so far. Early eyes on the util as that grenade's going to land just behind one of the AQ members, tucked up into KFC.
Hear all the guns ringing out at the moment. Tizzy on the peak. Hip fire is good. Europe finds Eclipse at the same time, but Bleak will catch him and reload. Europe is on fire this round. He's got a triple, though. 3 big ones. Clarity left alone. The device is down as well, and in a 1v4. He's got time, minute and 15 to work with, but we don't see those 1v4 clutches too often.
Yeah, the one point you make is time is on his side. With over a minute's left, there's some team fight logic in this, we would call it. Anybody going for an aggressive peek leaves themselves for a chance to be picked. Yuki's goes for the jump over the top off the back of Graffiti Box. A slight risky play from this one here. And Clarity's really stuck with all the pressure he's been given. This is the plus side to over peeking. If you're going to peek and put shots down on the potential to trade your life, you're going to at least be keeping that pressure, make them back off, force, even if you just tag the arm, tag the leg a little bit, every bit of health damage just makes it harder to clutch up. Clarity's stuck in no man's land as he looks to push out, and unfortunately, you're looking to push out into 4 people.
Yeah, not an easy thing to do, even though Clarity does have 6 kills on the board. We see Syndicate able to bounce back here a little bit. They get within striking distance one more time here on the defense side. Aquila, though, I felt like has done a good job of mixing up the strategies. We've seen him do a little smoke and mirror action. We've seen some rotations from both sites. And so, you know, in my mind, doing a great job of really kind of keeping it fresh here on the attacking side. So they find themselves in the lead momentarily. We'll see if they end the half that way, though.
Eclipse seeing nothing but stars as the early opening flash to KFC completely removes his vision for the time being. Bleak is the outlook for Tizzy as he goes down. Europe picks up one as well. Trades back and forth. It's a 1-for-1. It's 2-for-1 Europe. Now pushing his advantage out in the open. Gets a third. Bleak's up to step and try and cancel it out, but it's not going to be in time as Bleak finds himself another one.
Gonna have to get 2 more, though. And through the smoke, you talk about a flick. Bleak on fleek. My man looking nasty with the shots here today, but he's got to get through one more. That one a bit wide and to the left. Not Mr. Kevin's got that P90, and Bleak's going to challenge him. I'm not sure if that animation was quite done yet, trying to bring the gun up, and, well, not Mr. Kevin will secure a big round here to tie it back up.
Close. And it is a big round to tie it back up. You see Bleak grab himself an ace there and the momentum fall into Aquila's hands. That is a team that will absolutely snowball, offer some good momentum. If Trevi puts in a whole full 5-piece and you'll be hearing noises in the background in that Discord chat. They will be yelling for success. Still 3-3. They still have done a good enough job to keep themselves tied from that success from Syndicate. And they still have 2 more rounds minimum to try and retain that lead. See Kevin jump up onto the bench there actually just to avoid the early opening util from the lethal that goes past him. That's a smart little play.
Bleak stuck in VIP with the smoke here at the moment. Flash doesn't find a mark, and Europe finds one. Shelby able to answer back, though. Still down a player in round 7. Shelby tries to peek out on that jump over. Yuki's doesn't find anything in the background, but not Mr. Kevin will find Bleak locked in toward VIP, and now the numbers have fallen for Aquila. Eclipse trying to reel it back. A nice headshot onto Tizzy. Numbers still stacked against him momentarily. They've got control of the device, though, and we see Nuke still comfortable anchoring that B site. So technically it is a 2v2 over here at the moment. If they can find some big picks like that one there from Eclipse. Shots have been crisp from Eclipse, and you wonder how much they were missing him yesterday.
Had a good first round with Eclipse. It's been relatively quiet since, and now another good round to turn up. Nuclear finds Eclipse and shuts him down. Shelby sees the chance to find a trade of his own. The 1v1 left up on the table. It's Nuclear versus Shelby with 25 on the clock. Shelby's going around the outside. Nuclear might have just pushed himself far enough back to be able to win this one out now. This is the crucial piece of scenery that the players on Skybridge like to do the cat and mouse around. The tempo is good enough. Shelby's going to just lock down and try and get the plant worked in. Nuclear baits him off of it and does a good job of not giving his life in doing so. Shelby will have to commit this time over. Nuclear knows he's going to get up. Shelby tries to win the fight. Good effort from Shelby, but Nuclear closes him down.
just great decision making. Nuclear really kind of playing on the edge there, and even that final bait at that point, you know, if he gets off that defusal, even if you do go down there, you're gonna, you know, obviously they're not gonna have enough time to find the defuse if he could get that plant down, but it's just tough. So Syndicate up by 1. Aquila, they got a chance to tie it up here, but I feel like that momentum starting to slip a little bit. We see no technique with only 1 kill there, and we need to see a little bit more from him.
Smart awareness from Aquila as they hold up for the KFCU so early. Aggressive push up from no technique as Kevin's trying to find him from behind the top. Clips goes down, tech goes down. Shelby is able to respond and get out with the bomb. That's really good movement from Shelby to get away from that one. Europe has to check. Shelby's caught in the running animation. It all falls apart. Tizzy takes him out.
Europe finding bleak as well. Numbers really stacked against Aquila here. They started off well, but this attacking side starting to fizzle out just a little bit here. And Clarity again finds himself all alone. They've got control of the device on the floor. Still has some time to work with, much like a previous incident, but just getting through 4 members right now, a little easier said than done. Europe already sitting in double-digit kills.
Yeah, and although Clarity might have the props for say cheese, I'm not sure he's going to be able to take 4 perfect pictures to close this one out. Almost rips there to Yuki's off on the jump peak. Nuclear is not going to be giving him the same window of opportunity though, and Clarity gets slammed, and that is going to be a closing of the round. Syndicate come back from a good start from Aquila to a 5-2-3 defending side half.
Well, 5-3. I mean, it's again, I think no matter what side you're on there, you're still happy with 5-3, but I felt like Aquila should have been able to at least get 4 in that first half. They had a couple nice rounds that were close, just weren't quite able to get it over the edge, and that can be a big difference maker when it comes down to that final, you know, losing by just a single round or not being able to find overtime, and then you wish you had that round or some of those rounds back. So Aquila, again, much like that opening to the first half, they're going to need a similar opening here in the second half, and they're going to need a quick couple rounds to really fight for good positioning here, because Syndicate starting to, you know, look really, really comfortable out there.
Yeah, so a little bit of note from the background. Looks like one of the players is having a little bit of connection issue to the game, so we're just getting them locked back in so that their connection is nice and secure, so make sure that they have the fairest chance of being able to take part as necessary. The scoreline will resume as we left at 5-3, just getting that clarity for you there as well, folks. So it is completed as the first half of the game is in the book. It is 5-2-3 to Syndicate. We will be resuming that one very shortly. Apologies for the delay. Bear with us, like we say. Great action always comes with a little bit of patience, so we'll keep ourselves locked in and ready for when that game restarts. In the meanwhile, we've had a good look at the first half and how Aquila have come to this best of 3 with an attacking approach. We've seen Syndicate on the defending side so far, so we've got a little bit of something when it comes to insight to talk about whilst we wait to redeploy. Personally, I'm liking the aggression out of Aquila. They've looked like they have a good composure for pushing in onto site. They're not afraid to take the gunfights. The one thing that we have seen them a little bit slower on the gas with is anybody other than Bleak left in a lower numbers scenario. That pace seems to grind to a halt very quickly. I'd like to see them keep Bleak alive as long as they can in the rounds, and maybe try work off of his energy to try and help that team being more proactive on getting that bomb to site, and maybe even just looking for a couple of more aggressive fights. Maybe find that pick that's making the difference. I'm seeing a lot of Nuclear or Europe here and there, just in the quiet parts of the gameplay where they're peeking the one time somebody's dead, and that tends to lead me to believe that maybe we're just a little loose out, holding an angle, kind of waiting for something to happen where we could maybe be driving that bus ourselves. So interesting to have a look at that. Syndicate have made some mistakes as well. We've had a couple of loose gaps, shall we say. That first round was an absolute mind number for any coach that's going to be looking at that one in the replay. There'll be a lot of talking points and some heads wobbled over how Eclipse got through E-Box that free in round 1-2 from the Syndicate side. So this is good. All right, it's 2 teams that have had a little bit of a change up. There's fresh rosters, fresh names, and they're looking to try and be a little bit creative. And then you've got the Backstreet Boys back to try and teach the new dogs some old tricks. And both of them just finding their footing is, it gives us some smiles for the future, because it means they're only going to continue to get better, guys. All right, the gameplay is great for now, but potential to increase always means that these teams could create some real cinema the further we get into the gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, and from the attacking side, we saw Aquila just round one explode onto the A site. Then we saw him attack B a couple times. We saw the rotations in there. We even saw some smoke and mirrors where Shelby was creep walking up toward KFC. And so I like that they've really diversified that playbook. I mean, we see him trying all kinds of different things, trying to keep the opponents guessing. And there were 2 or 3 of those rounds that came down to a 1v1 style situation that could have gone either way. But, you know, Aquila, again, just not able to solidify some of those key important rounds to where they could find themselves up at halftime. So they get they get a swap to that D side here, and maybe hopefully that'll help them out a little bit. You know, I know you talk about it. You feel like Skybridge is a little bit more of a defensive map now with some of these changes, but you know, I kind of feel like it does vary a little bit on the team itself. I felt like Aquila had a little bit of a tough time controlling VIP. I mean, a lot of times we saw Syndicate there just kind of smoking it off and being like, we don't even have to deal with it for now. They were able to find some early picks and then kind of force that player advantage in their favor. So Aquila will have to make some adjustments on this defensive side. And again, as I always say, these first 2 rounds going to be incredibly important for Aquila. And I feel like they've, at a minimum, need to win 1 of these first 2, but ideally you'd like to see them get 2.
So we take a moment to recoup. I hope the players have all gone to grab themselves some Nordic water to hydrate. A little bit of still or sparkling, depending on your flavour or taste. Spring water nonetheless, if you want the best for the nutrients. Yeah, you heard it here first, folks. We're not going to get to feature the King of Aqua himself. Bakisi been and gone. He did his ACS tour previously. But one should always hydrate, whether you're a European gamer, an NA gamer, or even an APAC gamer, which, folks, small reminder, once we've done here with the NA Pinnacle Season 2, which we're not going to conclude this weekend. We've got a whole other weekends worth of action to follow you on the back of this. But January 10th, starting off the new year as well, the OAL Season 9 is going to be kicking off as well. So if you're trying to immerse yourself in the arena scene, you're getting familiar with all the regions, you're looking in the CIS region, the EU we just saw featured in the ACS, you've enjoyed the NA Pinnacle, then please make sure that you swing over, because the Aussie boys and the Japanese and the Korean teams over there, they've been pretty cool. Some of them are really, really sick. There's a gentleman by the name of Yuki that's been making waves in his region for many different things, from down to the compact 2x metascope and just being a downright absolute slayer in the arena. So lots to talk about there as well, lots to check out. But for now, we've got ourselves a best of 3, where we are 1/2 down for the first map with a head-to-head that looks like it is set to go the distance. I wasn't comfortable saying it in the pre-game because I wasn't 100% convinced as to which 2 teams had turned up. But now that I see a 5-3 first half, it leaves me feeling imbued with hope. I'm not quite a fire lit. I'm not quite that ghostly purple flame just yet, but I'm definitely hopeful.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that it's not Eclipse who's having these internet issues again. We saw Eclipse start off and play very, very well. Had some of those internet issues yesterday, and I believe it was Don Piscelli who stepped in. A phenomenal player, you know, but again, when you're losing one of your core members, especially mid-game, and you're trying to work on building that team synergy, building that momentum and confidence into your corner, it's just another speed bump in the road that, well, if you don't have to deal with it, you'd rather not. So hopefully it's not Eclipse, but again, that's something that, you know, that Aquila might have to deal with. And so that, you know, those are things that happen from time to time. It's, you know, how prepared are you to handle it on the fly?
Yeah, handling things on the fly, something which all of the teams here are going to want to get a grip on today if they're going to be able to evolve through the best of 3 series. Gone is the day of best of 1s. You don't get a single saloon chance now to be able to squeak your way past somebody that might be considered a more skilled or more well-rounded opponent. Now, best of 3s are going to expose weaknesses in both teams theoretically, so you've got a chance to upset and you have a chance to prove your worth. For everybody turning up here today, we're going to get to see our first 2, like we said, Aquila and Syndicate. We're deciding that one right now. But we've got a couple more following after that as well, where 2 more pairs of teams are going to have to take to the field and show us what they've got when it comes to pitching for the title of Hunt Premier Pinnacle Season 2 champions.
Gonna claim a champion next Sunday, but you know, unfortunately, going to be saying goodbye to a couple teams here today. So it's all on the line. You know, it's now or never. It's more important than ever to try and squeeze out some of the best games of Tarkov Arena you've played yet. And so, again, speed bumps. It's been something that Aquila has had to deal with here through both days, it would appear, in this one. But Syndicate, a little bit of a slower start for for them in this one, I felt as well. And you talked about, that first play where Eclipse just kind of runs straight up E-box, finds 3 kills. But, I felt like it took them a little bit longer to make the adjustments I wanted to see. But, I mean, they did make them, and now they've found a way to get on top. So, Yuki's, Europe, Kevin, Tizzy, all looking great. Nuke, his ability to anchor a site alone, I think, is a phenomenal thing. His teammates can really trust in him, and so it's nice to have an anchor like that you can trust in. Syndicate's looking good today.
Syndicate has looked good at the gate. I think the first round, as good as it was for Aquila, maybe actually did Syndicate a favor too. I mean, if you were going to turn up to a game asleep in round 1, you definitely would be awake after that kind of a happening through E-box after the first round. Like, if you weren't awake before that, you were definitely sort of like, hold up a minute. Let me lean in a second. Did that really just happen? Did that guy just get to walk in behind 4 of us for free and kill us all? Like, really? Really? Guys, we're better than this. Come on. And then that's it. The light turns on. Suddenly, everybody's bedroom is now full of D&B music, and we're slamming along to a John B. Beta arena tune because we are locked the truck in. Well, it's the way things go. Sometimes you benefit from the curse of success. Yeah, the Aquila squad slammed that first round so hard that Syndicate woke up. A 5-3 scoreline in the first half is pretty good for both teams. I mean, we did say that we'd like to see Aquila maybe try and take a lead into the second half, put pressure on Syndicate to have to execute their attacking side. But in the grand scheme of things for Skybridge as a map, 5-3 as a defending first half is a good first half, but 5-3 as an attacking first half isn't terrible either. Like that 3-5 scoreline, you've got 3 rounds over the line. You're forcing Syndicate to match, if not better, your score at a quicker tempo, because Aquila started off with 3 rounds in the lead. You say Syndicate are going to do the same thing here. They're going to get to 8 very quickly. So you want to see Aquila come out of the gate on their defending side with a similar performance. Let's see 3 more rounds from Aquila, put it to a 6-5 scoreline, and then we'll start talking about a game. But if Syndicate put 2 together here straight off the rip, I feel like we might find ourselves going to map 2 a lot quicker than we thought. And as I did say earlier on, if we find a Syndicate 1-0 going into map 2, I think it's a straight 2-0 and we're done for.
Yeah, and honestly, I still want to see a little bit more of utility action. I mean, there's been some good utility, but we haven't seen, those consistent driving nades that, if aren't at least finding a kill around or doing some big damage there and just kind of slowing down that aggression, kind of changing up the tempo of your opponents. And, we are seeing some teams hold on to those smokes a little bit longer, especially for this A-site pressure. It's great for whether you're taking or retaking. So, I like the fact that we are seeing more of that, but we really haven't seen a ton of the frag kills coming out. And so that's something I'd like to see just a little bit more of from either one of these 2 teams, because, again, it's something that can really give you that extra edge. You get that early player advantage. When numbers are in your favor, you tend to win rounds. Not always, but it's just nice to have that little bit of breathing room, that extra cushion, they say.
Couldn't agree more. We had a little bit of a joke with a couple of people last night, actually. I think the guys in chat would appreciate. We were having a giggle about VPNs, and one person in chat came up with an absolute belter that really did have me chuckling. They said, "What, a Virtus Pro network?" I said, "Aye, damn right. You find me a Virtus Pro network, I'll plug into that bad boy straight off the rip. If that's going to empower me with some Virtus Pro juice, oof, brother, you want to talk about good arena gameplay? Virtus Pro is definitely up there as one to consider." But I did find that rather funny after all the we saw the NordVPN adverts and stuff recently. The Virtus Pro network did have me chuckling. I will say that one. So W's and shout out to Skyboy. It was in chat that came through with that one. Yeah, sick little comment. W's.
The Virtus Pro. I mean, there's really no doubt, right? They were back-to-back champs. They were champs again this season for ACS 5. And so really have kind of created a dynasty over there. I think there's a lot of teams that could probably learn a lot, from their gameplay. So bot review, we always say, is a really great thing. Whether you're doing it individually or as a team, I think both are very, very helpful when you're able to not just kind of dissect your own games, but other games, whether it's opponents or competitors or just really talented teams that you maybe want to take a few little tidbits from. So VOD review is it can be a competitor's best friend.
Sometimes it just takes, even for people that are quite passionate in the gameplay, that cooldown period between when you actually died in the rounds, going back and watching it on the night time to be able to actually accept the mistake you made as a player. So I know many of players I've spoken to that it's not a pride thing. It's you're that disappointed that you didn't execute in the moment that you really just don't want to hear that breakdown right then. And sometimes it takes that moment to step away from it and to just decompress a little bit before you do start looking at your gameplay and you're like, actually, no, I overswung. I'm just out in the open. No, I whiffed my shots. I didn't hit him in the head 3 times like I swore I did at the time when I was there, you know. No, I didn't get a good connection when I swung the guy, and it was a little bit down to my PC. Just, I've been playing for 12 hours and I haven't restarted my game in 12 hours. Well, every game's going to crackle a little bit at that point in time. You know, it's one of those factors where you go, well, at the time it stinks and you swear at your PC, you know, you do whatever you do with the stress ball that's on your desk, hopefully, not the desk or your mouse, because that breaks your computer gear. Always throw something soft, guys. I never understood this, all right? If you're going to rage out, key tip, get a stress ball. Get something that isn't going to break and put it on your desk. That way, when you lob it at your walls, it just bounces. Come on, man. Like, come on. I see too many people that saying to me, I've just broke my mouse or I just punched my keyboard. You gamers. Poor technology.
Yeah. Never have I ever. Honestly, that's
right.
I said no. Honestly, never have I ever. Yeah, like I never felt the need to throw anything. Like I don't know. I'm kind of the other guy. Like I can lose and still be toxic and get under people's skins. But
W.
Enough about that. More about the action we've been dying to get back into. Aquila trailing 3-5 at the moment here. Syndicate on this attacking side now. You see him slow it down just a bit. Europe in good control of VIP, and he finds Bleak here early. You talked about wanting to keep Bleak alive. Well, it's not going to happen here at the start of the second half.
Hey, don't put that on me, Ricky Bobby. That's not fair. Nate goes out towards Banana as we see 3 members of Aquila actually look to try and take that forward space to contest the plant. Nate says no. Tech with a beautiful counter plant. Nate. Clarity picks up one onto Europe. Now the push comes through the smoke and Evos. Kevin able for 1-2. Kevin's cooking out of the corner. Nuke's got one to back him up, and it looks like we might just be ripping this round back into the favor of Syndicate.
Can't count out Eclipse, though. Flashback to his first round of the first half. Did he do something similar here in the second half? The device is down in an awkward spot here as well. They're going to have probably a relatively decent idea that he could be in VIP. I'm not sure if a teammate call out has come in or if they think potentially on that flank here. They're going to group up a bit together. Look to hold this VIP. Timing plays out perfectly here for Eclipse. He can tuck away, and there's not enough time. Aquila and the clutch from Eclipse. You can't count this man out.
They didn't see him either when he peeked out of VIP for that kill. So coming off of the plant, and Nuclear is not sure where he is. He could have been gapped to sandwich. He could have been VIP. He's not sure. Real tight angle discipline play from Eclipse there to pull that one off. And like you said, the timer, the biggest enemy there. The one kill to deny the plant is just crucial.
One away from tying it up. This could be a huge round here for Aquila. We talked about the importance of these first couple rounds. Europe back into VIP. Kind of allowed some free space here. We don't see a smoke coming in toward VIP as well. They're comfortable just playing back. We see Clarity anchoring toward that B site, but Syndicate right now locked in as if they want to attack this A site.
Locked in is right. And this is where I'm seeing Nuclear starting to spread his way towards heaven. This is where I would expect the Syndicate lineup that have been quite mobile in the games we've seen them play so far. Look to maybe for a rotation. Aquila have done a good job of Clarity playing his discipline over on that B site. Not pushing up onto heaven, not showing to that number 9 player in Nuclear that's watching for the rotation. Shots from Yuki's from the right side of that E position. An elevator is going to find a kill as they move onto site. They try and bait out that grenade that we can see that NoTech is holding on to. Techie, timing. He's just so good at it, man, but it's not quite close enough to the shot. Big Shelby comes around to peep the shot, landing, gets covered off by Europe. Great teamwork from Sinner. Gonna keep it covered. I actually thought we were going to see a return trade from another kill, but he gets out 3-2.
Europe has been devastating with this P90 here. Kevin's going to find an A. We see a little more utility coming out. No technique. takes him down. Eclipse won't find the clutch in this round, and Syndicate will enjoy that 2-point cushion one more time.
I keep wanting to say Syndicate synergy. It's like really, really, really wanting to twist my tongue today because they look so clean off of the team play, Hot. Grenade is too far on site. Aquila have an adjustment that they've made that if that grenade doesn't kill the planter, they must be planting to the side of site, so they send Shelby to swing for it. Syndicate read that that's a possibility for the second step of the chest play and put someone to cover him off, as well as a player behind him to watch headshot that's covering the E-box swing. It's beautiful chess work out of Syndicate.
They're going to send 2 toward KFC. 1 into VIP here as well, Tizzy. Going to line up a smoke here. We see them both come down at the same time. They look to block off this lane and most likely just trying to pressure on the site, get that plant down early. And then potentially just kind of fall back and play that post-plant position here. We see Yuki, some fire down range. That's going to allow the rest of the crew to shift on toward the site. Tizzy, maybe going to look to find that plant. Oh, he baits it out here to try and get rid of some of these nades. Counter smoke coming in. Eclipse has found Europe. Yuki's going to let it sing one more time. Plant now eventually going down. The flash is good as well. And it keeps Aquila at bay.
Oh, okay, 2 quick kills coming in from Syndicate. 3, 4 quick kills coming in from Syndicate as the Aquila lineup falls like flies. Okay. Well, it went from being stable to not being stable at all. Sheesh. The Syndicate get onto site, plant the bomb, and then kick it into overdrive as every single member of the Aquila lineup melts rapidly in succession. Oh,
Yeah,
my
I feel
word.
like they've got to find a way to deal with Europe in VIP. They're giving him a little bit too much free space, or maybe smoke it just a little bit early. But he's allowed kind of free reign over there, and he's found a couple really big early picks that has set Syndicate up to win these last couple rounds. So I'd like to see him try to kind of deal with that, whether it's just a smoke over there, whatever it might be, but got to try to find a way to get him out early.
And when does Clarity activate? This flank hasn't been poked at all on this defending side just yet. See him starting to work his way there now. This might be the round where Aquila decide to flip it on its head. Again, slower defending position, Eclipse with a sight flash. You can see the grenade and hand-to-no technique, obviously for plant counter as well. Europe finds one onto Bleak. Nade goes to sight. That one goes off as the bait for the nade. Works out this time for Syndicate. Where's that flank? Where's that flank? Europe fights on the backside as the flank comes in. Shelby finds Europe. Nuclear finds Clarity, and the flank is immediately killed off.
So much damage already done here from Syndicate, though. Tizzy, headshot on the Shelby. Eclipse battling back. He's found 2. And from a 4v1 to a 2v1, Eclipse, he's been a big clutch factor here already today. Can he find one more, though, to get through 2 and find the defuse with just 20 seconds left? We talked about the ability to kind of ring around the rosy here on a map like Skybridge. Pressuring forward, caught in the run. Shots to ring out. Don't connect, though. And now on the secondary peak, not Mr. Kevin will find the Eclipse. Syndicate looking strong here on the attacking side as they'll double the lead up to 8 now and 1 away from shutting down the first map in our best of 3.
Yeah, when someone asks to score you out of 10 and you can't deliver them an 11, then you can't challenge Kevin. This man has been unstoppable in ones and gunfights, and his dancing shoes have looked like one of the most sought after but rare seen pairs in the world. When it comes to a 1v1 dance battle with Kevin, you just don't win those. He's been exceptional in the clutch. 6-0 Nuclear since the second half started again as well has been a phenomenal performance from him. Eclipse has been doing his work, but the rest of the team just not there to be seen to help him out at the moment from Aquila.
He's going to find an early one on the Europe, though. Maybe just the kill they need to try and inch their way back into this one round at a time. Yuki's pressuring forward. You see Bleak and Eclipse on the other side. The silhouettes tucked into VIP together. Now the swing coming out. Nuclear finally put down here by Bleak. Yuki's quick on the trade, though. They never let him get too far ahead. No tech finding Tizzy. Device will be dropped here, and numbers favoring Aquila for once as they look to fight back here on Skybridge.
Yeah, we saw from a side POV those bullets ricocheting off of Tizzy's face mask there. A couple not going to make the mark, but technique more than the man to keep that recoil control exactly where it needs to be. Multiple headshots to put Tizzy down will claim the kill. Now in a 4v2, the flank comes in from Clarity, activated at a much more opportune time here. Leaves Kevin open for one for a trade for sight, but he's still left last alive in a 1v3. Now can Kevin make that immaculate gameplay evolve into a clutch of his own? No technique, Pixel's peak, not quite there for Kevin to claim. Out on the right side, Clarity tucked in, dip, duck, dive. He's not going to get the second either, Hawk.
Tough spot here for Kevin. Now on a 1v3, device down as well. 20 seconds on the clock, time ticking away. Luckily for Syndicate, they've got rounds to give. To Clarity will drop Kevin here, and they talk about it though, Syndicate, they've got themselves in a position where they, give them 4 additional opportunities to close out the game. They drop one of them here, but they still got 3 chances, and they've been playing very well here consistently and together. So you feel like they can get one of the next 3, but we'll see if Aquila can prove us wrong and give us another beautiful overtime here.
You remember Syndicate being at a match point comfortably for a few rounds in the previous game too. I don't want to see the curse of Syndicate come back to haunt them for 2 days in a row. Match points, 4 of them, 3 now on the bag. They've got to claim one of these next 3 rounds. A good grenade to the entrance of VIP. He's just going to roll past the door of Eclipse. Europe is more than aware to him. Almost open for the second. Bleak tucks into Rat. Gets away for the time being. Good grenade from Technique's going to balance the numbers.
We're starting to see both teams have a little more success with the utility here. Europe moments away from finding that one through the smoke. And Shelby backs off a bit. Quick peek from Europe, and no Technique goes down. Nasty shots again. Europe from this VIP spot has been a menace, and they haven't found a way to really deal with them just yet. Again, on that pixel peak there, almost finds another. Dancing around in VIP. Shelby has a smoke to deal with here. A minute on the clock, and Syndicate still figuring out what they want to do, but they haven't had to find the plant. They're dropping bodies left and right.
Oh, Shelby, not like this, sir. You've got to make a miracle play, and these smokes don't lend themselves to safety. Shelby, Shelby, Shelby. Can he be the magician? Nope, not today. Not into 4 members of the Syndicate, and not when it is needed in map 1. Skybridge goes the way of Syndicate with a 9-5 scoreline. Good game from both teams, honestly. Syndicate managing to close it out at the end there is something that we asked to see from both of these teams. One of the 2 of them was going to close game 1 out regardless, of course, but we wanted to see somebody that had made an effort towards that match point position actually finish the game off without it being brought to a comeback situation, or even just been brought close. 9-7 a scoreline that we still consider somebody escaping from a close game from, rather than being a successful endeavor of the 9-6 and maybe better scoreline that comes out there. So a 9-5, I think, is something that Syndicate are going to be very pleased with in map 1 here. They've got a second chance to be able to take this one home comfortably in 2. Now going on to their map selection, and I think they've done the best job to start off with it. Aquila looked good. Eclipse has been on fire, but we're missing just that extra piece of team gameplay. We've seen shards of no technique, and I mean shards of shrapnel from his grenades that have been exceptional. We've seen Shelby trying to work these kind of like off-angle, off-energy positions and plays that have been effective and not effective, as high-risk reward strategies are, and then Eclipse has just been on fire. But we're kind of missing that follow-up of everything coming together. Bleak, again, in individual performance is good. We've seen highlight moments from Bleak, but that 5-piece combo is just not quite there right now.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You have Syndicate, who has made the proper adjustments from yesterday. We saw them not be able to close out important games. So if you're Syndicate, you're very proud right now. You've addressed your issues from yesterday so far, and you've been able to overcome them. For Aquila, it's you have 5 great players, but they're not playing great together every round. You've got these 2 players popping off this round, and then a different 2 players popping off this round, and it's never that full 5 coming together each and every round. We do see it from time to time, but again, we need to see that consistency there. And I mean, that happens sometimes when you take some time off. You're just getting back into it. The team's kind of finding themselves again, reworking on that team synergy. But I'm sure they're still having fun out there at a minimum. I mean, that's great to see. But there's just some minor mistakes there, some little things that need to be worked on or just kind of fine tuned if you're going to find big wins against teams like Syndicate or Sicario.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to take a moment to have a look at some of the highlights from this game, as this is the moment which started it all off with so much high hopes for Aquila fans. Eclipse there, firing off into a beautiful bit of work from an exposed angle. Shelby gets a little bit unlucky here as teammate slightly over-aggressively peeks from side to side and leaves him in an isolated one, but it's a good 2-piece on site. Kevin started cooking. That was consistent, I think, for the majority of this match. We saw, like we said, highlights from different people from Aquila at different moments in time. Bleak here doing some great work out of VIP. We're going to see him getting shut down by Kevin from some good shots here on the ring around the Rosies, but it wasn't all Syndicate. In fact, to begin with, it felt like Aquila really had the better pace on the game.
Oh, there's a nice nade coming in as well. That no-tech nade that you were talking about earlier, Eclipse again, but not Mr. Kevin, able to reel that round back as well. No-tech ends up going down to a nade here. We're seeing some teams hold on to these nades a little bit later in rounds, which I love to see. Nuclear, Tizzy combining for 4 apiece there as well. Nuke, I mean, once we came back from that disconnect, I think started off at 6-0 as well. I mean, they were having trouble shutting down some of these star players from Syndicate, and we saw Syndicate really begin to run away with it in that second half here. So a good job closing out the important game. Aquila would get one more round there. We see him get up to 5. That shot from Europe, an absolute nasty one. So Syndicate looking good here on Skybridge. Now we get ready for Bay 5, which is their map pick, and so things looking a little bit grim here for Aquila.
It might not be their territory, but we have said this a lot about the general EFT competitive scene, that until teams have been around for a while together as the same roster, or until they've played a few seasons with the majority of the core being the same roster, that map derivative doesn't necessarily sink as high a value into a composed team as it does for the likes of Aquila, for example, where we've seen them individually excel in their gameplay. That map probably won't change that too much, short of a bit of favoritism for individual opinion. Whereas Syndicate, they're going to see a potential shift here. This is a map they have chosen. If we were going to an Aquila map pick, you might have some favor for maybe a comeback or a turnaround in this. You'd be like, okay, it wasn't Aquila's map pick. They're going to go into their map selection. Maybe they are going to feel at home. Maybe Syndicate don't like this map, and there's a conversation to be had there. No, Syndicate have chosen this one. Arguably, it was a 50-50. They could have either chosen this or the map that, has ended up being down for decider. So I don't know. Aquila, at least, are not going to start on the attacking side. They're going to start defending here on Bay 5. And I think that gives them a little bit of hope, is that they can focus on trying to just bank some early points, maybe even bank a cushion. Look for that 5-3 half that Syndicate had on their map. And try and apply some of that pressure, like we said, going into the second half. I feel that even though 5-3 was a close scoreline and a good job from both teams, I think Syndicate will have been comfortably happy with the 5-3 first half that they got on Skybridge, and therefore vice versa in the second.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, 5-3 is great for almost any series. It's still something that you could work with, even if you feel like you're on that losing in there, if you have that 3. But going into Bay 5, I don't know. With the way that Syndicate's been playing Europe, I mean, this whole crew is just, they're hitting shots, and they're hitting them early. It doesn't seem like they have to get warmed up right now. It seems like they came in warmed up. And so that's the only reason I'm worried a little bit. Again, I need to see Aquila come out early, but stay consistent, not just, one round back and forth. I need to see that fire early. I need to see him grabbing a couple rounds, 2 or 3 at a time. Especially on Bay 5 if they want to fight back into this. I'd love to see it, but, I just, like I said at the beginning, I didn't know who was going to win the series, but I felt like it was going to end in 2, and Syndicate certainly pleading a strong case for that. I mean, they closed that second half out.
I do wonder who's going to take Shelby out back, close the door, and just give him the good old sort of mixed martial arts warm up where they slap him across the face a couple of times and then like pinch his thighs and like, you know, kick the back of his shoulders or something to get him really hyped up. Because yeah, exactly. Shelby's one of those guys that gets him to like you have a Shelby crash out, and then you have the legendary Shelby crash out, and then you have post crash out Shelby where he's just delivered everything and then tends to kill everything in his sight. So I'm just wondering who's going to like teeter that Shelby over the line that then just makes him explode. Because again, we've seen individual highlights from every member of that Aquila lineup, but we've not seen them put it together. The chemistry in the team tends to come from Shelby just being an absolute clown in the best form. Like, he brings a good, positive vibe to the environment when he's cracking jokes, mostly when he's at his most dry, savage, and sarcastic, which is tending to be after a crash out. So I'm hoping that one was the crash out that Shelby needed and that this team is going to motivate themselves. Hawk, they have the potential. I'm not as feared for you, should we say, as the Doomsday scenario in Bay 5. We've seen no technique. I mean, the guy's name is a literal ironic meme for exactly that reason. He has an exceptional amount of technique. He's a skilled player at the game. Bleak Trevi. The man's got a mustache with as much majesty as he has experience playing this game. It's kind of up there with yours, if I may say so myself, on Iceberg. Slightly edgy ground there. We'll see whether we get to that territory. But one's hoping, you know, Eclipse is a young potential that has been playing across a couple of different teams and has never really not shown up. Like, they have a vast amount of skill within themselves as Eclipse, and they've shown again here today in fits and sparks of bursts of brilliance. But bursts of brilliance don't crown a king. Consistency does. And we've got to see Aquila put it all together at the same time if they are going to bring Bay 5 back and look at a 3-game series.
Yeah, but like Bleak was a little quiet as well in that first game for Bleak. I mean, normally we're seeing, you know, Trevi just do crazy things that don't make sense. Like, how did he get away with that kill and still live? and so I felt like we didn't see a lot of that on Skybridge from Bleak. Normally, you know, I feel like we're shouting Trevi's name. Oh, double kill, this, you know. And so we didn't see a lot of that consistently as well. And so I need to see it early on Bay 5. I don't want to see it happen late for them again. You know, I think they're almost kind of experiencing a little bit of the troubles that Syndicate experienced yesterday. But, you know, they're in that lower bracket now. It is the final best of 3 for them if they happen to lose here. So with everything on the line, backs against the wall, that do or die kind of mentality, you know, sometimes you can pull out some crazy plays. So we'll see if they can find a way to manage it here on Bay 5.
Yeah, looking forward to what Bay 5 has to offer. Syndicate have been strong. All right, don't get me wrong. This is going to be a tough match for Aquila. But when we're sat here in the casting booth, we like to keep ourselves as unbiased as possible. And in doing so, we have to consider the options for both teams. We're looking to the effect for Aquila as they're set as the underdog. They've got the bigger task to essentially overcome in this one. Syndicate have found themselves 1-0 up and in a good position, but Syndicate need to make sure they don't drop the ball here. This is the other thing that a couple of teams in previous history have fallen prey to. Good work early, and then kind of just taking the foot off the neck of a beaten foe and just like giving them a chance to come back. You definitely can't let that happen here in the arena. For real reverse sweeps happen, reverse momentum swings too, and it will only take one game. Like we said, this Aquila team will be very heavily momentum and motivation based. A couple of quick rounds in this game and it'll be all to play for.
Well, Bay 5, it's Syndicate's map pick, and they're looking really good today, like I said. I mean, they look good every day, honestly. The fact that you can really trust in Nuke to anchor down a site, you don't really find anchors too much on Bay 5. I mean, I'm pretty sure we'll see that typical 2-3 split, which makes me feel like they're going to be even stronger on Bay 5 if they play as well, if not better, than they did on Skybridge. So, again, I think you're right. Aquila definitely the underdog here. We love a good underdog story, though, and so I would love to make it the Iceberg. I'm fingers crossed for you and for me now at this point, because you know, I have been enjoying some of that Iceberg action myself, but I don't know. I want to believe. I just don't know if we're getting there. Syndicate's looking really good today.
I can see a lot of support for Aquila coming into the chat. The hashtag love the thumb. That one's out there for you, Shelby. You can do it, man. I believe. Hashtag love the thumb. Spy Kids rule. You guys are the best. You guys are honestly the best. You guys are so good. The memes in there, even the reference. Bro, these guys are so cultured. Geniuses, man. I'm telling you, geniuses in the chat. Absolute big brain. Love to see it. I can't wait for this one to kick off. I'm really keen to see where this match is going to go now. I've considered my scenarios. I'm settled in my ways. I'm happy with how I think this game is going to play out. There we go. He's even given the thumb a stash. Bosh. Chat. Cooking live in the kitchen. Hot, never known to be unprepared. Love to see it. Love to see it. Folks, there's a little bit of a link that's just popped into the chat there. If you want to check out the bracket, !bracket, keep up with the tournament schedule and how the matches are going down, who's filling into where, and welcome to map number 2 of your first series of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Bay 5. Aquila find themselves up against it, down 0-1 in the series. Syndicate on the attack.
See what they can do here on the attacking side. Aquila, you mentioned it, starting out on the defense could be great for them if they can find potentially that 5-3 half for them. On board with Eclipse here near green at mid, and Eclipse had that fiery first round to open things off in that previous one, but we'll see if he maybe have similar success here as well. See him tucked in, and honestly, Syndicate's just being patient at the moment, kind of hanging out, seeing if maybe Aquila will get overzealous here, go on the hunt, maybe look for a bit of a flank. But Aquila showing great patience at the moment. We see Clarity just kind of tucked in here momentarily, and at times slowly ticking off the clock. Shelby, does he smell some rats on the other side? He's got the nade line up here, and if it does rip out relatively soon, he might find Nuclear. Tizzy on the jump across here as well. The nade is beautiful, and it's not Mr. Kevin, who will be not around for this round. Here they come on the run and gun crossover. Nuclear able to find Shelby. Clarity, who was tucked in, does find a big one, but looks away. No technique takes him out. And the TK comes in. Nuke Eclipse will both find a pick a piece here as well. It's going to be Bleak tucked in toward back alley. Not sure if they're aware that he's here, but there is a smoke blocking off the line of sight here momentarily. Tizzy back toward their plant. Nuke in toward Rat here as well. Now shifting out toward back alley. Some pre-fire comes in. That'll give a little bit of free intel toward Bleak here as well. Eclipse trying to find this one, but Nuclear finds one. Bleak answers back. Shots ring out, and Bleak has done it. We talked about needing to see Bleak show up. It was a little bit silent on Skybridge, but finds 2 big ones here from back alley. Aquila getting round 1 yet again. Now we'll see if they can put more on the back of it. It's going to be the important thing for them. Trying to ride that wave as far as they possibly can here. Nades kind of spread evenly. Clarity, Shelby, Eclipse, no tech. Splitting that roll a bit to Europe and Tizzy. Frags in hand as well. Gonna pressure back toward the A site. Aquila, a little bit of a split presence. Bleak kind of already rotating away. He's going to be drawn back toward alley here, though. To the sound of that utility from Syndicate. Clarity's able to find Nuke to open it up. Kevin trying to apply some assistance. Europe does find Clarity. We see not Mr. Kevin. Able to pick up on this Shelby from offices here as well. The device will get planted now from back alley. Bleak taken out this time. He tries to shift through the smoke, but just instantly gets put down. Now Eclipse. No tech. In a 2v4. They still got to wait for some of this utility to clear up. Syndicate doing a good job of holding on to it and then exploding onto the side here as Kevin does find tech. And now Eclipse. Left standing in a 4v1. A little bit of a bleed there as well, but Eclipse is going to find Yuki's. Headshot comes in. Kevin, quick to trade it back. And Syndicate will reel it back. It's a 1-for-1. Not Mr. Kevin finding a triple on that round as well. Europe, 2 there for them to complete the full house. See no tech, still trying to get on the board, as well as Yuki's and Tizzy. Just a couple rounds in this one here on Bay 5, though. So far, Syndicate slightly favoring that A side. Kind of a default setup here from Aquila, 2-1-2. little bit of mid presence here, looking to be controlled by Shelby. With this utility toward the A side again, Europe finding the double. A nasty nade from downtown, and Syndicate again. That snowball looking to become an avalanche here. Europe shifting on site. Shelby back toward offices, and they'll exchange some gunfire.
See that secondary laser from teammate covering off as multiple people start to swing. The member on site gets sandwiched. Techie does manage to find one on the trade in the inside. Europe is going to clean up the second. It's only Eclipse left alive, and Syndicate still 4 strong as that bomb goes down on site. 1 minute and 10 now reduced to 50. Eclipse looking to try and swing his way in and out of that office corridor to find a pick, but there are so many Syndicate members just left lurking around to try and deal with. He's found his way into some space on the platform here. Now, Europe is keeping a keen eye on his position. He knows where he is. Eclipse not going to be deterred from his position. Now, office has to be taken. 24 on the clock. Not so much time left as the spray through the wall doesn't connect. Oh, he's almost managing to make one work. There goes Europe. Eclipse with good amount of bullets left to fight with is going to be able to potentially take one more. Nope, last bullet in the mag, not good enough. It is a Syndicate round, clean and clear, but Eclipse trying to make a meal of it.
Yeah, much like Skybridge, though. You know, we see Aquila come out early. They get that first round on the board, and then they stumble a little bit. They drop the next 2 here. Syndicate back on top. So Aquila needing to find out what they've got to do here to maybe slow this aggression down from Syndicate, who's been favoring the A side a little bit. We've seen some slow and some fast pushes. We just saw that double nade kill toward back alley as well. And for Aquila, got to just make sure they don't group up too much there on the site.
4 straight towards Tetris. Sees the bomb lurking towards the A site for the plant this time over as Syndicate spend the majority of their force to try and take pressure towards Plat. No technique lining up towards the ice cream truck. Looking for a grenade on timing as well. We see the smoke goes out towards Plat. Eclipse trades one for nuclear as Tizzy then shuts him down. Techie picks up the bomb as Tizzy strafes out right into the line of that grenade.
Hear the beeping. Another device down here as well. Clarity will back off toward Rat. Looks to go down into the prone position here. Will Syndicate try to pressure into the A side? It doesn't look like they've got a rotation on the cards. Europe running into the line. Snake in the grass. Clarity tries to get up. Shots exchanged, but Yuki's is right there to find the trade. Clarity goes down. No Tech tries to tuck back a bit. Device scoop back up one more time. With this, they might shift away from the A site.
Good shots from Bleak are going to take Yuki's out, reduce the Syndicate down to 1 single sole survivor. Coleman is back. He's looking to try and take the fight into Bleak. Tempted jump shot to play for the off angle as Kevin does manage to close him out. Both sets of shots a little bit wayward as each player took a moment to take each other down. Kevin loses half of his health in that gunfight, which for Aquila, they're not going to be disappointed in that. They might have lost a teammate, but Kevin's health now topped up a little bit more, something to play with. The 2 members still left to find. Shelby, he's tucked away. Technique now here to try and back up together the 2 bodies that started the Aquila roster originally with 10 seconds left on the clock to deny this plant. I mean, they're pretty much perfection right now. All they've got to do is swing because he has to commit to the plant. Bomb is down and Kevin gets absolutely slammed as No Technique finds himself flying from the skies off the top rope and landing one into the dome.
Yeah, my man looked like Macho Man Randy Savage out there. Hit him with the elbow. Dropping it down on side. Aquila will ring it back here. 2-2. We haven't seen Aquila find that commanding lead or even that 2-point cushion really in their favor. It's kind of been Syndicate that's controlling the pace and the tempo here so far in this series. Aquila will have an opportunity to regain the lead here in the 5th round. Syndicate, again, they've been kind of showing the majority of their attention toward this A site. We're going to see if they give it a subtle shift here now that we kind of slide into round 5.
Back and forth rounds on Bay 5 was not what we expected or spoke to the effect of in the pre-game chat. So a stronger showing from Aquila out of the gate than what we expected is good to see. A bit of spray across the B site as both teams kind of just almost playing that mental fortitude chess game of well, we shoot a bit here and you shoot a bit there, then maybe this means this and this means this, and nothing really adds up to anything as everybody floods across to the other side of the map.
Syndicate seems to love this A site. They're going to be back here one more time. See him hopping back on Europe. First point of contact here, able to find clarity as well. Nuclear is going to pick up on the Shelby bodies. Dropping like flies, but he clips from behind. Is able to get one. Spots one at Rat as well. And not going to shift toward back alley just yet. Waiting for some teammates to get there. It doesn't come in time, though. Yuki's is going to find Eclipse.
Blake through the smoke. Timing's dirty. First is clean. He's got two more crouching tigers hiding behind that sight wall. Yuki's on the plat. The jump from Bleak gets slightly cooked as he catches his toes on the scenery. Off his swings left and right. Europe's got a good wiggle to avoid. The angle Bleak's have to fight. It's just not easy enough to be able to pull off. And all three members of Syndicate work together to pull that one back. 3-2, the scoreline goes back in the lead for them, but only by one.
Keeping it close. I think it's important for Aquila. See Syndicate really begin to run away with it in the second half on Skybridge. So Aquila trying to minimize those damages here in round 6. An opportunity to tie it up once more. Again, we haven't really seen him kind of control that lead. So still fighting just to hang around momentarily. Aquila, this A site has been very comfortable for them, whether it's through mid or not, but it does appear they're kind of getting set up for something similar here once more.
Forward aggressive position from Eclipse outside of the alley. He's going to need to commit himself to a kill or two if it's going to pay off. Now that alley is open and exposed, Aquila do have two members, a solo sight hold, and then a front plat cover for the flank in case it comes in quickly, but they've been given enough time for no technique to rotate round and reinforce. Syndicate definitely not dissuaded from wanting to push into the A side. Numbers strong, 4 versus 3.
Good pick from Clarity. Kevin, though, does get the trade back. Shelby right there to answer one of his own. We see those plaid stripes in the kill feed once more. No-Tech tries to creep in and deny the plant, but not Mr. Kevin has his teammates back. Numbers back in the favor of Syndicate on the peak here. Shelby not able to find it. Bleak does pick up on the one, but again, Bleak not on a 1v2, needs a nasty clutch.
Again, he's in a tough spot. Again, the clock is against him. It's enough to be able to find the kills, but positioning-wise, it's a rough one. The angle from Yuki's is just too tight for Bleak to be able to cross over to try and find Kevin on the site wall. He can see what he's going for, but well held again from Syndicate. Post-plant security starting to stabilize these early rounds as they find themselves with a 2-round lead.
Yeah, it just seems like Aquila doesn't really have an answer for this A site, and so Syndicate hasn't felt the need to go anywhere else. You know, between the use of utility, finding some nade kills, they pressure onto the site, they win the gun battles, find the trades to the bare minimum, get the plant. Post-plant positioning has been great. They don't over-challenge anything. I mean, it's just really smart decision-making and just kind of sticking true to the core basic fundamentals of Tarkov Arena. Syndicate looking good through the first 6 rounds here. 2 more before we finish our first half.
Boy, would they like to take a 6-2 lead into the first half split. That would be a good start to Bay 5 and probably the best result they could hope for if they're looking for the easy path out of the best of 3. Every team so far managing to make it out in 2. Not had to have a third map be brought onto the table thus far. Aquila hoping they're going to be the first team to upset that thought process.
And again, Syndicate, you know, this is kind of something we saw in the first or second round. They just slow it way, way down after having these explosive rounds. They hang back, look to keep Aquila guessing. We see this rotation from No-Tech already coming through, but they are taking space here from Eclipse. You see Eclipse rotating all the way around quickly on this flank, and so that's going to give them a lot of intel. They are toward this A site. Yuki's doesn't catch him on the run by, and luckily for Eclipse, still with his life. Clarity knew quick trades on the site, though.
Tizzy and Nuclear are going to pair up for 1 apiece each extra on top of it. Reduces Aquila down to 2. Bleak does manage to pick up one of the lone lurkers towards that middle area. Tizzy does go down. Yuki's now with the response as Eclipse is taken out, and it's again left to Bleak in a 1v3 situation. Bleak down, Nuclear picks him up off the rotation. Syndicate will take a 5th round on the scoreboard.
Up to 5. And, you know, maybe looking for that 6-2 half that you kind of alluded to a little bit earlier. I mean, they are looking strong here today. And where we saw them kind of drop the ball a little bit yesterday, we're not seeing that here today from Syndicate. So looking even stronger here today. And, well, maybe that lower bracket has kind of reignited that fire under their feet there. So looking strong here in their first series, this best of 3. Looking to be done in 2 if they can break out the brooms here. Syndicate needing 4 more to close it out, though. There's still plenty of time for Aquila to battle back, but it's got to start now.
Yeah, lots of potential in this roster. Nice to see, like you say, if this squad of 5 keeps it together for a little bit to see what that development process is like. You can't just play one tournament and then call it a day after that. You have to really commit some time into it if you want to try and work some team synergy out. Individual plays, however, are something that each player will carry regardless of the team they're with. Europe being the one to slam the dome home. It's Bleak. Maybe relieved this time as he's not left with the 1v situation at the back end of the round as he's first to depart this time.
Or exit, you know, he can kind of sit back and coach the team a little bit, you know, get in their ears. Nuke, look at the pressure forward, though. They've had almost an easy time. I won't say easy, but almost an easy time over here on this A site, and we see him continue to work it. It's really been off of this U2 as well. They smoke off this back alley. It limits the angles that they have to kind of check as they pressure on. Clarity, though, is going to make their job a bit tougher as he finds 2. Kevin eventually snuffing that flame out, but we are back to a 3v3 and still a winnable round for Aquila.
Yeah, full pressure match actually. The number 7 player in Yuki's gets himself onto site so that the close angles are a little bit better for Syndicate. Doesn't work out in their favor though, as both frontside and backside. The assault comes in from Aquila on both angles, and the shots are insane from Kevin. It might just be a shutdown. He gets 2 of 3. With the device planted, Kevin might just be the saving grace. Eclipse hits a massive headshot to close him out. That's going to be deactivation. Oh, it's spicing up inside of the arena. Kevin goes wild, and then Eclipse hits a belter.
Kevin is 12-3 through this first half. I mean, we talk about the men, we talk about the monsters. This man's certainly a monster at the moment. Europe Nuke, 8 kills apiece as well. And again, we talk about it for Aquila, though, right? We see these players that have these shining moments from round to round, but it's never that full 5 from round to round. And so trying to kind of pick up slack here and there from each other. Aquila, they've been able to hang around 3-5. Again, it's not a horrible half. And so these first couple rounds, again, just very important for Aquila. Syndicate gonna look to close this one down early. This is where they struggled a little bit yesterday, and well, they didn't have that issue on Skybridge. We'll see if that consistency will reign true here on day 5 as well.
You've asked the question that was in my mind. We again at a 5-3 half, again a good position to be in. The question we were asking both of these teams coming into this matchup was how well were they going to be able to convert on an advantage. Syndicate have the chance for the time being. It's 5-3 up, but we are only in the first round of the second half as Europe claims the first kill onto Bleak, again being banished as first back to the bench. Round number 9.
Nuki trying to flirt with disaster here as you see those silhouettes just on the other side of the smoke. No Tech is going to find him, though. As that smoke clears, the dust settles, it'll be a body bag for Nuki. Tizzy in toward the back alley here, shifting around as well. Aquila, much like Syndicate on the attacking side here, okay, being patient to kick things off as Tizzy. Nasty shot on the No Tech. He's going to find one more. No Eclipse able to trade back here, and we will see this fight continue for Aquila.
Pay key attention to the positioning on Kevin. Was green, now running desperately away from the flood of the thunder of steps that Aquila have forced up through the top of mid. Maze cover from Yuki's in a good position to try and catch one of the rotations, but Aquila are going to manage to get every member away towards this B site from safety from the 2 rotating off at A. Kevin has found himself hidden in the shadows again. Good for 1. The impact from this player at the moment for his team is outrageous. Clarity, big double pick.
Gotta get through Mr. Kevin, though. He's been that raid boss out here, that juggernaut for Syndicate, and he's found one. He can't quite 180 to Shelby, who does get an important round for Aquila. And slowly but surely, they begin to inch their way back in it. Now they find themselves only down by 1.
Kevin's ready to be done, mate. Kevin is so ready to be done with this game. 14-4. Kevin is frying right now. Aquila feel like they must be looking down the shadow of a titan as this man stands so tall on the kill board right now. 9-9. Clarity is holding his own. Eclipse also trying to do his best to keep Kevin at bay. But Syndicate, well, they have inspired a little bit of greatness. That grenade's going to go off in the face of Eclipse. He's going to eat half of his health from that one, up and down as the grenade plays a little bit of pinball. That's not going to find a kill either. Europe also tickled.
Weak spots him back here. Free fire as well. Timing going to play a huge role. See that other nade bouncing dangerously off that ramp as well. And now Shelby taking out Bleak. I'm not sure what happened on that one. If Bleak maybe stood up in front of him, Shelby's going to try to pressure forward. Immediately eliminated as Kevin finds clarity. At about the same time, No Tech good for 1, but only 1. Nuki bounces it back. Eclipse left alone in a 1v4. Device is down as well, and Aquila's job just got a lot tougher.
Tough as one word for it. Eclipse is going to find himself playing a cool little mini game of how many heads can he take off within 1 magazine from a P90, which is always a fun one for us fans of this current new scout class meta. Across from back alley, he manages to get into the office, giving himself some space to start isolating more ones. Yuki's is not going to give him the chance or the window to fight, though, as the right hand versus left hand peak falls in his favor. Syndicate extend that lead back to 2 with the 6-4 scoreline.
Certainly not for a lack of trying there from Eclipse. He was putting some good shots and almost found that kill on Plat as well. But once kind of he tucked in toward offices, being in that hallway, especially against that right angle peak, it's just a really tough position to be in. Aquila finding themselves down by 2. This one's starting to slip away now. They've got a chance to bring this one back, but again, you feel like it has to start now. They don't want to find that deficit of 3 so late in this one. No Tech and the rest of the crew beginning to head toward the A site.
A little bit of tap fire from No Technique as Aquila not too afraid to telegraph where the body of the force is going to push. Europe brings support from Nuclear. An aggressive jump up from Eclipse is going to get caught on the right-hand side as Europe is there for support. Bleak trades, Nuclear trades as well. Technique versus Nuclear left last alive on the alley section. Bomb still holding Plat. Support coming in from Syndicate. Technique, half of his health down, but he is going to manage to land the better shots. Nuclear removed from the equation.
Oh, No Tech on the back pedal. Yuki steps forward, does find the pick here. Shelby dancing around. We can see that rotation coming in as Kevin does find clarity. And that device has shifted away from the site, but Syndicate's got numbers. They're comfortable here at the moment. Shelby has gone back toward the A site. It's a chance for him to isolate this once before this rotation comes in, but he's going to have to find it relatively soon. The jump shot, no good. He knows exactly where he is, but and now we see Syndicate, the rest of the crew following suit here. They're going to rotate over, and it's going to make Shelby's life even tougher.
He almost managed to find the jump shot shots onto Tizzy there. Head peeking out just on the Plat. I fear that will be the last site for success that Shelby will have open to him now. Syndicate will have had the moment of call made in the team to just play discipline, play your angles, tighten up, and just wait for him to make a mistake. 7-4, the scoreline extended again, now to 3. Syndicate starting to run away with it.
Looking to get the job done. I mean, again, making the adjustments from yesterday where they fell a little bit short. We saw them have those corrections and be able to overcome that on Skybridge. We're seeing something similar here on Bay 5 as well. And so this is good. This is refreshing for Syndicate from this lower bracket. I mean, this is what you want to see for a team that's looking to fight back. That nade almost finding a home, but a little bit high and dry as we do see a subtle shift back toward the B site now for Aquila.
On board with Util as Kevin picks up Eclipse. Grenade from Yuki's towards con boxes. Fleet's going to avoid that one. Clarity's shadow did just peek out the bottom end of the corner of the container, so Yuki's going to pop a bit of pre-fire just in case. He knows he's there now.
There's two quick
Good
picks.
pick up
Kizzy.
for
Yeah, Kevin finds one as well in the mix. Yuki getting a little cherry on the top maybe as Shelby again finds himself alone, and numbers even more stacked against him this time. They know right where he is too, Cracked. I don't know how he gets out of this one alive.
I don't think he does. It's like a mouse caught in a trap. Someone get that man a block of cheese. He's going to need it. Not Mr. Kevin holding the backside of sight. That's not the final boss you want to take on first. Oh, a little bit of hop, skip, and a jump from Nuclear. Slightly enthusiastic into the eyes of Shelby. Not going to find the first kill. Shelby with good shots on the MP7 is going to make one of them tuck, duck, and fall prey to a teammate. Kevin finds Dizzy, and then Nuclear knocks down the final remaining Aquila member. Nice moves.
Nice moves. Unfortunately, we're not at a disco party. We're at a Tarkov arena competition, and you need to get the kills as well. Aquila down by 4. Syndicate, they've doubled that lead. They've given themselves 4 additional opportunities. And the best case scenario for them to close this one out and keep that lower bracket dream alive. That Cinderella story. They're looking to rewrite some history here in the Hunt Pinnacle #2 for NA. And Yuki was Europe last time. It's Yuki's this time. The double nade kill. And what could be the final round for Aquila?
Definitely feels like they're up against it with the 3v5 on the table now. Bomb extended out to Forklift. Hell trying to fight its way into some form of freedom in the com boxes, but her technique being forced to back off and top herself up a little bit as well. Smoke goes out. A smart choice for Syndicate as they back off. They just don't need to do anything here. Timer is bleeding out and Aquila are forced to rotate.
I think Aquila starting to realize their dreams of continuing this run on Hunt Pinnacle #2 for NA is maybe coming to an end here in this round. Europe and Syndicate will continue to play smart, even given the fact that they've got odds stacked in their favor. They got numbers and now time beginning to be on their side as well. We see this rotation from Aquila through mid. It looks like they want to attack the B side, but they're going to be running right into the arms of Syndicate.
Yeah, Kevin again has immediately rotated himself back across to the fusion station in fuel. Nuclear hits a disgusting jump shot onto Clarity before he's even giving time to react.
The fire's good from No Tech. We'll find one. Tisby right there to trade it back, though. Something Syndicate's done so well all day. To the jump shot from Shelby. It's good for one, but only one. Yuki's will find the final one. Not Mr. Kevin has a hell of a performance on Bay 5. And Syndicate will shut it down into problems from yesterday have been addressed. And they are looking mighty good. 18 kills, 17 headshots in this one, Crack.
Couldn't have said it better myself. They are looking mighty good. Some cool, kooky plays to close it out and some whippersnapper performances out of a multitude of different people here. This was a belter. 18-5 for Syndicate's Mr. Kevin at the top there. Or not Mr. Kevin, sorry, as we can never be mistaking him for the real thing. 4 MVPs, 18-5-3 is a huge scoreline, backed up by Nuclear at 13-9-6. And a 9-4 scoreline sees Syndicate home safe and the series 2-0. GG's and well played to both teams, but it definitely does seem like Syndicate have slammed a little bit more preparation down on the table when it comes to execution than Aquila were able to in our second match here on Bay 5. A 2-0 performance in the best of 3 will see Syndicate sail on into their next matchup. We don't get to feature that one just yet, though. We've still got some more scores to settle before we slide ourselves down the bracket to move on to see who progresses into next weekend. For Aquila, though, that, unfortunately, is that. 07, well played. It was a fond return for many familiar faces. And as hilarious and entertaining as it was not to be this time over. Lads, thank you for turning up. We appreciate you. We'll look forward to potentially seeing you again in the near future. For now, we've got more action. We've got some highlights to come up. We've got some great little glitter in the background and the scenes to maybe be able to sprinkle over the guys inside of the chat. And we've got a beautiful schedule and a bracket screen to show the guys at home so they can keep up with the results and how that impacts the going forward gameplay.
Yeah, you can see Sicario and Covenant resting firmly in there in that upper bracket final there as they get to take the day off and just kind of relax, watch the action at hand. Down here, this lower bracket, though, Aquila, unfortunately, dropping out 2-0 to Syndicate. They'll advance on to play New Dawn a little bit later here today, I believe. But next up on the cards, Generation and Aspect. Aspect, a pretty tough time yesterday, unfortunately. So hopefully they've been able to address their issues overnight and see if they can come correct here against Generation today.
Yeah, Generation on the flip side had themselves what I would call a tough but a well-fought match versus Steez, an 11-13 double overtime blockbuster that nearly saw them stealing the spot away. It was a match on foot. We're going to bear that one in mind when we get to the map pick and ban selection screen in a little bit when we talk about the head-to-head between Generation and Aspect. But all in all, that performance versus what we saw, like you said, from Aspect versus Covenant was a drastically disparate comparison. Aspect yesterday looked like they were really struggling to even piece basic rounds together back-to-back, where Covenant were comfortable just sort of running away with it in that first match in the best of one. Generation, I don't think will have as easy a ride against Aspect here, but I do not want to slight how much more we were expecting from Aspect in their performance yesterday versus what actually happened on screen. I'm really, really hoping that something within that lineup is inspired again today. I'm looking to Oberst Tom. This is a guy that's had many a member underneath him as an IGL. He's been able to inspire people to do some great things across a couple of different rosters. Aspect started with Tom. So I'd like to see the aspect of Aspect, that main core backbone of Aspect, really bring the rest of the team to life.
Well, we're going to take a look at some of these wonderful highlights as we see Syndicate getting the dub, and they're going to go on to maybe look to get some sweet revenge against New Dawn a little bit later as they looked very good on Skybridge, and now these highlights on Bay 5 will kind of reiterate that. It was some good showing from Aquila early on, but it seems like Syndicate, once they get that 2-point cushion, they really start to run away with it.
It certainly does seem to be a more comfortable map when the scoreline splits with a heavy margin. This is something that we saw both teams be exceptionally good with here for predictability when it comes to using the util. We saw Aquila, when they got the chance to, they were getting stylish with it. They were exposing mistakes that were being made when the time limit was in their favor or post-plant they had good positioning. But Syndicate didn't let any of this monkey business, whatever you might like to call it, hop, skip, and the jump, the romping rabbits. It wasn't phasing them. They instead kept their composure and continued to drill that lead home. 5-2, the scoreline extends to 6-2. And from there, well, cruise control enabled. This was a beautiful shot from Eclipse. I thought we might be seeing a turnaround here, but it was not to be.
This wasn't that consistency factor that we see a lot of these teams have. We talked about a couple players having great rounds and then, a couple different players the following round, or all 5 of them having a phenomenal round where they get a round win and then, don't put a round on the back of it. It was just the lack of consistency here for Aquila, I felt like. But, hopefully that this team is back now. They'll continue to practice together and continue to get better, because I'd love to see them in future tournaments as well. I think this is a very, very fun roster. That nade, though, certainly was insane from Yuki's. We saw a double from Europe earlier in this one on Bay 5. We saw that one there from Yuki's. We talk about utility being a big difference maker, and it certainly was here on Bay 5.
Yep, absolutely. Could not agree with you more. I'm really interested to look forward to the rest of the games. We've got also, I saw somebody in chat there that's been keeping a keen eye on the brackets, made a very good point. Obviously, the cinema that we were hoping for, Mr. Hort, of course, with that Syndicate victory, means we do get to see one of our 2 revenge matchups that we touted yesterday now slotted into place. We will get a New Dawn Syndicate rematch under a best of 3 scenario as well. So very excited for that one in future. For now, though, we've got a battle of the unknown for me. Aspect, generation, both have got something to prove.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a fun one, and I'm hoping that Aspect comes out, comes correct today. Basically, I don't think they're going to have the same showing they had yesterday. If I know this squad, you talk about Oberst-Tom and his ability to lead, so I'm sure they went back to the drawing board. I'm sure they're excited to come out and prove themselves here today, but we need a little bit of time to get them loaded into the lobby. So it's a great time for you guys to stretch those legs, grab those snacks, or that all-important seatbelt, as my brother on my left loves to say. But we can assure you, you don't want to go too far, because we've got a lot more action coming around when we return just after this short break.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to day 2 of the NA Pinnacle Tournament, Season 2. My name is Cracked Wisdom here, as always, joined in the booth, bringing you the truth in the scenes and the chaos in the Colosseum with the man and the mythical mustache and the cool cooking apron today, resplendent of that Nikita himself. We've been looking to try and find out who is going to be crowned champion, but before we get to that all-important title bout, we've got to fight our way through a few other teams first. We've seen 2 of them take to the stage already today and conclude a 2-0 victory for Syndicate. Now it's time to take a look at head-to-head number 2.
Generation versus Aspect. Center, PvPer, Frosted, Roach, and Germ. Looking to topple over Tom, Buperino, Corium, IFP, and Head Eyes. We talked about the tough game that Aspect had yesterday. It is a best of 3 here today. And I feel like they've got a lot to prove for themselves after that performance yesterday.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot to show. Oberstorm, Boop, Corey, IFP, Head Eyes going up against Sinner, PvP, Frosted, Roach, and Germ here for Generation. They've both shown us the first day's worth of what they've got to give, but if we're talking about who really showed up the most from the first day, I definitely have Generation pitted in my book as the potential victor for this head-to-head. The combination of how well Frosted was playing on his ones, alongside of that work from Roach and Germ in the back parts of the rounds, was a couple of the shining lights, should we say, from the Generation roster in my eyes.
Well, Cracked, I guess without further ado, it's time to take a look at exactly where we're headed in this next lineup. And much like we saw a little bit earlier, we're going to be kicking it off on Skybridge because, well, Generation wants nothing to do with Iceberg, and while Aspect will ban away for it. So we're going to kick it off with some Skybridge, head on over to Bay 5, which will be Aspect's map pick, and then Bolt, should we need it, will be that decider. Big questions, though. Do you think we're getting there?
I'm not sure that we're going to make it to Bowl, purely because I have a similar feeling for this match as I did for the previous one, where I'm looking to one of the 2 teams in particular, Aspect here in this case and scenario, to turn up. It is purely dependent on how many of the members show up on the pitch on the day. We had a similar feel from Aquila, where it felt like each individual member was able to show us some great highlights of what they could do as an individual entity, but bringing it all together as 5 players in the team was something that really just didn't hit the mark.
Yeah, I really don't even know where it all fell apart for Aspect yesterday. I mean, it was a very fast game. Covenant, I think that was 9-2, I think was what we finished at there. And so we didn't get to see a lot from them. It was on Skybridge as well. I think Generation is probably, keen to that, and that's why we see them picking Skybridge. Maybe they thought they saw some things that they could exploit from Aspect. I think if Aspect can find a way to win Skybridge, though, I think that would really speak volumes for them and how quickly they could address the issues that they had on Skybridge yesterday.
And this is a big turnaround for the NA scene. You've got to think about the overlying feature from this match and everything else that's gone on, obviously. If Aspect don't find a victory here today, then that would see 2 of our teams potentially being fully upset and not considered after being seeded one of the top 4 from the previous tournament. The old top 4 from the last Pinnacle was Sicario, Aspect, New Dawn, and Steez. Now, as it stands, Covenant are already guaranteed a top 3 spot, meaning one of the above is not placing top 4 and out of the money. Aspect needing to win this match sees them facing Steez next week, 2 of those teams, also meaning that only one can make it into the prize pool. Synergy have the chance today to upset and stop New Dawn from making that top 4 as well in a latter best of 3. So there's a lot of things going on right now. One of the big things to focus on for Aspect here is if they do not manage to make this count, that's it. No more top 4 seed for Aspect.
Yeah, I mean, it's do or die anyway down here in the lower bracket. You got to win to advance at this point. You don't get any second chances. They've already been used up. So, again, it was a rough time for Aspect yesterday, and I hate to dwell on it too much because I'm sure they were probably pretty hard on themselves after that. But that's why I'm also excited to see them here today. I think it's very important for them to come out and play extremely well for the entirety of the series here. We can't see any of those mishaps that we saw yesterday to kind of, make us all a believer that, hey, that was just a fluke yesterday. That was just a bad day. Things didn't go their way. They addressed the problems and they're able to overcome it here.
Yeah, I think you have to agree that it's okay having a rusty match or a bad day at the office, but if you're able to bounce back from it, people forget that very quickly. You put a good performance on the table and people realize, all right, okay. Everybody slips, everybody stumbles and falls sometimes, but when you get back up and you come back twice as strong, that's what really makes the things that caliber of champions are made of. I'm looking to... It's not just a resurgence, but this really needs to be an aspect ratio the opposite way. We need to see a full extremity to extremity turnaround from them here.
Nice shot from Ober's Tom, able to find Frosted here. Early pick aspect. We see a little bit of a beep push early, which is kind of surprising. Generation trying to mix it up, but Ober's Tom finding 2 early ones here as well. It says, I have made those adjustments from yesterday. I got warmed up today, and I'm feeling pretty good. It's showing in round 1, but it's still early.
On a spear as well, this gun does a great job of being able to land good, consistent shots. If your headshot and your first bullet accuracy is clean, there's another one from Thomas. Germ finds Bucarino. Loud P90. A lot of the players in this American scene have been favoring the P90, being a noisier version rather than the Express. It's good for the ergonomics. It's also good for the kill as Corium closes the last one out, and Aspect starts off with exactly what we were looking for, Hort.
Indeed, and the fact that it comes from the the leader here of Tom, I think, is a really good and refreshing thing, for them as well. So, but again, like we said, kind of in our previous series, right? It's only round 1. It's hard to get too excited or get ahead of ourselves. We need to see that consistently for a few rounds in a row.
Yeah, we certainly do. Aspect's going to push out of spawn here on the defending side for the second round, looking for any aggressive walkouts. That nade towards KFC on timing again is going to go off in the face of the 2 generation members that are going to walk up. Corium's going to pick up one on Frozen. Big early pick and sandwich. Pressure comes through, side cover, Oop and Corey start to try and work together on that gap. Back and forth as the bullets cascade across the courtyard. We see an aggressive push up from the bench as Bucarino finds one onto Roach. Now the through gap. Sinner does close one off. His head eyes goes down. Corey and Germ both join the kill feed as Corey finds 3 clean kills from a good swing out of Sandwich. And that is another round for Aspect.
2 on the board now. Let's go. I'm sorry, having a little technical difficulties. I'm ironing out on my side, but 2 big ones in a row out early from Aspect. And yeah, you're right. I mean, this is exactly what we asked from them. Generation played very, very well yesterday. They look like a very tough competitive team, but for Aspect, already 2 rounds on that defensive side as well. Again, a good start, still early, but I am getting excited for this squad.
This is what we needed to see from them. A very, very powerful start. Looking at some of that synergy to come back together, but Corium and Boop able to work off of each other, make that one come to the front. The grenade in KFC is timed way better this time, and Sinner goes down. Oh, IFT does manage to find one behind the smoke. The second, as Roach is hiding, is almost pre-fired too.
Well, that nade over the top. It's all the intel he needs. IFP on the jump to the peak. Finds PvP. Or Corium picks up Roche as well. The bug has been squashed, he said. Frosted. Corium able to find him here toward VIP. Aspect, great control and a great showing here from this defensive side on Skybridge, nonetheless, where they had so much trouble yesterday on, again, only getting 2 rounds on Skybridge yesterday. They've already got 3, so I think, whatever they did, obviously we talked about them getting to the drawing board. Tom, I know, wasn't happy yesterday with that performance, so it seems like, he's rekindled this flame for the squad.
That's what you look for from your IGL. Lead from the front, not from the back. You can't stand at the desk yelling orders. That doesn't motivate minions. You lead the charge with a glorious push. Whether you go out in a blaze of glory or a blaze of fire, you still go out blazing. And that tends to inspire people. Util down lane 3 as Sinner is deciding very rapidly against wanting to push that one. Oberstorm down. Only 1 casualty from the Aspect side as Generation look towards the B site.
They're going to get the device planted here. Germ flash in hand. IFP also on a tear. Will be shut down by Germ, though. Shots through the smoke as well. Don't quite find the mark. Booperino in a bit of trouble here. As you see that smoke still plumed out on the site. The device taken away at 35 seconds. Numbers favoring Generation as they search for their first round. Jump shot, no good here. And we can see them kind of collectively getting together here in the background. Boop does find one center. Quick to trade it back, though. Head eyes. The next to go down. Boop on a bit of terror of himself. Eventually shut down, and it comes down to Corium.
He's not going to be able to do it on site, trying to defuse under the cover of the smoke. Roach is going to push through for the final kill. Generation take a round and put a breadstick on the board. An important point to pick up Hort as well before the game starts to run away too far from them. 3-1 scoreline. We've seen more drastic scorelines turned around before, but especially when you're considering yourself trying to keep the game comfortable, it's a best of 3. You don't really want to be throwing the first game too far out of whack to let that mental be coming into question.
So far, so good for Aspect, but yeah, you're right. You don't want to see Generation, all of a sudden turn around and have a 5-3 half or something crazy. So Aspect just needs to continue what they're doing here well. We talk about those basic fundamentals, the crosshair placements, getting the trades has been on point, and reiterates there in the kill feed as Corium does find Frosted to open things up. PvPer at that donut has taken some big early damage here as well. And now we see this fight for VIP. Right now, Aspect's been able to kind of control VIP.
That nade's going to go off in the face of Corium as he manages to tuck just inside the door frame. He gets himself out of the way well enough in time to re-swing out for 2. Roach is going to pick one up on the backside as shots from Roach towards that position in Rat and IFP is playing with his food. Teammate swings in on the backside and Roach is just not able to get the job done.
Corium is at 10-1. I don't even know how that slipped by in all these crazy moments here. I mean, everybody's finding some good kills for Aspect, but 10-1 through 5 rounds is pretty nutty on its own right. Generation having some struggles that Aspect had yesterday on Skybridge, but I think the fact that we see Aspect only drop around and then answer back with that quick response there shows that they're hungry for this dub here today. They've come to play.
Yeah, I think slip away is the right word for it. Booperino with a great opening grenade towards KFC. He's going to pick one up, and there's Corey to back him up with a pick with the gun too. This is one of the things that the Aspect ratio will have in their favor, is when all of these members are firing on all cylinders and working together as a team, they might fly sky high and kill multiple members of their own crew, it seems. An accidental bit of over-aggression inside of VIP is going to drop 2. Roach picks up Boof from the trade on the back end of it. Head Eyes is left alive with Tom to try and navigate the storm, which was kind of caused by a little bit of overzealous action.
PvPer in a 1v2, and unfortunately, is not showing an earned kill on the board yet. Sitting with that donut, it's going to continue because Head Eyes will find a headshot at Aspect. 5-1 on Skybridge.
Very strong performance, and they actually took out 2 of their own teammates there, so a close to flawless round if you were to take out the blue on blue action from the Aspect lineup. It is a 5-1 scoreline, and I mean, blink and you'll miss it. Like you said, Corium, one of those players that you absolutely put into the powerhouse category. They'd show up on the day. You're expecting 20 bombs to be dropped, just like that of what we saw from Nova yesterday. Eyes on locked into the big killer, big stepper, and his duo that causes most of the chaos. Boop again looking for brutal success. He's out in the open. Boop for 2, for 3. Boop on the triple kill.
Oh,
making a quad.
My. He's not done, Cracked. He's not done. He's looking for the ace. Can he find it? Over his Tom. Maybe looking to steal it away. The pressure in toward VIP. Tom tries to pull off. Maybe he's trying to allow his team to get it, but Corium will snatch it from the grasp of Booperino. A quadra nonetheless, and a phenomenal round for them.
Yeah, I think it looked like a lot of the team members there from Aspect were very much trying to bait that final member into playing shots at them so Boop could come in for the clean free ace, but you saw Generation not wanting to let that one go for free either. The member inside of VIP just ignores and disrespects everybody other than Boop as he pushes in, as he does not want to give him the full 5-piece. So you can see how tight it's going to be between these two teams. The scoreline might not say it, but Generation are not going to give Aspect anything for free in this.
What just happened there at the beginning of the round? I swear I saw Boop just kill Corium the beginning of the round. Boop. He's not done. And nobody's safe, he said. Germ, the next to fall as well. IFP will find PvP here. Head Eyes will find Center. Everybody getting a piece of the pie. Over as Tom finds Roach. The flank comes in. Frosted will deal with it.
Just one left inside of VIP. It is Frosted in a 1v3 with bomb down and gap. He's going to swing out into an IFP that's waiting for him, and Aspect's going to take it to 7. Not sure, honestly. Not sure what happened at the beginning of that round, and they're not going to care. Another point on the board.
I think he did that so he could catch him in kills that round. He's now up to 12, just behind Corium. And we're switching sides at 7-1. Where was this yesterday? Aspect night and day at the moment.
If you're an Aspect fan, you sat in the chat wondering, where was this yesterday? 12-4, Boop. 12-3, Corey. An inspiring start from Oberstorm. It's been quiet since at 5-3, but those first couple of rounds might just have been what they needed to get the engine going. Maybe you call him the clutch, you put Oberstorm to the ground, and the rest of the team just explodes.
I'm gonna open up. Oh, Center does avoid that one. Fracture and a light bleed, but nothing to really worry about at the moment. Flash comes in a bit short here as well from Aspect on their first attacking round. We'll see a subtle shift from Generation. They've got 2 toward the B side, but it looks like one's going to rotate the other way as we hear that device being planted now, and still 9 members on the battlefield.
For now is the right words, though, for the time being, as those 9 members are getting reduced down to 8 and 7 rather quickly. Generation now on the defending side, enjoying a little bit of luxury as they pick up a couple of consecutive kills. Head Eyes is going to immediately remove any thoughts of favor as a triple kill. Heads will roll and Eyes will fill the kill feed. Aspect are not done. They are not ready to let this one turn back on its head. And Generation, they are left looking at their hands, shaking their heads, wondering what is going on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of wondering what is going on, to be honest. Generation, it's a little bit of a struggle. They thought, hey, Aspect had a tough time on Skybridge. Let's go to Skybridge. And, well, I think maybe they're regretting that decision now, and you wonder if maybe it's not one of their best maps either. They just thought that Aspect had such a tough time that it was something that they could take advantage of, and it appears that that is not the case here, correct?
Absolutely does. Aspects need to make sure that this performance is not a one-map performance too, though. 8-1, looking to close this one out in quick time. Needs to be a consistent, consecutive performance across 2 maps minimum if they're going to continue. Generation will get a second shot at this best of 3 regardless on map 2. Gem with the anti-plant grenade's going to go up over the top. That plant to the left-hand side of default's going to keep him safe. IFP finds PvP here as the smokes go out for retake.
A lot of shots being exchanged here. No bodies falling yet. Now we'll see one of the kill feed is Booperino taken out by Frosted. Over Tom, reels it back. Head Eyes finds Germ as well. And now it's blue in full effect. IFT has found Center, and Frosted about to be turned to flakes here as he's the last standing member against these 3 members of Aspect who find themselves looking to close it out 9-1.
9-1 is correct. Frosted's going to find himself feeling a little bit melted after that one. Corium with 12 kills, 8 headshots is an astonishing performance and a turnaround from yesterday. Matched performances out of Corium and Boop. 12-3, 12-6 take AP to a 9-1 victory on Skybridge in first. Lovely little segue from our partners in Aorus and AMD Radeon, helping us to bring the amazing production that is Hunt Premier Pinnacle Season 2 for the NA region to you guys. There in the chat, we've concluded the first map of our second series in the best of 3, where we have found a little bit of a change of pace, or I think Aspect really did do some homework overnight, and it looks like they have come to today ready to battle for their spot. It's about time. It is about darn time. And on a 9-1 performance, doesn't quite make up for yesterday's mishaps. They've still got another map to put in the bag before they can consider themselves a job redone. Generation, on the other hand, I mean, someone's going to have to give them some generational advice between map 1 and map 2 if they're going to come back from a map like that.
I feel like I didn't even watch a game right there. I felt like we just watched highlights. I mean, it was on and then it was over. Aspect, you talk about a turnaround from yesterday. You could not have asked for a better performance from them. And as tough as yesterday was, it's all in the past. And what matters is today in this lower bracket run. And, well, they have showed up and showed out. This is a fun, exciting team to watch when they're playing like this. But as you said, job's not done. Okay, they got to get through 3. Bay 5 up next. It is their map pick, though, and they're certainly looking strong here. So we'll take a quick look back at these highlights. They'll probably play through about as quick as the game was because almost every single round was a highlight.
The job very much was not done by Generation as we go into this one. Oh, man. I'm going to need to get myself a bottle of water to drip over myself so that I can get as drippy as the lines that Hort's been dropping today. The man's been on fire with it. Frosted swinging out wide is not going to find himself in good for the matchup. That is the left hand versus right hand that Corium is winning. But this is one of the points that a lot of people like to make. When these players are on fire, they just cannot lose. And this is something you'll see about the Util. A lot of it much more successful today than it was yesterday. Boop basically has everybody pile up in front of him like a snack sandwich.
That made me sick. Boop was getting nasty with it, as was Corium. You see they're both sitting at 12 kills at this point. Over is Tom. I mean, the rest of the crew, where they were fighting their own teammates just to get kills, and they were popping up when they got opportunities. Head eyes with 3 of them right there. We'll see one more concluding this round. IFP. And Frosted doing all he could to fight through this one, but it was just not enough. Aspect 9-1, a complete beatdown in this one. Generation needs to bounce back on Bay 5. You know, hey, they took our map away from us. We can take their map away from them, but they need a good early start because I am not convinced that that is going to happen with the way that Aspect is playing.
I mean, Aspect need a good early start too. I agree with you 100%. The evidence that's been given before us says Aspect are way more likely to turn up in this one than Generation, because map 1 was a destruction, a devastation. It was not really fit for an under 12 viewing purpose, as those scenes were a little grotesque, I'm gonna be honest with you. 3s, 4s. The thing for me that was really devastating there for Generation is how many times somebody just went 1, 2, 3 of their own kills back to back, not requiring team play, not really even needing crossfire angles. It kind of felt like Generation were just a bunch of headless chickens let out of the coop to be shot by what was left of Aspect's hopes and dreams from yesterday. It really didn't feel like it required too much other than, you know, an organized shooting party to put them down, unfortunately. I mean, no disrespect to the Generation squad. They did good yesterday. They did an amazing performance. After a 13-11 match versus Steez, it's almost like whatever was affecting Aspect yesterday has now shifted through the winds into the Covenant camp. Generation camp, even, my brain.
That was an insane performance from Aspect, really. And again, refreshing to see, especially after that tough day, because typically 2 things happen, right? You get in your own head and you have an equally as bad day, if not worse, or you do exactly what we saw there. You reignite that fire beneath your team, and you see him explode. I mean, you talk about how many triple kills we saw in that one. We saw the nasty one from Boot, but that one from Head Eyes, headshot to headshot to headshot, great transitionings between sprays, just everything. You know, when it's like when you wake up and you just can't miss, no matter how hard you try, everything is clicking for you. That seems to be the case for Aspect right now. It couldn't come at a better time for them as well, but it is a best of 3. And so much like, you know, we talk about, was that game of fluke yesterday, was this game of fluke as well? And I think we're going to get to see that here in Bay 5.
Yeah, you think you've hit the nail on the head with that one there. This is going to be the decider for us in our minds. Is it a bit of Felix Felicis, or is it a bit of feeling just a little bit lucky? Are we feeling like we're flexing on people and folding people like envelopes ready for Christmas? Well, Aspect are going to show us what they've got for the third occasion. We saw literally every end of the spectrum so far. We've had 0 aspect 404 error team not found, and we have had 150% aspect error other team not found, where they have both been slammed and slammed in equivalent ways. Now do we get to see the middle ground? Is this where we start to find that consistency wave? Because I feel like it would be crazy to expect an exactly similar performance from them again. I won't be surprised to see Boop continue his streak of success. I won't be surprised to see Corey and Boop working well off of each other together. I won't be surprised to see Head Eyes being enabled by his team, or Tom doing some great work. What I would be surprised to see is Generation go down that easily.
Yeah, that was 9-1 is absolutely crazy, and so I want to see Generation be able to bounce back here. We saw how well they could play yesterday. But now, again, backs against the wall type situation here on Bay 5. They've got to win this one for an opportunity just to stay alive and see bowl. Durham will find an opening pick here, though, and already a better start on Bay 5. Head Eyes does answer back, so it is a 4v4 here early in round 1.
Cinder's going to be the first one to pick up a kill that registers onto the board after the chaos has settled. Initial cause and effect. Now looking to try and trade some back. Corium does. Device now being planted on site. Roach is in proximity, but he's actually decided against going for the counter plan. He's going to try and play for retake. His teammates come in. A smart choice to see so far, unless Head Eyes is going to be given a chance to pick one. Corey backs him up from the side of Con. Roach for 1, Roach for 2. This is the Roach we saw yesterday that made it look good for Generation.
Job's not done, though, and you gotta get through IFP. AP pulls back another round to open it up here on Bay 5, but already we do see Generation looking better here on Bay 5, but it's important to get round wins. They only got 1 on the previous map, so still needing to find that start on Bay 5, but I would say definitely looking a little bit better here early.
It's a good start. We're not going to keep burning the record of the job's not done yet, though, as much as we might end up laughing about it a couple of times. Ellie Util out of spawn doesn't find any results. IFP and Corey looking to try and maybe set up a little bit of boost play towards Hell, over towards the com boxes. Here we go. Enemy spotted. Frosted back on. Info gathered by Aspect. Here comes the flood and the push. Boop, look to try and secure green. Overstorm going to cover him off as he gets in to make sure that the push doesn't come back through from Germ. Shots from Booperino as Frosted goes down. Con secure.
Germ's going to creep forward here. He hears that audio cue, but IFP is all pedal to the metal. PvP are a nasty second one as well. IFP goes down, and PvP are trying to fight back here. Jin now on a 3v3. Jump shot from PvP. Not good. Booperino able to find the pick here to regain that player advantage. Aspect trying to go up by 2.
Roach is here again. Again, he plays his patience. This time, Head Eyes is going to dip down for the crouch peak. Good adjustment out of Aspect as that predictability just gets changed ever so slightly just to keep it on the edge and keep Roach guessing. Roach plays the same. Head Eyes adjusts. Aspect nail another round. Generation have woken up a bit. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, I mean, they're playing well, right? We're seeing them play better. These rounds are much closer, but as Aspect begins to pad these rounds on, you just start to worry a little bit because of what I think we just saw.
Much slower pace from both teams out of spawn. That nade over the top through the roof from Head Eyes is, again, perfection. Preparation put in, a bit more util usage like we spoke of, but we're asking for some more from both of these teams now. Booperino with a pick into back alley as the storm comes through onto Spy. PvP almost manages to get himself the second again. IFP shuts him down. Frosted for good shots as Tom goes. Action's not going to stop as Roach is holding Corium hostage in the back of alley.
Really cute. The play going down. Frosted will try to step forward. Roach jump shot over and through the smoke. Corium remaining patient here as it begins to dissipate. There's the jump shot. IFP has found Frosted on the other side, though. Now, in a 1v3, Corium will take care of back alley. Aspect will have had round after round after round. And look at the kills across the board. I mean, everybody fairly equal through these first 3 rounds. And Aspect just doing an all-around great job today.
You asked for it. We asked for it. The fans in the chat were asking for it. Where was Aspect yesterday? It's gone. With this match absolutely slammed into the book with a 2-0 result in the best of 3 and continuing on in the tournament, they're going to absolutely shut the door on all of those doubts. And the questions asked. Yes, there's probably a bit of odd review to have been done from yesterday's gameplay, but from today's gameplay, you can see that they have adjusted. That nade over the top onto IFP's toes is going to catch him, tripping on the way on into sight.
Ooh. Nasty snap from center. It'll be dealt with by Corium here toward back alley, though, as he vies for positioning. Roach from off the side here looks to hold it down, and again, they'll dance around that device. Lingering around mid, though. Haven't seen many rotations from AP yet. I feel like they haven't really been forced to, but maybe something they'll consider here in this round. There's good positioning toward mid, though, from Frosted.
Still a relatively similar line of scrimmage. The B site has been respected by both teams, actually. The bottom mid player from Aspect, just in case that B site push from Green comes down. Tom's actually been tasked with the job of trying to find something here. A little bit of playmaking in the hands of the IGL now. Corium's getting one in the background instead. It's Aspect making the move. Tom's going to sneak. He does spot the elbow as he tries to tuck in. Gets up and ready for the fight from Gap. Good adjustment and good reactions from Tom.
Will get eventually taken out here by Roach, but good to see Tom get that kill on the board. Get things rolling for them again as the whole team continues to pop off here now on Bay 5. Roach finds himself in a similar scenario here again, 1v2. A little bit more manageable of a clutch, but with every second dwindling away, and now Corium and them trying to peek together here. They'll continue to buy up some incredibly valuable time. Head Eyes finds Roach on the crossover, and Aspect will continue their reign of terror.
If you were unfamiliar with the setting inside of the vehicle cruise control, I would like you to feast your eyes on Aspect right now and just consider that this is called a steady cruised pace. They are having a time with it here in match 2, in their best of 3. It's such a drastic change up in pace from what they showed yesterday that it would be catching any team off guard. Yesterday they were slower than a mouse. Today they are running at a hair's pace towards each of their intended objectives.
Right here at mid, Corium tries to pressure in. We'll get help from PvP here, though. There's Ober's Tom. He finds the trade in one more. Frosted will go down as well. The numbers regained here for Aspect. They've got control of mid. Get one towards Sandwich here as IFP has found Roach in the background. Centers Germ. Last 2, no, it's just Germ now. And Aspect continues to steamroll their way forward.
Yeah, they're not considering the bomb at all right now, Aspect. They are just slamming aggressive gunfights into the Generation squad as they just feel they are just better. We saw 2 members of Aspect push all the way up to the defending side of mid, finish the push, and then turn around and come back down to the bottom side of mid to catch the rotation off the A side. And they're just playing with the field as a playground right now. Generation really need to stick a couple of rounds together and start stopping this pace, or a snowball effect is going to be an understatement for a comparison to the scoreline on both of these matches in this series.
Yeah, Generation just, I'd love to see him just start with that one round and look to build off the back of it. 5-0 here. Aspect running away with it early, and that's where it gets real dangerous from some of these squads, mentally, physically, all of it. Center, this fight toward back alley going to be a tough one here. It is a 2v1, and from the side, Booperino continues to pick him up. Roach does answer back one here. Germ will try to find it through the smoke, but it's PvP that drops the device down here towards site.
They'll tuck and duck as the 2-man hole towards the alley is trying to keep some solidarity over where the bomb has been dropped. Generation in a much better place here now versus the attacking side. The problem they've got is 3 of the big fraggers from the Aspect lineup stand in face-off, and PvP have been one of the better fighters for the Generation squad so far. Gets himself 2. before Germ gets taken out. IFP left alive, and Generation might be that much closer to that all-important breadstick.
One more to get through IFP. Not a ton of health as well, and it'll get a little bit lower. PvPer needs to pop the reload. 40 seconds on the clock for IFP to work with. We'll see if he reaches into the pockets of a teammate here, or maybe just opts to scoop up the device. I think he is going to try to cheat out. He's expended a lot of rounds in these mags, but we'll get caught off guard. A Generation will get that all-important round on the board.
Yeah, nobody's going to be allowed to cheat out of there for free. Good kills. PvPer picks himself up a 4-piece to have to get that one over the line. It does feel a little bit like PvPer, the one that's trying to just reignite something from this Generation squad, is trying to reach a little bit deeper and pull it back together. Now that they've got one in the bag, you start to take a little bit of a step back. You breathe a sigh of relief, and you realize that it's not that difficult a task. Just need to take it round by round, pick up one at a time. For every round you drop, come back twice as strong in the next one.
Low and steady here from Head Eyes. The Generation just being patient here. They got some control toward back alley. One on the site. 3 stacked toward B this time, though, as Over's Tom will exchange shots at mid, but is Roach with a little damage here.
Three versus 3 over towards this B site. The strong side for the defending team is now starting to feel like a weak side as the 4th member makes their way up mid for free. One drastic gap and hole, it seems like, in the Generation approach to defending this map is how much mid control Aspect have been given without any challenge whatsoever. PvP is the first to be taken out, as that walk up just allows them full T control across red. Into sight, Aspect are already in all the nooks and crannies of Holden corners, and it feels like Generation are on the attacking side as they're trying to retake their own site.
Oof is just playing right now. You got Corium on the other side, and they are dropping bodies in bunches. Aspect now up to 6 as well. I believe it was a 7-to-1.5 in our first one as well, and oh, they're knocking at the door one more time.
7-1/2 again will be devastating. Generation going to feel extremely hard done by after the performance they put in yesterday versus Steez. I mean, how do you go from a 13-11 versus Steez to this? Couple of nods back and forth as Aspect not too worried about the situation right now, looking to set up that boost out of heaven. See Corey on top of boost. Almost finds the shots. Thankfully, Generation is aware and ready for it. They put shots back up across to get them to rotate away.
Tom on the creep once more. Generation, they're comfortable. It's been a 2-3 split for them nearly every time, favoring that B side a bit. We do see Aspect cheating that way. The device now back through spawn as IFP has found PvP here. That's going to open up mid control a bit here as well. And it's going to make this pressure on the site a bit easier as Roach finds Boop, though, and the Juggernaut shut down. Tom from up top finding Germ. Can't get a second one here, though, but now beginning to fight for some control. They could potentially shift back toward the A site here, where I believe it's Sinner who's all alone.
3v4 and total mid control. Again, Aspect are going to make the decision to go towards the A site. Sinner is tucked in safe for one. Tom goes down, but Head Eyes is there to trade off. Full side control acquired. Aspect 3 versus 2 post plant to hold the retake. Roach, Frosted here together. Shots off the plat to help dissuade some of that quick sprint pace. IFP going to look to try and wrap all the way around back towards his side of spawn to reinforce site. 38 on the clock.
Looked like IFP was going to rotate around for the flank, but he opts to go right back to site here. Now he challenges Roach. He finds one and gets frosted as well. Aspect has completely turned it around on a dime from yesterday to today, and now it's 2 7-1/2. If they could close this one out in another 9-1 fashion, that would also be insane. 18-2 in a series. An Aspect looking like that Aspect squad that we're used to seeing, looking like that team that placed second in last season's Hunt Pinnacle NA. So fighting from the lower bracket this time, but a much stronger day two for them.
Yeah, somebody must have given them the all-important, amazingly crucial advice last night of turning the monitor on before coming to the gameplay, which seems to have made the difference from invisible models and not being able to hit people to two immaculate games. Aspect looked to have made the most insane turnaround that we've seen in a long time in competitive play. Not really thrilled for the performance at a 7-1 scoreline. They're going to start off the second half on the defending side with a lot of noise towards the B side. Smoke out towards that forklift push as PvP is going to beat that smoke blooming. Getting in on sight. Shots down into IFP. Do not connect. IFP good for 2. Dance moves are just so sick and slick. He's going to be here for the 3rd. It's not going to be like that as Generation flip it on its head with 4 quick kills back to back to back to back.
Back to back to back to backs, he said, as there's 3 standing tall for Generation. Trying to fight back here on the attacking side. They'll find Head Eyes as well, and they'll get that footing here as they look to trudge through the trenches here. It's going to be a tough battle back. It's a tall ask, but they're certainly up for the task here. Generations, they found that footing that we asked for, but they've got to put multiple rounds on the board in a row. And that's, I don't know, it's a tough ask, I think, because Aspect has been playing so insanely well. We saw Corium and Buperino with standout performances. IFP's already into double-digit kills here in this one, and they look mean.
Yeah, and tough explosive pushes like that only work to a maximum of 3 times. You can slam B, slam A, and slam mid only as much as you can until people start to recognize what's going on. Here's the nade in prep because they realize it's going to come from the other side. This time PvP here is in again, ahead of the pace and tempo. Boot goes down, as does Tom. Roach in with the heat. Roach in with 2 times the heat he's been hoping for from the previous round as his P90 claims him a double kill. Now, Corium and Head Eyes last 2 left alive as Head Eyes is feeling like he's been segregated off site. That territory that was once his now no longer belongs.
Head trying to find this engagement toward back alley. It's Corium to step in and get frosted here, though. And he'll find one more on the Germ. They're starting to pick them apart here from a 5v2. Now just 3 standing as they shift on towards site. Corium, the pre-fire, doesn't connect. Spots 1! They combine for 2! And Sinner, the last left alive from Sinner to Cinema. Head Eyes clutches it up. It's a 2v5 turnaround from Aspect. You want to talk about ratioed.
Yeah, Aspect have got Corium, but it feels like Generations are going to need a bit of copium after finishing this game. This is becoming a tough one. Eight to 2. Devastation. Generation looking for anything to try and help them fight against the light right now, as that light is slowly fading away. The lifeless fingertips, the twitching on the ground. Might even take them a generation to recover from this kind of a beating.
Yeah, unfortunately, if you're a Generation fan, I'd say go ahead and start that bus and let it warm up, because it appears that they are going to be driving that long road home here. Aspect, they couldn't ask for a better layout here to close this series out from 9-1, now sitting at 8-2. Everything seems to be on their side at the moment, but Germ and crew will try to make this final stand. They find a good early pick, but you got to wonder how that mental is as well. The deficit here, and then that crazy clutch is over as Tom will find the entry on the site.
Find even people in the chat amazed at the performance being put in by Aspect right now. 1-for-1 as Overstorm, Aspect, IFP and Roach together come into the kill feed, but it's IFP, Head Eyes and Corium that combine for the final 3. Aspect take a 9-2 victory on Bay 5 and a 2-0 victory in the series. A 13 kill, 5 death performance and 3 MVPs from your most valuable player in IFP. 13 kills, 8 headshots to go with it as well, Hawk. A phenomenal performance. 9-2, 2-0 Aspect. That's it. Simple, single, clap. Maybe actually 2 claps, because clap twice was how Generation is going to feel after they've walked away from this one. A fair played and a well played game to Aspect for when we will pull a team down and criticize them for where they do not show up. They also deserve all of the glory when they absolutely do. A dismal performance yesterday became a dance with dicing up the opponent today, as it felt like they were the master chef in the kitchen for the one doing all of the destruction. A phenomenal performance out of Aspect for a 2-0 victory here, and exactly what they needed to pull out to be able to convince people that this was one of the teams, remember, considered seeded top 4 before we came into this tournament.
Yeah, not only to pull out the dub, they need to pull out the Thug Life glasses, because Aspect is sitting there looking mighty dang cool after that one. We're talking about a total of 18-3 in the series. Only 3 rounds given up in those 2 games. Aspect is back, baby. Woo!
Yeah, and unlike my hairline, it wasn't even a close shave. It wasn't even close. It really wasn't even close. It was an absolute slaughter out there. And saying slaughter, although he might not be part of either of the 2 teams, he certainly will have enjoyed that one, I'm sure, watching from the sidelines too, as their team has to face up later on in this tournament as well. But here we are back in the happy hours of the highlights, folks. Feast your eyes over the destruction. Generation absolutely annihilated from an Aspect performance that was long awaited, given the potential for this team.
Oh, Generation did not deserve that. They've got families, people. They've got families. Aspect was just mean and fresh on the scene today. They looked mighty clean. Oberus, Tom, the whole crew, IFP, Boop, Corium. It didn't matter. From Skybridge to Bay 5, they didn't skip a beat. And man, did they look very good here. It couldn't come at a better time for them. This lower bracket run, as they look to kind of rewrite history themselves. We're talking about a team that placed second last season. Early struggles this season. They bounced back stronger than ever in day 2, and one of what could be possibly their best performances that we've seen on screen. So a great job by them. This highlights reel is just an Aspect highlights reel in my mind.
Yeah, I was going to say it's doesn't necessarily feel like a highlights reel, more than a showcase. It went from a series to a showcase very quickly, an Aspect highlight showcase. Oh man, you see how unfortunate Germ could have got there with the crosshair placement, the frame of that red dot sight actually hiding Boop's model until he adjusts some good shots to be able to close it out. But then we immediately go back to a flood of red in the kill feed, and that really was the telling of the tides. Aspect member got 1 kill, and then the rest of the Aspect members got the rest of the kills in whichever way you wanted to assault them, whether it was a 4-piece from Boop, a 4-piece from Corey, 2s, 3s, back to 4s, it didn't matter. They were dead. If you stepped in front of an Aspect gun inside of these first 2 maps, you died. Simple as that. A good game, a good series, and a 2-0 success from Aspect will have them pitched up to go against Steez. Now, bearing in mind, Generation had an 11-13 game against Steez that was very close. It completely begs the same question as we had going into this one. Which Aspect turns up on the day? If we get day 1 Aspect, they're not going to turn up. If we get day 2 Aspect, then Steez better be quivering in their solid steel Spartan caps, because this Aspect is not one you want to be messing with.
Well, 2 insane series done and dusted. We've got one more, and it is going to be Syndicate versus New Dawn. This next one, a rematch for revenge, and it couldn't ask for a better way to end the day here. We still got another exciting weekend to go, but we've got one more break in front of you as well. We've got to stretch those legs one more time, but I can assure you, you do not want to miss this next one. So don't go too far. We've got the conclusion of day 2 when we return.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. We are at our penultimate series, the final series for the day. We've got 3 more matches. Well, hopefully 3 more maps. I'm saying hopefully 3 more maps because I have had a chance to glaze over the choices of maps that we're going to get to see and deliver to you guys very shortly. And I'm a happy person. All right, if any of you have been around for a little bit and you've been around the competitive arena scene for any of my casting, then you might know what I'm teasing. But we'll get to that one shortly. Firstly, we have to say a massive thank you to our support that we've had from our partners. The partnership from Hunt Premier and Battlestate Games has been trying to bless you guys in the chat through many different ways, from action on screen, giveaways, great bits of entertainment through the socials, and even just organizing events for you guys to participate in. Well, we wouldn't be able to do all that amazing work without the support of the partners in Aorus and AMD Radeon. So again, a thank you and a shout out to Aorus and AMD Radeon for helping us out. They've been here since summer and are going to be with us all the way through till the end of 2025, bringing in 2026. So yeah, 07, thank you, Aorus and AMD Radeon.
Absolutely. And we appreciate everybody hanging out with us in chat. Obviously, it's always great to see you guys keeping it hype and fun with us in chat. But we're ready for our head-to-head for our final best of 3 on the day. Syndicate, Yuki's Europe, Kevin, Tizzy, and Nuke. They have looked very good here today as well. They're going to be taking on New Dawn, Slaughter, Pug, Guy, Steezy, Rosin. This one, I think, is going to be probably the closest one yet of the day, Crack.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you weren't wrong in the slight mispronunciation of what you said. I think you're maybe just amalgamating 2 lines of very, very wise thought process into one. This is the best of the 3 matches I think we have to deliver to the folks at home today. We weren't sure whether we were going to be delivered a Syndicate New Dawn rematch and a revenge round for Syndicate until they finished their first best of 3 series, which they did a good job in. So here they have a second chance to try and take down New Dawn, but this time they have to do it across a series rather than in that best of 1 volatile environment. Do I believe they have the potential? Absolutely. They have shown gameplay through everything we have seen from them so far that gives us reason to believe they could do it. New Dawn, however, are not a team to be brushed off lightly. This is not a case of will they turn up on the day, or are these players talented, or are these players able to play as 5? They have proven that time and time again before, that isn't going to be a question. It's whether they, as a group of 5, are going to be able to outplay what is put on the table in front of them or not.
Well, why don't we take a look at where we're headed, because the last time they met on Skybridge, it was 11-9 favoring New Dawn, but we're going to see New Dawn banning Bay 5. Syndicate said, hey, we lost on Skybridge. Let's get that out of here. So it looks like we're going to be starting with Fort, Crack.
Never going to be disappointed with the Fort map to start with. Rolling on from Fort, we'll find ourselves in Bowl. Syndicate selection for the second, and then that leaves us down to our decider, Hort. And you know me, I'll be happy for a 3rd map regardless of the reasoning, just for the cinema alone. But when cinema is considered, we might see a Syndicate and a New Dawn clash to decide the best of 3 on a 1-map decider on that Iceberg territory. Whether we get there or not has been the most difficult part of that concept for the entirety of Pinnacle Season 2 so far, though. Not a single series set for a best of 3 has found its way to that 3rd map. New Dawn and Syndicate here both will be looking to try and keep that trend running, and neither of them will be wanting to find themselves for the decider, looking for a 2-0 sweep in the series. We, however, in the casting booth, will always be down for more entertainment. So, and leave it up to the teams to decide whether we get that 3rd and final map. Fort first, New Dawn, following the flow of play, going to look to be aggressive and try and take the battle to Syndicate. With it being a New Dawn map pick, that means that I would expect Syndicate have been given the choice for attacking or defending first. And with that being on the table, they would probably select to defend first on a New Dawn map pick. So I think Syndicate, defending side, New Dawn on the attack, and looking to see whether they can really punish in map 1.
Yeah, I think it's been the day of who can come out swinging early and kind of ride that wave so far. I think that's what we've seen. But I'm hoping for some Iceberg here today. We haven't had a best of 3 yet. We've had a couple pretty decisive wins. That last one, kind of a big blowout there. So Syndicate, though, they got a game or 2 under their belt already today. Does that affect them? You know, we talk about dexterity of teams, but I felt like those weren't necessarily really long games. They were able to close that series out in 2-0 as well. So you feel like they have to be probably pretty warmed up and ready But New Dawn, they haven't played yet today. Is that something that potentially could affect them as well?
This has a lot of talking points in this matchup. Obviously, remember that the last time that New Dawn placed outside the top 4 was February. Now, this is a chance for New Dawn to try and just reiterate a little bit of that solidarity that they've proven to us before, that they are considered one of the top 4 teams. Remember, 2 of New Dawn's ex-teammates are in this Syndicate lineup, okay? So for New Dawn, there's a little bit of that back and forth rivalry between some of the individual members as well. There's a potential for the mental gameplay to be fed into this, where maybe a couple of people are going to get slightly tunneled in on ones that you kind of need them to sort of be able to forget about whilst the overlapping picture of the game comes into context. It's going to be a fiercely fought battle. There's going to be a lot of tension on both sides. I think a lot of things are being decided from this in here, and I wouldn't be surprised if the chat wasn't split directly half and half in the prediction for this one, because there's good arguments for both teams. New Dawn have looked exceptional. Syndicate have looked fresh. Which one's going to be better? Is it the old dog teaching the new guys old tricks? Or have we got a new flavor in town?
Made just a bit late here as Yuki's will find Rosin Syndicate up with an early pick here as they got pressure toward the A site, and New Dawn will slow down. Seems like a lot of these teams really pump the brakes when they lose a member here, so New Dawn going to have to figure out how they want to attack the situation.
Kevin's deciding he's going to take a moment to chill out. A little concrete cuddle for him as his elbows and knees rest on the floor. Steezy going to find himself strafing into a beautiful kill, as not Mr. Kevin is not able to find the bullets he's looking for. Europe trades one back, but it's a little bit of a letdown from Kevin on that angle.
Sometimes you take a little bit of a gamble early on. It doesn't pay off. We'll see if he makes adjustments going forward here on the A site. Pug trying to shift around that flash. Sure if it found the mark there. Looked a bit behind as we see Guy Aiden looking for a little bit of mid control here as well. That device has been scooped up. We'll see a bit of a rotation away, or maybe just smoke and mirrors, maybe trying to create some of those audio cues. But Sin has the numbers. They don't have to take the bait, and they can just kind of hang out and wait.
Did a little bit of reading last night whilst we have a quiet period in the round into the definition of the word syndicate. Now, often used sometimes for organised crime or bits and bobs like that, but syndicate in generic simply describes a force with a combined goal. And this combined goal is removing everybody left on site, as each of the members that flow through from New Dawn with the timer ticking down get deleted by some great footsteps out of Europe working off a big box. A 3-piece is going to knock them over. I just want to ask Syndicate what their goal is. There's all 5 members of this team right now are working towards the success of the round. That's a good full house across Yuki's and Europe. My brain is hurting for the scoreboard. I don't know why I can't read numbers today.
Well, it's been a lot of long weekends, holidays coming up. Syndicate up by 1, though, looking for a bit of an early Christmas present themselves as they're trying to keep this lower bracket dream alive. And again, New Dawn, at least on the attacking side there in round 1, they lost a member. It seemed like they immediately pumped the brakes. And a lot of times on the attacking side, you've got the numbers advantage on a site, whether it's 5v3 or 5v2. So sometimes you just want to try to slam it together there. Again, finding those trades at a bare minimum, looking to get that plant down quickly and turn time on your side. Not the case here in round 2, though. Another bit of a slower paced round.
Nuclear tucked up here in Palace is working out towards the right-hand side. We can see top heaven, Guy Aiden holding tough angle tight down towards Beacon. Europe and Cannons with a bit of pre-fire to keep Razin at bay. Tizzy, we can see up in top of Mini. Behind the scenery there. 5v4 line of scrimmage for New Dawn as they are set up towards this B site. Everybody with the Syndicate squad, except from your A anchoring Kevin, well within close proximity to watch the fight. Look for Nuclear, look for Guy Aiden. That middle flank drop down is going to work out exceptionally for New Dawn. They isolate the mid member that would hold that cult conversion and they take him out. Now, 5 members of New Dawn versus 3 on the B side. Turn the strong side into a weak side.
See if they can work with it here. We see him beginning to slowly inch forward here. Up for the ramp Pug. Free fire toward mid that doesn't find a home as well. They're able to get on the site. That device should be planted. Tizzy's found one, though. It's Guy Aiden to go down. Pug will look to hold for his teammate here. They're being a bit cautious to jump over at spots one. The hip fire is good from Pug.
Plenty of videos you see on YouTube of shorts and clips of people saying, why you don't hip fire enough in Tarkov, Pug. Looking to try and make that mentality ring true. It's just the extra time you remove off of having to get down into scope to be able to land the shots. If you are good with your hip fire crosshair placement, that much more faster tap. Slaughter does go down, trying to take out two of the members challenging. Sin is gonna step in, but only into the line of sight of Razin. Oh, Pug's there for the flag as well. Okay, okay. Oh, okay.
Well, New Dawn does answer back. Pug finds a nasty triple, up to 4-1 here as well. So it's good to see that they can find a relatively quick response here on Fort. And again, the last time we saw these two teams meet was on Skybridge. So there'll be none of that today. Maybe something that Syndicate was looking to avoid, as they did lose that one in OT. But we see a lot of this early back and forth, this tug of war. We might be blessed with some more OT.
Yeah, and the only time you'll ever make reference to a player being a dog that it's going to sound positive, Pug seemed to have catched the scent of the enemy team there as he just walked his way around into the backlines for a three-piece. This is something you want to keep an eye on, folks. Pug, 100% a standout player from New Dawn when he's firing on all cylinders. Expect some exceptional gunplay out of this leading member from New Dawn. Top fragger when it comes to entry, normally being tasked with being a bit of a playmaker to try and stop those stale rounds just slipping away from them. Interesting, this A site comes under this line of scrimmage assault again, where nobody's really peeking for action, Hawk, but the bomb is just nowhere near committed to having to plan. If they want to rotate out the New Dawn from this, they can go whenever they want to. That cult fight, again, is the point of focus. Nuclear has been the target for the first two rounds.
Oh, Guy Aiden finds him. Steezy's going to pick up onto Europe, and those picks might allow them to pressure in. Kevin waiting and wait, though. Does find Steezy. Pug quick to answer it back.
No.
Pug. Do they know?
No way.
Oh, Pug is a thug. My man, the monster. Tizzy last alive in a 4v1. New Dawn looking to take the lead for the first time here on Fort.
You caught me in my tracks, Hot, and then I caught you in your tracks, and you got it straight back as we thought Yuki's was ready to play disaster and spoil it to the plant, but the slight swivel on the back of his heel, and Pug reads it like a book. He is the audio cue, and you don't need to give him any more of an audio cue than that. Pug's going to finish Tizzy off, but Hot, that was so close to being devastating either way.
I like the discipline. I mean, it can be tough to do. We talk about trigger discipline, different things like that. Maybe the steps above basic fundamentals there, and really great trigger discipline. Obviously, it doesn't pay out in his favor this time, but I like the idea. I like where he was going with it. Syndicate will find themselves down a round now and looking to bounce back in round 4.
It's good discipline from both sides, honestly. I think Pug did a great job not to run and jump into that 90 angle after post plant, not to be a bit over enthusiastic. Just make sure that gun's up, that grenade goes off over the head of the New Dawn player there that's going to run underneath that one. That is a vastly fortunate moment for New Dawn. You see minute mistakes, Hawk. That nade just doesn't quite make it over the lip of the scenery in the roof, and it goes off just too high to claim the kill. Minor differences.
Kevin's been posting up here every round so far. I'm wondering if New Dawn has taken a mental note of that. We see Steezy holding that angle by a thread there. And of course, his teammate baiting around that corner, trying to see if he can get some of that pre-fire to come out. There's the peek, just as Steezy looks away as well. You talk about timing.
Yeah, it's the same again, but you've got the battle buddy with Steezy that's keeping on the left-hand side with the pre-fire shots. Now Steezy's going to get given room thanks to that pre-fire to step into that readable position. Not Mr. Kevin that you spoke about, Hawk. Oh, the wisdom comes true. And it flows through you with Yuki's tucked inside of that box. He's going to be the last sight hope for the Syndicate side. He is now out extended there on his own. Pug's going to segregate that kill. And it's all down to the headshot, big box angle, the prone position. Out of Nuclear might not make it. Europe's not even going to get into the fight. He's going to be left out of it immediately. Now comes Nuclear leaning. Vice planted, up he gets, and down he goes, immediately binned off.
Tough for Tizzy, but not for long. He's going to have to try again in the next round. Guy Aiden solidifies that one. New Dawn, a little bit of a stumble in round one, but as we say, they found their stride here. It's been 3 quick ones in a row as they started to pad them back-to-back here now on Fort. Syndicate going to have to find a way to slow them down relatively soon. It'd be tough to believe that we'd see another 7-1 half, even a 6-2 against these two teams, much like we just saw with that Aspect one. But New Dawn's wanting to plead their case here as well.
Yeah, this is something we've not seen out of Syndicate yet. We've got a little bit more of an aggressive walkout through mid, trying to put pressure down in case the rotate the B sites come in. We can see the bomb and the New Dawn squad are still loitering, lurking back towards that shower position and behind lobby. A towards that short position, which Kevin has been playing commonly in previous to this. Now no going off in the face of Kevin as he's moved back to big box. 4-member hold from Syndicate over towards the A site. See Lethal out towards front site, nearly takes out Yuki's as he is also in a similar position as to what they've seen him before.
Very slow start to a lot of these rounds here for New Dawn. Maybe just looking for that early pick. Shots exchanged, a little damage in both directions here as we're on board with Pug and this P90. Already up to 8-1 here is Pug as well. And it just dancing around. We can see that silhouette crouched down in the background, but not able to find him here. Now the jump across spots one. Europe quick to find a headshot. Pug goes down.
It's a crucial shot to hit there from Europe. Don't want to let them get that space taken across them towards 90. So now Syndicate hold the line just a little bit longer. It's only one player down. There's still a lot more work left to do here, but Steezy does not get across for free. He takes some chip damage. The Colt push out of Nuclear covered from Syndicate again stops the rotation. Bomb now trapped in mid. One New Dawn member on the B site, one on A, and they're going to have to fight for their own picks. Steezy does find one into Yuki's. Left back to anchor towards that left side box site position. Tizzy has Gaiden. I leave Steezy and Slaughter. The bomb is coming back to A site. There's no time. Does he even get down on time? No, it's done. It is 100% done. Clock is dead.
That's a tough one there. We talked about it yesterday a little bit, that time management factor and how important that can be. And, you know, it's okay to let that happen maybe once in a game, but any more than once and it becomes a consistent problem, then it's something that you have to check relatively quickly, because if you're not giving yourself that opportunity, it just makes that job for your opponents a little bit easier. We see Syndicate just kind of hang back. They've got one there on site to deny any potential plant, and plenty of members to stay alive for that clock to run down. So good decision-making here from Syndicate as they look to reel it back. They've gotten a step closer in round 5 as we head into round 6, and a chance for them to now tie it up.
This is where we feel New Dawn might step up the pace a little bit. They've played a very, very slow and consolidated round early on their attacking side. I thought they might go with something explosive to try and change the tempo up. I was vastly wrong. Again, we're going for, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
The nade was going to be close, but find the mark. Steezy will go ahead and smoke it off here as well on that peak. We'll see Mr. Kevin changing up that location a bit. Seems like they were on to him a little bit there, so going to swap it up on site. There are 4 for Syndicate over toward this A site. Comfortable again, Nuke. Doesn't matter the map. It seems like Nuke is that anchor and certainly a player you can confide in.
Yeah, they've actually made an adjustment of Syndicate here. Nuclear was playing that Colt rotation and leaving somebody else to play that B anchor. After the Syndicate have done a good job of recognizing Nuclear was being targeted in that Colt position. They've just left Colt open, and instead of playing the long, deep reserved angles, Kevin picks up one as Steezy's trying to cut, looking for the close, predictable position. Slaughter with info is now going to send a couple of nades out that direction. Smoke goes towards headshot box, flash towards back sight. Here comes the walkout. Yuki's tucked. They know exactly where he's holding from. Yuki's is going to find a creature time and try and peek. Slaughter's ready for it. Good shots out of Slaughter. Nails the dome.
Got to tuck in and find the plant here as well through the smoke. Aiden able to find Europe. They'll dance around here. The plant does go down. 45 now on the clock. Numbers favoring New Dawn here as well. There's no shift through mid, even though Pug has an eye on it. You can see on the minimap, Nuke beginning to run around and join Kevin here. But in a 4v2 time, numbers, everything stacked against them at the moment. Syndicate Not an ideal situation to be in, but Kevin, also a clutch factor, combined with Nuke, who can be a devastating force. So open up with one. They find a second as well. Pug got a trade in the meantime, and now on a 2v1, they can look to deny and buy time. They do just that as Slaughter finds the pick. New Dawn will double the lead.
Yeah, it starts and ends with Slaughter. Some good work as he takes out Yuki's and then closes out that final kill there. A good round altogether from New Dawn, sees them back to 2 in the lead. This is going to be a great battle across potentially 3 maps. I find myself very much convinced that this one is going the distance. So far, Syndicate have shown themselves a good starting fight. It wasn't as drastic a back and forth as we saw when these teams first met this tournament, where there was a very wide gap opened up early on. But it certainly is close. Aiden up towards Heaven, immediately Nuclear, looking to try and pre-fire just in case somebody challenges towards Hell.
Dizzy will keep his eye on Heaven here. Nuke cautious of below. Guy Aiden rotating around. Is he aware that Nuki is tucked in this far, though? He is going to find it on the peak. Out just in time. Slightly under the crosshair of Nuke here as well. And again, an opening pick here for New Dawn. It gives them so many more options to work with. They've got decent mid control here as well. And it does look like they do want to pressure the B site this time.
A little bit of a cheeky comment coming in from Scooter Grease saying, I wonder where Yuki's will be next round. Well, if they'd been attacking the A site again, I guess one could wonder maybe the box towards the 90, but different play. I've seen the whole team rotating in to try and defend off on B, but Scooter does make a good point. New Dawn done a good job of being able to play into these positions of predictability and expose the weakness from them.
Europe will go ahead and back off of that engagement. We saw him fighting for that cannon side here. Pug is shifted all the way up mid, though. Great control here as well. Has help from above. Steezy finding Kevin. Pug gonna shift out. And we talk about timing. It really has not worked out the majority of the time for Syndicate, often shifting away just as that player will be pushing out into the crosshair. We'll see a subtle rotation back toward A site because Steezy has all of this space in complete control at the moment.
Big box challenge out from Long is going to actually win out. Europe finds some way to take some of that space back. The device is planted and 4 members left. New Dawn have done themselves a good job of getting the bomb down and getting offside, but Europe being granted a little bit more space than I think New Dawn would like. Guy Aiden almost rips the head off of Tizzy. Pug does find Europe and shut him down eventually. That rotation coming in from Long as well is slowly removing Tizzy's time to try. There he goes.
Well, it was close to start, and a bit of back and forth, but now it seems like New Dawn is beginning to run away with it. 5-2, a strong case for them, and Syndicate, they need this third round, right? We talk about it all the time. 5-3, 6-2, whatever the reason is. It's just so less likely that we see teams overcome that deficit. Now that New Dawn has begun to run away with it on Fort, they could really close out this first half with one more round win. And why not back toward A? It's been working for them almost every single time. This nade over the top, just able to avoid that one as they are able to get out in front of it.
Flash towards the 90 again as Steezy looking to throw this one out towards the angle. Oh, he's back. Yuki's is again anchoring in this A-site position. He's not going to be intimidated away from it. He's happy to be able to dodge the utility. More than confident to try and take the fight with people knowing where he's at. That grenade over towards Headshot is perfect out of Slaughter. Premium prediction and practice put into gameplay.
Well, Yuki's answers back, and Kevin's right there to find Slaughter. Caught after throwing that smoke in animation. The peek from Nuke is good. Steezy goes down, and it was a strong start in round 8 for New Dawn. Syndicate immediately turns it around after that nade kill on the Europe. Pug, Guy Aiden. And Pug does find one here. They can get one more pick before they scoop up that device and begin to work a site. Still a feasible round, even though cards are stacked against them.
Yeah, somehow I feel like a 5-3 half is feeling very doable, other than Pug's professional power of punishment. There goes one. And Guy Aiden now on his shoulder. This two team members from New Dawn are going to be able to give themselves not only bomb access, but space for a full rotation to be Yuki's, the captain of the Syndicate, now left to deal with the problem. 1 versus 2 device down. Pug holding close in con. Does Yuki's get enough space to be able to try and find these fights? Guy Aiden off-site, that makes it difficult now.
Swarm on the jump over. But great decision by Nudon. They scoop up that device. They say, well, Yuki's probably tucked on that A site again, so they run away. Timing's great, but Yuki steps up, finds the first. Pug caught in reload. He didn't keep an eye on the mag, and now our friend has ended up back in the body bag. Syndicate gets around, they shouldn't, and it's off the back of Yuki's.
That's a little bit of juice right there, is that? Shades of the Yukis that dropped the disgusting 2-piece from the last time he was on that B site back in pro play way back when. Those of you that remember, you'll remember the clip because it was disgusting then and it's just as good now. Not quite as clean and quick, but just as equally devastating on the scoreline. That secures the 3rd round, which might just be the difference maker going into the half.
I feel like that is a huge difference maker. I mean, they were staring down the barrel at a 6-2. Yuki's somehow pulls that out. Nudon should not have let that one slip away. And those are the type of rounds that could creep back in and potentially haunt you later down the road. We'll see if Nudon can find a way to nip that in the bud here in these opening rounds on their side of defense. But quick pressure this time. Syndicate appears to be opening up with some B-site push.
Very hard to predict which way this one's going to go. The grenade goes off up into Mini. Yuki's now looking to try and cover the left side of bedroom just in case somebody's sat waiting for the creep up onto the ramp. Razin has support, is no longer going to be there to help him though, as Steezy is left supporting nothing but fresh space and hot air as the body drops in front of him. Nuclear finds Pug. Syndicate find themselves up 2 members in round number 9. The first attacking round of their half by Aiden on site, ready to play spoiler to the devastation. He's got 3 quick kills and he is cooking for his team.
Kevin finds one. Kevin finds a second who is also cooking for his team. Nuke tucked in toward mid. It appears that Slaughter knows he's here, but now that crossfire does go down. Slaughter hears the audio cue, doesn't connect on this initial peak. And now this pressure gets tough. They've got this pincer play should they need it. Syndicate can just play together. And that's exactly what we see. Kevin posted on the other side. Nuke with that peak. They'll solidify around the win. And now they'll get 1 step closer to tying it up.
Bit of smart play at the end there as well. Nuclear, he peeks a little aggressively without support from Kevin the first time out and goes to look for it. The second that he does that, he implies to New Dawn that everybody's going to aggressively swing peak on the first occasion. So Kevin runs up to con, but never actually peaks. He just gives the audio distraction for Nuclear to reswing again, opening the gap for a free kill. Good teamwork out of Syndicate at the end to finish off the round. Brings the scoreline again closer by 1. We are 5-4. Can they tie it up? This is the momentum Syndicate need to ride to be able to start extending this, what was a disadvantage, into an advantage of their own if they're able to tie it up here.
Big round for both teams, really, as New Dawn was enjoying that lead for a little while. This nade over the top. Steezy will dip to the left and avoid the damage here somehow as well. We'll see that utility begin to rain down. Flashes and smokes alike. And with that, Syndicate will slowly inch forward here as well. Caught though, Steezy does find the first.
Steezy is playing the dance of doom over in this corner here. There's 2 grenades been thrown his way. He's gotten away from. Kevin's going to pick up 1 as a response back on the other side of site, but still Steezy is locked in. He's going to be able to pick the right timing. He peeks for the bomb, and it's Tizzy that goes down. A very crucial kill comes out. And now Syndicate need to remove him from this spot to be even able to get good positioning over the bomb. Slaughter's covering off for an aggressive push out from the 90. It's Nuclear that goes down.
Aiden knows he's here, baits out the pre-fire, but Kevin says, I'm waiting no longer. He swings, finds the headshot on the guy. And we'll try to reel the round back. Just 2 standing here. Kevin, Yuki's. Saw Yuki's with that crazy clutch previously. Now we'll have to do it from the attacking side here. And again, numbers not in their favor. They've got just enough time here to rotate to the other site. We'll see Slaughter and crew begin to mirror that with a potential flank here coming in from Steezy.
Yeah, good work from Syndicate. They use both bodies, 1 to bait the pre-fire out so the second can cross so they can try that rotation. They do get onto side. The device is going to be planted. They might even lose 1 to the cross. No, Slaughter went the long way around, the long way around all the way to Donut. Is it going to pay off? They give them the plant for a very confusing positioning rotation. Slaughter has come at this from such an angle that if he plays this slowly, neither of them are going to realize where he's at. Yuki's just tucked on sight in a good position. Barrel peek. Yuki's nose is there. Slaughter hits the shot. Kevin nails one. Kevin for two. Razin closes it off. Kevin almost makes the play to close it out in the 1v3, but it's just too many members to fight off.
Oh, it comes down to the wire yet again, just as many of these rounds have and as many of these games have between these two teams. Talked about that overtime on Skybridge. They'll be fighting for it here now on Ford as well, but New Dawn again back in the driver's seat. That 2-point cushion, a little bit of breathing room as well. It begins to put more of that weight, that pressure on the shoulders of your opponent. Syndicate, they need to come up big here in this round, or they could be staring at some trouble here on Fort. New Dawn, they've done well on both sides, but now on defense looking to get set up once more. It's Nuke, early pick on Pug toward mid.
Big early kills from Syndicate. They've got to keep stealing this advantage back, keep the momentum and the ebb and flow of the gameplay. Steezy tries to make a big play. He gets one, but is immediately closed down. Tizzy saving his team and his life, which is very important with the backpack on his back. 4 versus 3. Syndicate find themselves in a tough spot. They've killed a few members over towards this A side, but you can only ever guess how many more players are going to be overstacked here, especially given contact. Rotation comes in, Razin is close. Slaughter on the door frame, now visible. Tizzy's going to call that out. There's so many men here to deal with this. Now they know where Slaughter is. He's about to get himself suffocated off the site. Tries for a peek. Long angle gets him.
The guy is trying to push through mid here as well. Maybe help out Razin just a bit. That plant does go down, courtesy of the smokes that make that vision tough here for New Dawn. We'll see more of that utility rain down here. Sin doing a great job of holding on to some of this util late in the round here. 36 seconds, and they still got some pieces to work with. Kevin dancing around here, and it is Nuke to find guy Aiden toward mid. Razin left alone, finds one. But it's just a consolation prize. Tizzy answers back as well as does Syndicate. And now, again, just one away from tying it up. They haven't quite been able to get over that edge here tonight. But as we get late into Fort, they might just have an opportunity now.
Yeah, numbers fortify the fear. Every time Syndicate start off the round with a 1 or a 2 kill advantage, and it just feels like that pressure builds a little bit more on New Dawn as each of the members start to slowly get separated from each other. The one thing I've noticed from New Dawn when the rounds have gone for the favor of Syndicate is they have done a real good job of stretching what's left of the New Dawn lineup so they don't leave it down to clutch potential. The rotations, even when they've been down numbers, have been good to try and pull New Dawn so that they can quickly leverage that advantage for their own favor. A bit of pre-fire there through Heaven, trying to pick up somebody maybe tucked under hell through the metal platform.
Breakthrough from Yuki's. Nobody on the other side. Steezy continuously doing this dance of death around the A site here. We'll look to bait out a bit of pre-fire. We see Europe with that engagement there as well. And everybody still look at the pressure of this A site. Utility in hand. Steezy does find Europe. And look at the situational awareness. Back, left, and right. Knows that these pressures are going to be coming in from both sides. He's found a second. And now he's looking for a third. Steezy hungry for kills, and he can't seem to get full.
Yuki's picks up Steezy. But it's still only a 3 versus 4. And at 6-5, you've got to give New Dawn the credit. They're in the position they want to be in at this point in time, Hawk. They've got the chance to either extend it to a 7-5 with that 2-round lead, or at least keep it with them having the advantage every time the rounds level. Slaughter is holding on a long time for this grenade. Post plant not going to find a result. Smoke comes out. K1 cover. Interesting. Tizzy's inside of the back of lobby. That smoke's actually going to do a really good job of cutting him off here.
Time's ticking away, though. 30 seconds here. We'll see some of that counter utility come in now from New Dawn. Pug just kind of waiting for this smoke to clear. The pressure will come together. One toward the back. It's not Mr. Kevin to find Guy 8, and they're going to go right for the defusals. Slaughter's found one. Spray through. Tizzy another. And the dance is too good. The device goes off. Not Mr. Kevin finding a ton of kills in quick succession here. And guess what? We are all tied up.
Improvements from yesterday. We saw Syndicate get themselves into a post-plant position where they were down numbers, and a large retake came in with 5 members on site, and they weren't able to make the fights count. This time they do better. They survived the onslaught and they picked the members correctly. Tizzy, with some great footsteps, actually does some really good work on the K1 angle for Mr. Kevin to come in and clean up. An all-round team performance from both squads so far, making this match perfect to watch if you were looking for a close one. Pug's going in for aggression. He gets 1. Kevin's there for 2 more, though. Guy Aiden falls prey to the swing as what seemed like a good play from New Dawn falls in the favor of Syndicate.
It has been back and forth between these two teams every time they're on screen together. Europe, though, finding Roz in here. Slaughter on the peak. You can hear that device being planted. We'll try to spray through, but unfortunately won't find any damage here as well. Now on a 2v4, New Dawn again. Cards stacked against them here. This is going to be difficult for them to overcome.
We've seen both of these teams be able to pull it back from numbers down. Slaughter and Steezy, the two tasked with the challenge. They're coming in from different angles. The pincer in play. See the tuck spot and position from Yuki's is going to completely hide. Good shots out of both members. Immediately decimate their first points of contact. 2v2. Now New Dawn have actually better sight position. Plant tuck in. Europe being covered. Steezy just needs to find some good shots. Jumping in. Europe is going to find a kill onto the bomb. Great play from Syndicate. Again, they survive on site.
And Mr. Kevin again with another triple kill here in this one. Europe to complete the full house with 2 apiece, but Kevin up to 17 on the board. There's a lot of players with double-digit kills here in this one from both squads, but Syndicate finds themselves on top, and it's late in the game, which is a good place to be when it's late. Syndicate 1 away from match point. New Dawn needing this round more than ever now.
Really looking to a round out of maybe Guy Aiden or Steezy to spice this up. Pug has been slamming as we would expect, and it could be Pug as the one to make the play. Nuclear stepping out really wide in heaven. Guy Aiden finds Europe.
Nuclear will back off mid here just a bit. Numbers disadvantage for Syndicate. See New Dawn anchoring Slaughter on toward that A site. You look at where Nuke is, though. He's in a very cheeky position here for a big flank. Kevin's going to find Steezy, and that continues to open up opportunities here for Syndicate.
Yeah, this is a bit tough as well, though, because that push from Nuclear has actually not read a single position right now. As they got 2. Now Nuclear finds 1. Guy Aiden goes down the B site, feels a little bit more open for business as a tuck position in secret, as Pug does finally close out Kevin. It's also a member stuck the backside of that midsection in Pug that is hiding tight. Razin for Tizzy, Razin for Yuki's, and these 2 tuck spots have played a real good job of hiding their presence.
Pug finds Nuke, and honestly, that looked like a great round for Syndicate. I'm a little bit impressed that New Dawn was able to reel that one back. Pug continues to be that strong driving force at the top of the leaderboard for them. And that all-important round does get clutched up by New Dawn, and I can't help but think about maybe being blessed with an OT after we had a couple quick games.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether you chalk that one down to unfortunate circumstances or just good play positioning from New Dawn. The 2 people stuck the net. Syndicate look like they have full control over the B side, but the 2 members that are just tucked behind the scenery stay hidden. And the one that jumps out at the right time, Razin, manages to get the 2-piece on site when the bomb comes down for the crucial execution. Sometimes rounds can be completely irrelevant, bar the part of contact when that bomb tries to make its way to the site. For if that bomb goes down in a tough spot, the round can change drastically. We've gone back to A. Point to note, number 7 player in not Mr. Kevin, holding that cult rotation off the B site. 3 New Dawn players due to potentially come through that way. As we watch the action on A. Still comes out. Peek from Steezy, a little bit of chip damage both ways. Nuclear not able to survive. Yuki's finds the nade as Slaughter takes him out.
Slaughter picks up on Nuke here. They're going to pressure onto the site. Tizzy finding Pug means Slaughter. Last line of defense until that rotation comes in, and Europe was ready and willing to put him down. Shallow graves across the A site. Rosin the spray just a bit off the mark and to the left here. Now on a 2v4. Syndicate fighting to be the first team to get the match point.
40 seconds left to defuse the device. 2 members for the favor of New Dawn to fight with Guy, Aiden, and Razin together. They are stood as the only thing that really looks positive for them on the outset. 4 members of the Syndicate to take out. Dizzy steps, 1 down. Guy Aiden finds the loose peak. 2 members move on towards site. A better 2-man stack towards the garden. Gets separated as 1 rotates out and leaves Yuki's available. Guy Aiden's looking for the tear. 2 down, the 3rd, the 4th. Guy Aiden's a machine! Ladies and gentlemen, Guy Aiden, take a bow!
Are you kidding me? That is going to be in the highlight reel for sure. Guy Aiden, a master of disaster. Turn on the beats, he'll rock your ghetto blaster. He finds the quadrant. A big clutch here for New Dawn. They're up to match point for Fort. Can they close it out in regulation?
Syndicate have to bounce back right here, right now, or the series is gonna sink. That mental blow needs to be overcome immediately to take this to overtime, or that next series is gonna be haunted by the curse of what if. 4v2, Tizzy starts early in the first round. That could be the last round for them in this gameplay on Fort. The most important round, every other round forgotten now as Syndicate, with a man lead, are going to look towards this A site again. Slaughter cooking on the utility, which we've seen him be so good for up to this point. It's going to drop one up and over the top. Yuki's just out of the way. Damage to Pug as he finds a kill onto Kevin.
Lights does get planted here. Still a 4v4 though. And Guy Aiden is on a tear. My man continues to pop heads and get bread. He is exciting and slamming it home here for New Dawn, trying to close this one out in regulation. And here he is on board with Guy Aiden. Just looking for that quick pixel peek, quick to point to the fire here as well. Has a teammate in Pug trying to pressure forward. They've got to be cautious now. In this tight corridor, Yuki's has found one. He can't get a second, though. And now Guy Aiden will be shut down.
Time is low, 10 on the clock. Tizzy gets 2, Slaughter finds 1. There is just about enough time, but there's not enough damage. Syndicate will finish the round and take us to overtime.
Woo! New Dawn and Syndicate, much like in day 1, we're headed to overtime. These 2 teams, no stranger to this effect here. But getting this first game on the board is going to be so incredibly crucial for either one of these teams, neither wanting to go down 1-0 in the series. And we're about to see one hell of an overtime kickoff.
Great to see them immediately bounce back from a mistake. There's nothing else you can call that 4v2 other than a mistake made. 2 of 4 members of Syndicate's backs left open as teammates chose to rotate at what can only be considered as unfortunate timing, but New Dawn do the important part. They capitalize. A great performance out of Guy Aiden pushes them to that match point first, which is going to force the overtime minimum now. 2 rounds per side, 2 attacking rounds for New Dawn first, then 2 on the defense to try and close this map.
Easy to launch a little util. Well, if you guessed Yuki's was here, you guessed right. He's been posted up here every round on defense. I'm surprised that New Dawn hasn't addressed that with maybe some of that util as well, but right now we'll see again just a very slow opening pace to our first part of overtime.
Slaughter going for the tease on the util audio cue, pulls the grenade out and then immediately puts it away to see if he gets an aggressive challenge forced into him whilst his hands might be in his pockets. Then second time over, the smoke is going to come out towards site. Yuki's in a familiar position. You've got 2 towards this big box spot. Ooh, is Nuclear going to try and sneak out and support? This will be a new play towards this. So instead of it just being Yuki's here, they're going to double down. Bomb's going to peek anytime now. Straight into the eye. Slaughter's ready. Nuclear gets nuked himself.
There's the step out from Yuki's, though. He's ready to let the gun do the talking, and unfortunately, he's caught in a tough spot. Rosin able to find the pick, and there are just shells being exchanged across the battlefield. But as the smoke and the dust begins to settle, the device has already been planted. The numbers favor Nudon, and they've just got to close it out.
Yeah, Europe now less than 36 bullets left across the 2 magazines he's got for this gun. Life is becoming very difficult. He's going to have to be tapping these bullets a little less aggressively to be able to win this one out. Slaughter takes the first kill. Europe goes down. Tizzy looking to try and swing, also gets taken out. Slaughter in the courtyard alongside support from Guy Aiden, but the big man Slaughter leading the charge with a 3-piece.
Sergeant Slaughter slamming it home here in the opening rounds of OT. They go up by 1 from the attacking side, and for Syndicate, they need to answer back. We talk about how tough it can be allowing a team up 2-0 in that opening half of OT, just making their job so much easier. And the fact that they've only got to get 1 of the following 2 when they swap sides. So Syndicate has done a great job of finding these quick responses from round to round. They need another one here in round 18.
Nade up and over the top early into lobby's not going to meet the tempo. Razin across he goes. Yuki's is there. A big early walkout from Yuki's. Actually still finds himself just about even split on the trades as Nuke steps up to find him too. Steezy out on the long angle. Nuclear needs to find his here. Steezy's been slamming shots home. The later this game has got better and better as the more the time has expired. Steezy wins it out. 3 for 2. New Dawn find themselves a member up after some great work out in garden.
Oh, Steezy finding Yuki's and Nudon. They are looking to put that foot firmly against the neck here. Tizzy spots one on the jump over, has an opportunity, but it does slip. Oh, doesn't slip there though. Steezy, little Tizzy on Steezy action now in a 2v1. Tizzy has a real opportunity for a shining moment.
30 on the clock. Slaughter on big box. Is he going to step on the timing? The headshot challenge is very hard. He has to fire in left and right. Tizzy almost snaps to Guy Aiden, but the bullet punch from that Model 1 is going to stop him getting the gun up in time. New Dawn take both of their attacking rounds and put the scoreline 10-8. Now Syndicate on the back foot have to find 2 in a row to keep the game fair.
Ooh, this is certainly not a spot that I would want to be in, but Syndicate has shown that they've been in this position before and they can overcome it. But it certainly favors New Dawn strongly here, and you just wonder, as the game goes further and further on, especially losing 2 in a row like that, does it affect the mental of Sin at all? Kevin sitting at 18 frags. Nuke just 1 away from double digits, which would make that complete 5-piece there for them. But it does appear that they're going to send a couple toward mid and the majority toward A.
I mean, the same site has worked out for them extremely well. They've even shown that down numbers after post-plant, they're able to hold that site down for the bomb to be worth. It is an objective-based game mode, and Syndicate have done an exceptional job on their attacking half of making that a part of pressure as well. Rotation from Colt has been watched off, but you see that New Dawn has adjusted their approach as well, recognizing Syndicate's strong side is definitely that A site. This grenade is going to land its way onto the balcony and become a firework instead of a lethal. Here's the flank. Look at... Oh, man. The timing from Guy Aiden. This is going to go off both front side and back side at the same time. New Dawn are going to start peeking in the next 5 or 6 seconds or so, and as soon as they are sure the attention is held, that Guy Aiden flank is going to creep its way into showers.
Already almost there. You see him into position on the minimap. Slaughter has found the first, and now that pace will begin to quicken. We'll see Guy Aiden slowly shift in behind here, as Crack talked about. You can see on board here, Tizzy did pick up on the rosin. Guy Aiden not wanting to give away any audio cues here, but we see on the minimap too as well, they're about to go head-to-head here with Steezy. Guy, an opportunity, but just moments away. Steezy has won that battle on the other side. Europe goes down. Guy Aiden catches Tizzy and the Vice. Spots one at mid here as well.
This could be the game-winning play. The timing on the flank was delicious. Catches the bomb running in with his gun down. Yuki's finds one forward facing, but Pug's good for the 2-piece to close it out. New Dawn survive overtime for the first map on Fort with an 11-8 scoreline. 3 rounds in a row after Syndicate just about managed to squeak it back to a tied place in regulation time. awesome first game for our last series of the day. Exactly what we wanted to see on screen. A brilliant victory out of New Dawn to take that one home 11-8 in overtime after, well, it could have gone either way in regulation time. You got an immaculate round out of Guy Aiden to bring it back, so they have the match point. You've got some highlight rounds from Syndicate early on to keep the match honest all the way down to the 8th round apiece, so we go to overtime, and then New Dawn just kick it up that extra little bit. The notch board not fully fulfilled at this moment in time. We haven't reached the ceiling or the skill cap for this team. They still have more growth yet to show us, and they continue to do so. They overcome the challenge from Syndicate again in map 1 for the second time they've met. Now, we have to look to map 2 for a potential turnaround.
On the bowl we go. A little bit longer of those sight lines, so I'm interested to see how this plays out. I mean, Kevin had a phenomenal game. We see Nuke often anchoring down, so potentially we'll be kind of looking to lock down that B site as well. But it seems like New Dawn's been able to, you know, kind of address any issues that they have with this squad. You know, we see them kind of have those rounds back and forth, but then once we get to the end or we get to that overtime, they've been able to shut it down nearly every time on the side of New Dawn. So Syndicate might have a little bit of a tougher job ahead of them, but they're certainly capable of overcoming this squad. Yuki's, Europe, Kevin, Tizzy, Nuke, a ton of talented members across the entire roster here. So I think we've seen a lot of exciting games from them, but we just need that little extra oomph to get over the edge.
Absolutely. Well, New Dawn found that little extra oomph towards the end of overtime, but here are the highlights for the whole game. So we're going to get to look at how it got there, first of all. We've got great back and forth shots out of both sets of teams, players, as we contest over this A site early in the match. New Dawn had pushed both sites consistently with success in equal amounts on both sides of the map. So you see some good kills out of Razin here, working off of that position in mini. Pug, a little bit of ignition early on for New Dawn as well. A bit of inspiration to help him drive it through. Guy Aiden just warming up, as we'll see a little bit of a highlight where he gets steamy later on, but it was early Pug power that put New Dawn in a good position.
Easy had a heck of a performance here as well. Nuke at mid, often alone, but never a problem for Nuke, it would appear. Steezy and Yuki's, I think, would have this battle throughout the entirety of the series. They both often kind of fighting around that same point on the A site. And Slaughter, again, just some great shots here. Honestly, this highlight reel is stacked full of great moments from both of these squads.
Some more util expertise out of Slaughter as well. This was something that's been prevalent a lot from New Dawn's gameplay for a fair while. Slaughter being very good at cooking up these lethal lineups. The smokes have been very consistent from New Dawn today as well, something we spoke to the effect of yesterday. This little clutch on site was delicious from Yuki's. That one kept the game nice and close, 5-3 going into the scoreline. Then we had a not Mr. Kevin feel, which definitely helped the round on its way. Guy Aiden gets himself a gross little three-piece that, again, looks like it should have been a New Dawn round. That one got cleaned up after Guy Aiden did great work, so New Dawn maybe not quite capitalizing on the standout performance in the first occasion. As we said, not Mr. Kevin having his way with it for a little bit, but it wasn't going to be a Kevin kind of feel for the rest of the game.
There he's finding a couple big picks in that round as well. Nuclear Pug, this battle at mid, did get traded out. Europe denying that one there as well. And we saw a really good fight all the way through the end here from Syndicate. It was Rosin tucked in to find those two as well. Guy Aiden was a menace, a monster, all of the above here in these latter rounds, and one heck of a clutch there from Guy as well. And that was really that turning point. We saw Syndicate reel it back here for OT, but then it was all New Dawn.
Yeah, I mean, that one round there where we let the ball drop as Syndicate, if you've got to look at that from the perspective that they tie it up 8-8, if they don't lose that round before in 2 versus 4, that puts them at a 9-7 scoreline, and overtime doesn't even exist. Syndicate will definitely be kicking themselves that they don't quite manage to make it out on top in the first map here. They do still have another map to make a choice as to whether we can force a third, but we'll get onto that one in a minute as we get to delight over 3 rounds of very well played overtime from New Dawn. Their attacking side was executed to perfection. They didn't throw too many bodies into the fire without taking space or getting the bomb down for it. And then their defending round that they had to play was played out very well. They took time, they played patience, they pre-fired their angles to keep pressure on the push from Syndicate, and then they had Guy Aiden just pedaling. Man sat on the push bike. He don't need no motor. He's going to arrive just when he needs to. He rolls in from the back line. He picks up that all-important kill onto the blast pack inside the lobby as well. And that's the round pretty much over from Syndicate. Short of a Guy Aiden level of clutch, which we saw as possible, Syndicate were Scrooged at that point in time. Well, map 1 is in the bag. It is a very strong overtime performance from New Dawn, but it shouldn't dissuade Syndicate from trying to fight back in map 2 here. This is their choice now, so we get to fall back into a little bit of favor, and you're hoping that the range is going to play a little bit differently. You definitely would look to that from some logic if I'm going down the team's rosters and looking at who plays into a marksman kit quite well. We saw Nuclear previously in multiple tournaments do exceptionally well on that kit at a longer distance. Kevin, also one that is known for hitting his shots. Look at certain players that are great with utility, movement, 3D chess gameplay like IGL worth, comms. Kevin's a shooter. He just slings bullets and he hits heads. So long-range maps like that tend to fall into the favor of those with a better aim, because the longer distance fights is where that just slightly more skill level ability to actually click heads really does come to the bear.
My man said Syndicate got the old Ebenezer Scrooged over there. So we'll see if they can bounce back. You're right. I mean, Bull, we definitely have seen a couple of these players really shine on the marksman class. Bull certainly makes that, I think, a little bit easier. I just wonder if we do see them on that marksman class just because of that meta shift. Is it something that they still kind of have in the background, you know, something they could pull out in that toolkit if they need to? Or is it something that they've kind of gotten away from? So I personally am a big fan of sniping, so I would love to see a couple marksmen out there.
Well, here we go. Wait no more. We shall find out. Ladies and gentlemen, map number 2. New Dawn up by 1 in the series as we go on to bowl with Syndicate on the attack.
Round 1. We'll see who gets out early on this one. Rosin is tucked onto the site. We can see that early smoke for Curtain, and I feel like both of these teams do kind of have slow opening rounds, really just kind of feeling out the presence of each other.
A little bit of a tuck, duck, and walk as Razin's trying to cross from site to hop up behind the smoke, but he doesn't want to find himself getting pre-fired through that smoke on an audio cue or just timing. Both members from each team cross that curtain peak and spot each other. The bomb also sighted towards A flat as Tizzy will be called out from Syndicate. Slaughter on the util, holding this grenade from headshot, looking towards the curtain or cards area under med. But no need to let loose just yet, as there's no pressure being applied just now from Syndicate. They are also holding their 4-man line of scrimmage in space. There is a flank coming in, number 8. Guy Aiden again roaming his way round through the attacking side spawn now. As that grenade to Gen comes through, Europe might feel now's the time to push.
Bugs tucked in toward Jin here. We'll see those smokes raining down from above. Europe just on the other side here, and he is creeping forward, just trying to clear out some of these tough angles. You see one tucked on site. Guy Aiden has brushed all the way around behind. It's Kevin and Rosin. Rosin's found a second as well, and now they're starting to pick them apart.
Yeah, 2 for 1. They actually find a member on site. Flanks 1. Yuki's is going to push forward. Guy Aiden gets Kevin. The flanks come in. Yuki's is on site, trapped between 3 angles, and that's going to be the end of Syndicate in round number 1. New Dawn successful in the first defending round. Razin with 2. I do wonder just how much of that flank they are going to keep an eye on. This is twice in a row we've seen. I know it's across 2 maps, but you've got to remember that last round from Guy Aiden on Fort will not have been out of the back of the minds of Syndicate just now, and doing that again, it's going to remind them of the nightmare of the map that they just didn't quite get out of with the success. Syndicate looking a lot more aggressive out the gate this time. They are not waiting to get onto the A site. Yuki's and Europe together find 2 Ys in the board when it comes to kills. Grenade towards site goes off in the face of Yuki's, but he does not give one monkey about that explosion.
Free fire here from Steezy. Syndicate again has always done a good job of bouncing back here in these rounds. Steezy will find Nuke though in front of the smoke here. And now Kevin Quick to put down guy Aiden. Then Slaughter steps through. He does find one, but Tizzy again quick to trade it back. And now on a 3v1 time, not on the side of Steezy. He will fall as well. And Syndicate will tie it up early.
Okay, so we've traded rounds on the A site, one apiece, one attacking side, one defending side. An aggressive round out of Syndicate finds them successful. A slow defensive round from New Dawn and from Syndicate in the first finds New Dawn favored. That doesn't surprise me one bit, as both teams' play styles definitely favor the way that they were successful for the round. Kills wise though, scores spread for both sides. You've got Yuki's Europe and Kevin looking good. Tizzy on a 1-on-1. Raisin also fragging out. Pug's going to take a bit of damage from a grenade early on, but tanking and surviving. Now an aggressive walkout from Pug. He's going to find a quick early kill onto Tizzy. Yuki's. He's ready to trade it though. Good assessment. Oh my word, never mind. It was good hold from Syndicate, but then Slaughter's got himself util and a gun at the same time to make it so easy for the 2-for-1. Easy picks us up from headshot, and it is spoken for. Slaughter slams another magic round home.
Felt like Slaughter was doing some trick shots out there. He said, watch, guys, I'm going to throw this nade, and then before it lands, I'm going to kill a guy, and then it's going to kill another guy. Slaughter getting nasty with it out there. 4 on the board through the first 3. Syndicate, we talk about it every time, though. They are always good about finding that quick response. You know, never letting that team really get more than 2 rounds in front of them. So far, they've been able to reel it back every time. They'll be looking to do so in round 4 here as well, but it looks like they are going to go right back toward this A site.
Ooh, walkout on the far right-hand side is not going to find the kill from either player, actually. It looked like shots from Yuki's would have been on point, but slightly high on the crosshair placement. Nade now passed off the teammate with the bombs. Guy Aiden is the one that's looking to try and be aggressive on this flank yet again. He gets out towards the nose, but information is spotted, so Syndicate going to be able to set something up to try and counter this.
See both members here potentially looking for a nade lineup. Tizzy will back off and maybe put this one close on site as we see Raza just shifting away. He takes a little bit of damage, but that could have been much worse.
Good shots out of Yuki's as the flank is fully respected, and he nails the head of Guy Aiden's spawn. Oh, Steezy's not quite looking the right direction either as his right-hand side gets ripped apart. Yuki's for 2. There's a gap towards B. Syndicate slam their way around to the B site and bring that bomb. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, he gets across, and New Dawn are going to be able to try and defend this. Timing is still a little risky. Is bomb on site before split? Yes. Okay, just.
Yeah, the numbers definitely in their favor. You look at Slaughter's health as well, and it is dangerously low. Rosin will get put down early. Yuki's will look to dance around the box. He knows he's got help here from Kevin, finding Pug, and Slaughter with no health in a 5v1. Realistically, just isn't going to happen.
Had moment of opportunity when one New Dawn member made it across the green with support, but now stuck all alone in that spot from spawn. Slaughter's going to find himself feeling a little bit helpless. Is looking over his shoulder, wondering where him and what army has gone. 2-2, the scoreline is tied up though, Hawk. We've got another close game. Ball also delivering just as much entertainment as what we saw on Fort.
Yeah, and it doesn't surprise me. I think this is a common theme between these 2 teams. They're just very evenly matched, and neither of them wanting the other to get out in front of them here. So we constantly see this tug of war. We've seen so many overtimes, really almost every time these 2 teams meet, it ends in OT. So it doesn't surprise me that we see something similar here early. Just hoping that we see it all the way through as well.
Definitely feels like the more the rounds go, one apiece either way, the more the tension builds. You just feel like sooner rather than later, one of these 2 teams is going to put a couple of rounds together rather than splitting them. And the game's going to start to slide out of control. Tizzy's starting to work his way up to grenade lineup from mid-ramp. You see New Dawn starting to rotate somebody across towards headshot as Slaughter moves in. A resmoke onto Curtain. And New Dawn are going to just try and play for another 20 to 30 seconds worth of holding time. Interesting. That nade's perfect. Oh, Tizzy eats it. And Slaughter's not going to. You have got to be kidding me. It is cinema. How did that happen like that?
Yeah, it looked like it bounced off the little retaining wall and went down just below him there, able to avoid all that damage. Kevin does go down, though. New Dawn able to answer back with a kill of their own. Tizzy will look for one more nade line up toward Jin, and it's another beautiful one. Bug goes down. Europe rushes in to find Rosin and Guy Aiden. Had an insane clutch in the previous game. Isn't going to find one here. Yuki's lurking in the shadows, and now it's Syndicate that does find themselves up on top.
Felt a little bit like New Dawn got given a dose of some New Dawn medicine there for a round. Syndicate showing they can play the slow game, and the flank from Guy Aiden at the back end of the round gets outwatched as Yuki's has lurked all the way to the back of that nose lane to pick him up. It's an interesting turn of the tides. 3-2, Syndicate take the lead for the first time in the game. Now it's on New Dawn to level it up.
Well, we see some early shots ringing out once more, but maybe just trying to keep that early aggression at bay. We'll see that device now begin to head toward that curtain side. There is currently a smoke down and in the way to buy a little time, but coming in this early with 1:30 still on the clock, I mean, Syndicate can just allow that smoke to clear out and then look to throw some counter utility of their own before pressing onto site.
Two deep holding anchors from New Dawn behind headshot box. And the opposite headshot box, I guess, for tower lane. We call it Nook, as it's just like a tucked in Nook on the right hand side, but it is equivalent just to the right hand side headshot instead of the left hand side. Nose, lots of bullets firing across the helicopter, but not a single bit of damage chipped off for too many players so far. Nuclear's found himself battered and bruised, but nothing else. With 50 seconds left for the attacking half, Hot. Syndicate are going to have to push the go button soon, or we're getting some ACS vibes out here. We're going to be CIS push speed at this point.
Yeah, really coming down to the wire here in this round, and there's another beautiful nade from Tizzy. It's the second time he's found Pug here, and Europe just explodes onto the site right after it. Almost a complete repeat of the previous round. Yuki's on the Steezy. Guy Aiden won't be fooled this time on that flank. He does get the trade, and he's going to need all 5 here. He's already got 2.
He's got the potential to take all 5. We've seen him do it already. Inside of a 1v4 clutch. And there wasn't a 5th member alive for him to kill that time around, but I had absolute confidence he would have done in that particular situation. This is much more difficult as the angles are way more open and playable from Syndicate. He's going to drop off of top med here, which is the biggest audio queue in the world. Tizzy steps on duty and stands on duty as well. Syndicate take a 4-2 lead so far in the first half with a 2-round advantage. Can they go one better than New Dawn did and put it to a 6-2 half going into the second?
That would be insane, I think. If we see Syndicate at a 6-2 half against New Dawn, that would be an insane turnaround for them for sure, especially given with how well that first game went for New Dawn. I think, you know, much like we see Syndicate always finding that quick response. Well, they found that response, then they put 2 additional ones on the back of it. So New Dawn now needing to respond of their own. They don't necessarily have to get both of these, but they certainly have to get at least one of these next 2.
Ooh, drilled shots out of Tizzy, but a little bit of damage down on his health bar says that he didn't come off better in the trade. Oh, you have got to be kidding me! Nuclear! What? Birds don't fly and neither do Steezies. Information for those of you in chat that weren't watching. If you ain't got wings, don't try. You have got to be kidding me.
After that insane play, we see everything come to an immediate halt. As they just punt. What happened to Steezy, bro? What happened to Steezy?
Literally, bro.
Picking up the broken pieces off the ground. But honestly, Syndicate maybe could have used that confusion, that disruption to their advantage. They slow down here as well and really kind of playing all the time to the clock. We've seen it last time. They like to hold these nades so they can try to catch this gen kill. But New Dawn playing back this time. Pug staying alive.
It's the tension has been built as that one immediate kill as Nuclear finds one with the gun down. The second, Razin takes him out. Pug comes through. Kevin and Tizzy for one of their own, two of their own, three of their own, and it's all down to just slam gunplay at the end of it. 20 seconds left on the clock to plant, and Syndicate don't care about the bomb. They're just going to rinse through the heads. 5-2, one short of that potential 6-2 score line. Well, this has been a big turnaround, Hoyt. You definitely have to feel map favored for the second as well as the first now, given the situation.
Yeah, I think New Dawn really needs to make sure they win this round here. You wonder if it is a little more attacker favored here, Bull, kind of like Skybridge. And that util can be a big part of it, but New Dawn, you feel like they could potentially turn it around at 5-3. At 6-2, I think you start to worry a little bit.
6-2 puts you 2 rounds away from that match point position. That's where it just becomes very, very tough when the pressure is applied. And then you put it in the situation where you think of it being 8-2. 6 rounds in a row without fail is a drastic set of odds to be facing. New Dawn looking to try and reduce that fear by grabbing the third before the half. Tizzy's going to be the one to nail the shots onto Pug down that tower lane. Single kill being the only one to separate the sound of the silence, though. Smoke towards curtain's going to dissipate. And then these attacking sided smoke's going to come in. Here comes the execute.
They played back off Jin last time, so we see Tizzy and them throwing these a little bit deeper as they cheat back forward here. This one is going to be beautiful, though, and the utility for Sin has been near perfect on ball. A ton of frags coming out from Util. Yuki's Europe will clean it up as well. Not a single member to fall for Syndicate, and they have a strong and decisive half to start out here on ball.
A 4-round advantage. The one thing we have to be very aware of, though, is it was a 4-match point situation that Syndicate found themselves in on day one that slipped away from them. Now they've put themselves in an even better position where they can extend that 4-round lead to more and potentially close the game out without even a shadow of a thought for a New Dawn comeback and force us a map 3, which would take us to Iceberg, which I can see being extremely competitive from both sides.
And you make a great point. On day one, it was actually they were up 5-0. It was New Dawn that went on a 6-round run to turn that one around. Syndicate not going to let that happen today, though. Yuki's has already found Steezy. New Dawn trying to switch up the play and start with a B pressure attack here, but Syndicate already rotated around. Europe has found one. Rosin quick to get the trade, and now they're about to duke it out on the side as Pug has found one up top. Not able to hit the shots here, and Pug will find another.
Device goes down. Pug pushing out for another one. Tizzy is going to take out Razin, but Pug on a 3-piece so far won't be far from looking for that final 4th. Guy Aiden up top, Pug on the ramp. This dual pincer approach is set up for success. Guy Aiden claims the final kill, and the round does go to New Dawn. 6-3 and a crucial one to help bring them back into this.
Yeah, you feel like if they lose either one of those first couple rounds here in this half, it's going to be a very tough ask for New Dawn. So they get that important first one under the belt. They need to put one more on the back of it and see if they can work with that there. But Syndicate, I don't know. They've looked so great in all of these rounds that, you know, you just maybe think that, hey, it's a hiccup in their opening defensive round. How do they adjust to what New Dawn did? Do they put more toward B? Because of that early pressure, we are seeing 2 kind of cheat that direction, one hanging out by split here as well. And so New Dawn, I think, you know, that early B site pressure may have just paid off for them.
I thought we were going to see Syndicate have one of their members push aggressively out of the B site, actually, but it's Nuclear that turns around immediately on a dime and starts sprinting straight back through spawn towards split. Syndicate almost convinced this is coming in towards the A site now. Even the lurk from Yuki's is starting to hover his way towards Apex, maybe thinking about pushing for an aggressive flank or even rotating safe himself. We can see New Dawn of 2 people on that A-plat position on their side, just listening for the sound of that rotation, just waiting for a cue to catch him on the rotate round.
On that boost here, just looking for a little info over the top. An opportunity to find that early pick. Now we see them with some nade lineups of their own. A decent amount of the time has been eaten off the clock. We'll see the utility rain down, and the pressure will most likely follow. They got to be careful. There's one tuck close here on site, though.
Close tuck as the nades fly, the trails flow through the sky. Pug's going to be the one to claim the kill. Still 3v5. Syndicate have members standing, but New Dawn poised to be able to get this bomb down as well, looking for an equally as potent attacking side as what Syndicate had shown in their first. Bomb through, Pug in support, up onto the box, hiding in the smoke. Europe is playing a dangerous game with his life.
One unfortunately that he will lose. Guy Aiden will claim Yuki's as well. Razin falling to Kevin, the last standing soldier here for Syndicate. And not standing for very long. Steezy and crew have found their way back in from the attacking side. It's now 2 rounds in a row, and they're now 2 away from tying it up as well.
This is the point that we talked about that is extremely prevalent when it comes down to being able to keep that lead and making it count. You have to convert. Syndicate, they're doing their best efforts of trying to get this one over the line, but at the 6-4 score line, they've lost 2 of those rounds that they had as a cushion and a buffer already, and they need to start making some progress.
Free fires from both directions. Maybe a little bit wishful thinking on that one there from Slaughter through the ambulance, but sometimes you just never know. You put some bullets downfield, you might find yourself looking up at the kill feed a bit shocked. It's easy on the boost over. Won't find anything here as well, and they'll look to go ahead and call this one off.
Yeah, that shock you're talking about, just a little bit of pre-fire for the off play. There's somebody going for a bit of a creature energy movement where they swing out through that smoke off curtain. Well, you really just shouldn't because it's not smart, but sometimes the surprise effect comes through. That nade towards the back is going to go off in front of the face and not Mr. Kevin. It's only going to tickle him a little bit. New Dawn having a relatively good grasp, it seems, on of where all these positions are being held from Syndicate. Not Mr. Kevin now spotted as well, jumping across that tower lane position. Steezy tasked with the job of trying to remove him for the time.
On board with Tizzy here, tucked onto the site. We see Steezy inching forward here on tower lane toward that gen. Nuke on the site here as well. There's pressure quickly toward gen. The peak comes out. Steezy does find the first. Can he get one more here? The peak nuclear does shut him down, but from behind, it's Pug. Trades coming back and forth as Europe will secure one of his own. Kevin will try to dance around here. Slaughter has found Europe. Kevin on to Razin. And trades are in full effect at the moment. Now it's Kevin, good for a couple more.
The final pick is the deadliest one as well, as Kevin finds Slaughter with that bomb going towards site. The bomb is down now on site, and both remaining members of Syndicate, with the time ticking away, can just kite away to safety. The round ends as the timer ticks over, and Syndicate do move one of those important 2 rounds they need to push themselves ever closer to that map point. Tizzy having a great game here, as well as Yuki's, to try and carry them through the back part of Bowl into a 3rd map decider. Hawk, do I want to say it just yet? Do we have Iceberg? Are we going to see map 3?
You know, I would love to see a map 3. Like I said, we had a couple quick games to start off the day. Been short but sweet, certainly. This one definitely taking its good old time here, and so I would love to see these 2 teams hash it out on that 3rd and final map. And certainly the stars are showing that we may just get it, but Syndicate, you know, they've been in a situation before where New Dawn has been able to battle back. So for them, you know, it's really not done until it's done. They're looking to close it out. It's something that they had a little bit of a tough time when it comes to New Dawn specifically.
Three members of New Dawn stacked up towards the plat. You see one Steezy just dropping off a top med. Tuck down, just trying to tuck away from a bit of util actually that might have been coming in. The smoke goes out towards Curtain again as the time bleeds away. About 60 seconds left on the clock, so that smoke going to expire. And then be recast roughly around the 30-second mark. My eyes are on Slaughter as we expect some of this util to be inbound. That is a good smoke towards headshots. Tizzy is forced to move even further across. Now segregated into hop up. New Dawn should know that he has to play from here now.
Luke's able to get through that smoke here as well. He's going to get very close and personal toward Curtain's side. Steezy from above, I think, heard the audio cue, but on the peak, wasn't able to find the shot. We'll get it the second time around. Tizzy has found Pug in the meantime. The battle of the P90s continue to ring out, pressing forward. Tizzy does find one more. Tizzy finds a third as well, and Tizzy on a Tizzy. Kevin Steezy trades it back, and Steezy all alone. Syndicate looking to get to that all-important match point.
8 seconds left on the clock. Steezy has to stick the plant. Yuki's is going to swing across as Kevin gets up to top. Med doesn't quite manage to finish Steezy off, takes off of his health off here, but as a 2 versus 1, Steezy's going to slam a headshot to Yuki's and remove him from the equation. He ripped that man out of the socket. Hold up, Kevin. Inside, outside. Steezy might just be able to pull off the 1v2 in the clutch. He's going to duck, dip, and dive behind the scene cover. He went for the melee because he's out of ammo.
Steezy, what a nasty shot toward Jin as well. And he only had a few more rounds. You see Kevin's got 1 left in the mag as well. He was getting dangerously low. It's, you know, sometimes you pre-fire through those smokes. You're hoping for some of those big kills, but if it doesn't play out and you find yourself late in the round with no ammo, you kind of wish maybe you had some of that back. New Dawn, a real chance to clutch that round, and because there's no ammo, it just can't be done. The melee, not tough bringing that knife to the gunfight, as we like to say. Syndicate, they're at match point. They got 4 chances to close it out. We might just be seeing that Iceberg.
4 chances to close it out. Why does that ring a bell? Nate goes off in the background. New Dawn come hot and fast towards the 90 angle. There goes the boom. Pugs in for 1. Nuclear's down immediately. New Dawn not waiting for any cues or giveaways. They just want to take this B site by force. Yuki's holding this anchor position on inside of Apex as Tizzy is trying to duel off a split. Steezy's having a real good time of it at the moment. The green con cover gets removed immediately. Europe puts Pug down.
Back to a 4v4. Steezy and crew pressuring toward the A site. That rotation from Sin coming back through the spawn again. New Dawn keeping a back and forth. Tizzy finds one. Rosin quick to get the trade, though, and that's an important one because Tizzy's been on a tear. Rosin will pick up where he left off, dropping Europe now, and Steezy in great positioning to find this one. That peak, though, doesn't quite come in. The hip fire no good as well. He's out of ammo in the mag once more.
Are we sure it's not Mr. Kevin's birthday as well as Walker's today? Because my word, this man just cannot seem to lose a gunfight. Yuki's and not Mr. Kevin, the last 2 left alive. Yuki's is removed from the equation. He's ripped out of his boots as he was standing still, stood on headshot without support from not Mr. Kevin, having to reload. Now 1v1, Kevin and Slaughter, the man, the myth and the legend himself. That is definitely not Kevin, looking to try and outplay the captain. Slaughter with the slick moves. Did you see the duck under the bullets? The crouch at the perfect timing. He dips under the spray and then lands the shot himself. Slaughter, you sneaky devil, you.
Sergeant Slaughter, baby, back in action, and that's a big one for New Dawn as they really feel the pressure here. Again, backs against the wall. They need 4 in a row. Now they need 3 in a row. 1 kill at a time, 1 round at a time, as we love to say here. New Dawn still fighting this one out here on Bull. Syndicate just needing 1 more to close it out with each of these rounds that New Dawn creeps back in, though. You just start to wonder a little bit.
That shadow on the edge of your screen is slowly starting to creep in. Syndicate are going to want to finish this right here, right now. They are not going to want to lose 2 rounds in a row to this. Flash goes off. Tizzy partially blinded. That one went off behind him. He'll only be obscured for a small period of time. You see, New Dawn have realized also how important that round was for the momentum. They're also not willing to give away any bodies for free. Hook the playmaker. They've had some really good first blood picks in the last couple of rounds. Can they do the same again here? Europe takes a bit of damage.
Again, just so many of these slow rounds open up, just waiting with that bated breath. This nade, it looked good, but that extra bounce sends it back just a little bit too far. Tizzy avoids it, but not the second one. Pug will rain down some sweet revenge over the top. Stevie spots the boost. One on site. Shots don't connect here as well, but Rosin will pick it up onto Kevin. Troubles now here for Sin. His bodies are dropping, but they do answer back. It's Nuke, big time on the flank.
Yeah, big difference maker in Nuke is shut down by Guy Aiden, though, as 2 versus 2 goes to 2v1. Yuki's tucked away on the headshot as the bomb is now tucked at a very bad spot to be able to pick up. He has to kite off and back away as the numbers don't fall for him in favor. Raisin up against this headshot box, plant down on site as Guy Aiden gets that one locked in. 45 and a 1v2 retake. Yuki's onto site whilst the cheese is being used. Can he get behind the site box? The reload leaves him on a rough time, and Yuki's gets it in for the shot onto Guy Aiden. He's on site with cover. He's going to push for this at 25 on the clock. Yuki's jumps across. He's made the angle work. Yuki's for Razin. Yuki's big man, big stepper. Not a big health bar left to play with, but he will claim the game with authority.
Said, you will respect my authority. Yuki's jumps his way to victory. Great job here by Syndicate to close it out 9-5 after that tough OT loss from them as well. Tizzy, your MVP, 14-8. 12 of those kills are headshots. And well, as Syndicate shuts it down on Bull in dominating fashion, Crack, that does mean we get to go to Iceberg. 9-5, your final score on Bull.
That's what I like to see. Back and forth gameplay. Fury. Nobody's going to leave it down to the clock running out. Wow. We saw a standout performance from a solo member towards the end of a game to clutch it up for New Dawn in the first. I don't know about clutching it up, as the scoreline was a little bit more confident for Syndicate here on Bowl, but it was a clutch in the round that saw Yuki slam that one home for Syndicate too. So it does leave me wondering, Hot, are we going to see everybody have to step up and make a standout play, and the one that doesn't is the one that doesn't quite make the cut for the team? We'll see. It's an interesting scenario, but what it does take me to is Iceberg, baby! You know it. His eyebrows are flying because he knows already I'm happy for a good bit of the old tip. We got to see who's going to survive the cold conditions. I said the tip of the iceberg, all right? Don't you get it twisted, mister.
Hey, we're always having a good time in the booth, just like the friendly banter in chat. We get it back and forth between us here as well. Again, guys, we definitely thank you for hanging out. But yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be a crazy one. The fact that we had a couple quick games there. We talked about it. It's been 2-0s here throughout the day as well. And now we get into our final series of the day. Syndicate looking for that sweet revenge, and they fell a little bit short in that OT. They find their footing. They come out on top. They get the job done this time on Bull and now on Iceberg. All 10 of these players are going to have to play the game of their lives to keep this dream alive.
Yeah, and I do fear that we see a little bit of nerves in the chat there. I think Barbaric's sweating a little bit, saying that surely New Dawn clutched this one up. Syndicate are looking scary, and I'm not surprised. It's they've definitely earned themselves some respect to be put on their name of their first outing as a new formed roster together of familiar names across different teams. So very pleased to see. They've still got to overcome New Dawn yet, and I fear Barbaric, although we joke a little bit about his team's perspective and the onlook from the sidelines, I do think he has spoken a very true point that this game still does feel in the hands of New Dawn. This is still a game for Syndicate to have to prove a point to overcome a well-established roster that is considered seeded one of the top 4 teams. New Dawn have played exceptionally well. Majority of the times that we have seen them turn up to a tournament, including here today. But let's take a look at some highlights from game 2.
And these were a ton of highlights, back and forth. Not Mr. Kevin. I mean, you're going to see this kill feed just littered with a ton of insane kills. And the utility from Syndicate, though, was just a bit better, I felt, in this one. We saw a couple kills from New Dawn, but overall, it felt like the utility, these nades from Tizzy and crew, I don't know how many times they found Pug toward the Jin side, Slaughter on site as well. Just really, again, great utility coming out of Syndicate here on Bull.
We asked for some improvement for utility. We asked for both teams to up their game when it came to lethals, when it came to smoke placement, when it came to executing on timing. Unbelievable. Looking forward to the third map. As we roll through some of the delicious shots that were laid down in this game, you've got to take a moment to appreciate the effort put in by Tizzy. As one of the few players that we've not necessarily spoken too much about, but inside of this map here, Tizzy made a big difference, not only through that util work, but some great gunplay as well. And then, how can we forget? Well, we certainly won't be. Mr. Kevin, always playing a feature. Yeah, this Syndicate roster that has been put together of a bunch of powerhouses, I mean, they're all here to play today. New Dawn just struggled to get the engine rolling on ball.
Yeah, you know, I mean, they had some good rounds, but we didn't see the consistent driving force that we see from them so many times, you know, on a lot of these other maps. So that's why I think I'm excited for Iceberg, because we really haven't seen them on Iceberg. So, you know, they obviously were able to close it out on Skybridge. I think, you know, Syndicate did a good job of making sure they banned that away early so that they don't have to maybe deal with that in this decider map. So, you know, I think anything's up for grabs. It's really up in the air now that we go to Iceberg. It's a map that we really haven't seen these two teams play on a lot. And, you know, who knows how many times they've really seen each other play on it. So I think this one is going to be an exciting one just because it is up for grabs.
Both teams have the potential to take this one home. I think the pitch has been set perfectly for them. I don't think that the map is going to favour either unless one has put in a secret vast amount of time that we're not aware of. I know from various, you know, run-ins with Yukis, with a couple of different members from both teams, that neither team is, should we say, an iceberg extraordinaire. They're not experts or fan favourites for this map, but they certainly have been working on trying to make sure that they at least have the basics down. That mid-control is something we're going to talk about day in, day out when it comes to Iceberg, because it just really is so prevalent for rotations on the attacking and the defending side.
Well, what's cooler than being cool, baby? It's ice cold. They're going to need those ice cold veins in this next one. It's going to be an insane bout. These two teams, one final map, only one of them can advance forward in this bracket. And, well, their job is only going to get tougher the further and further down the bracket they get. But they've got to get over this monstrous hurdle of these two teams and Iceberg. Again, a map that we don't typically see a lot of these teams on. So, you know, I think this really just, it sets the stage. The story pretty much just writing itself at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We don't like to prepare a script before we get started because, as you said, the cinema writes itself. We get to just sit here and feast our eyes over the amazing chaos that colludes inside the Coliseum, and then we just get to yell about it a little bit more afterwards. And then if we've not felt like we've cooked enough whilst we're on stream, and me and Hort take ourselves into the dark, dingy depths of a Discord somewhere, and we yell about it some more, just for those that weren't sick of hearing us enough throughout the entire broadcast. But we do genuinely just love the gameplay. You guys are epic at whatever it is that you take to, whether it be base game or arena, and that's why we come to yell about it, because it is something that should be broadcast to the folks at home to entertain them, all right? Some skilled gamers out there, be you a hardcore parkour pro in 1.0 on base game, or whether you're just an arena slayer from likes of the times of old, whether it be a wooden stake, a melee stick, or one of the boomsticks, because we've seen many a good sniper rifle in a time, but though the meta has shifted away from that right now, it is about rattling 50 full-fledged rounds from a P90, or being able to show that you were just that little bit better on a Model 1 or a platform similar. The 50-round magazine to the 30-round magazine, Hort, has been a hot talking topic since the beginning of the HPL for EU we did actually, leading up to ACS, and it's something that is seen here again today. We saw Steez, our meta challengers, shall we say, in the current dynamic, an AVT, an RPDN, and a couple of different choices, even a Val being pulled out at times. So, I don't know, maybe, just maybe, we might see a shift in the near future. Maybe we've got some creative geniuses in the Gunsmith Workshop trying to cook us some good for the future. But for now, we stick with the P90s.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so versatile. You talk about the 50-round mags. When you get into a tough situation, it's nice to have those extra 20 bullets. And the fact that it's great at close quarters, but we've seen people put bodies down at a distance. If you happen to just hit that head eyes, downrange, you're putting the bullets there. It's got, great recoil control compared to a lot of guns as well, especially when you combine that with that 50-round mag. And you can stack those as well. It's not like you're just running 1 or 2 50-round mags. You generally got at least 3 in there, counting the one on the gun, but and sometimes maybe even squeezing out a little extra. So I think that's why we see it a driving force, but I'm happy with it. We talk about all the different metas that we've seen. It's just another new meta, and I love the fact that we see it constantly changing. It's not that same thing that's kind of getting stale after a while. So, it's something new for someone else to, either praise or complain about. You can never make them too happy out there. But honestly, I genuinely love the constant shift that we see here from BSG.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you on that one. There's sometimes you can see a meta being faked as a shift as well. You see, we're going to do this for a season, then we'll do this for a season, then we'll do this for a season, this for a season. You divide it by 4, you realize it's a full year cycle, and then it comes back around again. In slot 5, you see number 1 in 5, 2 in 6, 3 in 7, and 4 in 8, and you start to go, oh, it's not real at all. We're just stuck in the loop now, and there might not ever be any new gameplay. So I'm with you. I like the fact that the rotation is not just, okay, assault, shotguns, scout, marksman, assault, shotguns. We've seen various guns be successful in different trees. Even BSG had the thought that they wanted to move the majority of stuff that was in that scout tree out to the assault tree to give it a bit more breadth and depth for people to be able to have some malleability. And instead of that then becoming what was the strongest tree, players have still flown back to that scout class and found that tier 5 armor to just be something that works well with the P90 and the 50-round magazine. So devs make changes with intentions, and sometimes different gameplay comes out of it. That's why some metas are considered to be better than others, and that's why people prefer different metas that go throughout the time. For me, I'm a sad man. The shotgun's been gone for a little while now, and everybody who knows me well enough knows me. I'm a full auto shotgun enjoyer. That gun just was fun for me. But these guys, they've got a little bit more delicacy in their crosshair placement. So that shotgun, it doesn't really cut it when it comes to that kind of skill level.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see it used a couple times in the ACS as well. So it's still a viable option for some teams if you find the right fit and given the map as well. But yeah, I'm glad that we have as much as I enjoyed that shotgun meta, it took me a while for me to kind of retrain myself to shoot legs and not heads. And I finally got there and was having fun. And then they switched it. And I'm like, okay, I got to retrain again. So, again, I think it's fun. It keeps it fresh. It's something different, kind of always moving forward in different directions. So, I do love the shift, but I think it's also fun watching these teams tackle those shifts. Typically, this guy was really good on Enforcer. Where do we put him now? And so how do these teams kind of adjust, not just on the fly? We talk about adjusting on the fly, from game to game or from team to team, but from those metas as well. How do they shift? How do they find, a good fit amongst their team? What role are they going to fill? And so it's kind of like, from checkers to chess. I love that extra kind of, thinking that goes on in the background.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the extra thinking that goes on in the background is not saved just for the teams. I've actually got a couple of cool comments coming in from the chat whilst we're waiting to cut back into the action for map number 3 here on Iceberg for our deciding map between Syndicate and New Dawn. I've seen comments coming in about new maps potentially on the horizon. The moment made by Huey J Gaming saying they should make a lab style arena map would be baller. Got a couple of people that are agreeing with that one in there. A couple more maps would be a good suggestion. People wanting to see some more new maps in the future. Well, we don't necessarily know of anything to spoiler for you, chat, but for me personally, and I'll let Hort have his say on this one as well, because I'd love to see both of our opinions, but I'm also down for some new maps. I have been teasing in the back of my mind for a little while the idea of the concept of a labyrinth map, for example, with some sewer tunnels and some gated doors and not gated doors, and maybe traps not to fall into. Hilarious gameplay, There's definitely a lot of potential there. I know BSG want to stay true to what they have in mind for their novel. I'm just curious to see whether that means there's still room for some other maps or whether they have a different direction that they're looking to go for it. Me personally, I'm keeping my fingers crossed and my eyes and ears locked into the socials, which you can do so too by !socials in the chat. That will allow you to keep up to date with Hunt Premier, with Battlestate Games, through that amazing partnership that we have been blessed to be able to be a part of. And we will be notifying you every time something goes live. You'll get loads and loads of bits and bobs that you maybe never saw before. If you see a new patch has come out, but then you jump onto the Escape from Tarkov website, you get to see the breakdown. Those nitty-gritty little bits that make all the difference, changes to bullet ratio, armor pen values, changes in maybe plates, tier rating, that sort of thing, all available for you through the patch notes, through that ! socials link. And for anybody going live, Tarkov TV, tournaments, Hunt Premier, seasonal events, you want to be locked in with that notification bell turned on and the beautiful heart button hit below to make sure you're following.
Honestly, I'd love to see some Sawmill back in action. You know, I might get some guff for that, but I'd love to see some Sawmill. But I'd like to see, as a big base game enjoyer who also loves Arena, I would like to see some Arena maps that are kind of based around some of those base game maps. You know, I think Labs, Labyrinth, and Factory are all ones that might be a little bit easier to make happen sooner than later. But you know, even maybe a Shoreline just based around the resort where you got two teams starting at the opposite resorts and maybe, you know, maybe a capture the flag in the middle, something. You know, who knows what it could be. I think there's endless possibilities out there, which is why it's great to see people, you know, throwing out ideas in chat, toss them out on Twitter, tag some people. You know, you never know when the right person might see the right idea and then it ends up in the game. And you could say, hey, I'd like to think I was a little bit of a part of that. But yeah, I too would love to, you know, obviously we all want more maps. We want to see the game grow in the right direction and you know, continue to grow for many years to come. But I think Labs, Labyrinth, Factory, some of those smaller base game style maps could maybe be incorporated here as well. I would love it. Just, you know, for the nostalgia, the scenery, just again, as a genuine base game lover who also enjoys Arena, I think it would be a fun little twist to Arena.
Definitely agree with you there. We've heard the voices of the folks in chat, and we have expressed our own ourselves. Now we need to dip into the game's concept and figure out who you folks think are going to take it home in the deciding map. If you have New Dawn favored, make it known. If you believe that it is the rise of the Syndicate with that motivated joint goal that is driving them together, and let us know as well. We've seen efforts from both sides to argue either way. New Dawn had a good map on Fort after a very closely contested fight back and forth. Fell in their favor from overtime. 3 good, consistent overtime rounds as they showed development at a better pace than Syndicate did on Fort. Then got turned on its head. Ball was rapid, both in the way that Syndicate approached it and managed to close it out. A couple of rounds were drawn back, but it brought us to a 1-1 tie, which takes us to right now, Hawk. Here we go, final deciding match, one apiece in the best of 3, and Syndicate versus New Dawn on Iceberg.
One final map to rule them all. Mid-control, incredibly important. They dip behind an 8 and got 8 and finds one. Europe, quick 2-piece as Slaughter answers back, and these two teams are wasting no time dropping bodies.
2 better in the favor of the defending side. Had the bomb not been collected immediately, New Dawn do a great job of being able to pick it up, but Yuki's on the back site. Hold from the wall behind site. It's going to find the first rotation out of that middle position from Steezy. Stayed out. Yuki's tanks half the damage. Shots off from the top heaven position. Don't quite cover off the stage push. Raz in half health also.
Well, numbers favor him, but not for long. Slaughter has answered back. They shift on toward the site here as well. Device still in hand. Don't be fooled by the mini-map momentarily. Nuclear is up top. Slaughter cautious of it. Raisin there in the background as well. Apologies for the mispronunciation throughout the entirety of these first couple of days. We have been informed that it is in fact Raisin. It does go down to Nuclear here as well. The device has been planted, but it doesn't matter. Slaughter will be taken out. Nuclear will find the defusal, and Syndicate will start off with a round win here on Iceberg.
Really aggressive play from both teams in mid to try and take that first early part of control. Does end up with a little bit of cinema. Bomb bot through to the B site. The refrag trade through Beacon as both teams pick one off a piece, and we level out to a 2-on-2 on site. The bomb down puts pressure onto Syndicate to have to close it out, and they are able to make the positions work. Evolution, eyes locked in on that middle chamber again. One thing to note, if there is no mid contest from New Dawn, they might 5-man slam to A, which does have timing ahead of a mid challenge if you execute quickly. One person off towards the semicircle says to me they are mid-chal again. 4 strong, maybe 2 to elevator, 2 to mid. No, all of them come straight down. 1 holding the long angles, 3 push, 2 guns up, 2 behind. Europe finds 1. How is Europe winning out against 4 people in mid? Never mind, he's not anymore.
Just to shut it down, almost reminded me of that Eclipse play In the opening round of Skybridge earlier, Europe just busting in here and dropping frags left and right, but he just stopped at just one this time. Syndicate not enjoying the player advantage here in round two. New Dawn, we talk about their ability, both of these teams really, to keep all of these games close. So wouldn't surprise me if we see New Dawn able to tie it up here in round two. They're going to shift back toward the B site, though.
Thanks to Guy Aiden's positioning, they're actually already in the movement up to top heaven. Try and reinforce. Kevin here to try and swing out. I cannot honestly tell you how perfect the timing was on the pre-fire from Guy Aiden. That was delightful to see. Pug covers up on the right-hand side. There is still a lone lurker outside of the single door, the other side of the wall, which... I mean, there's only so much you can do. Guy Aiden's going to go for the jump shot. Yuki spots him. The nade over the top, and Razen's going to find him with a weapon. Raisin, sorry. Correction came through. We did get that clarified, didn't we? Is Raisin like the... I don't know, like raisins like you would have with Weetabix, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some raisins, baby. He's raising hell out here is what he's going to be doing, hopefully for New Dawn, as they do tie it up 1-1. And again, the back and forth. It has been a cinema here in our third series as we finally found a way to get to this elusive map number 3 and the elusive Iceberg nonetheless. Cracked an early Christmas present here, and maybe, just maybe, we'll be blessed with another OT in this one as well.
I just got told off for potentially threatening flipping in the house as well, apparently. Steezy's not going to be allowing Nuclear to do any buff flip fake explodes inside of K2. Instead, he's going to be buff flip detonate as he gets exploded himself. Kevin takes out Raisin. Kevin takes out Steezy. Guy Aiden shuts Kevin down after claiming 2 kills of his own.
Gonna get this plant down here on site. Pug to hold this slither as well, and he takes the head of Tizzy clean off. Europe able to answer back. Slaughter goes down. Call comes in. Yuki's now from a distance as Pug looks away initially from that angle he was holding and does get taken out by Yuki's. Guy Aiden 4-in-1. If there's a clutch factor you want still standing here for New Dawn, it's certainly them. He's been hitting harder than a diss track at the moment.
Find himself a second set of 6 tracks. Maybe he's going to look for the remix. Not this time around. He's not going to be allowed to close out anything. Instead, Yuki's with another aggressive push, something we're not at all surprised to see. We'll finish the round for Syndicate's favor, 2-1. I really didn't think he was going to pull that off there, I'm going to be honest with you. I thought Guy Aiden was going to be able to kill Yuki's and then push that one onto site.
I mean, Guy has had some crazy clutches already in this series, so I was kind of leaning into that a little bit as well, but Syndicate will continue to enjoy this lead. Staying in front of the pack here momentarily. It'll be up to New Dawn now in round 4. It's been that constant back and forth between these two teams. Never really getting more than that 2-point cushion. Syndicate going to be looking for that here one more time as we see some action here toward mid, and Pug finds the first.
Good use of Util out of New Dawn. The smoke to the left-hand side, forcing him to peek on the right-hand side, which gives them the predictability for the angle and the fire. And Nate Tizzy's really good as well. He just manages to get away onto the stage in time. Good movement out of Syndicate Tizzy to avoid that. New Dawn do have this central control, but Beacon is a problem. Tizzy finds one as Steezy overextends out on the left-hand side. Kevin's coming for support. Library smoked off.
Doorway is riddled with bullet holes here. Not wanting to pressure into this pre-fire yet. Maybe looking to allow their enemies to expend those mags. We've seen a few players run out of ammo here and have to try and swap to that melee. Nuclear on the peak, but it's Raisin to find them, and now New Dawn will enjoy a slight player advantage.
There is no advantage to be found here. Kevin, he's playing a different game to the rest of the Syndicate lineup at this moment in time. Not at all dissuaded by any of the action going on. He finds 2 for free, and then he's just going to casually rotate away. Bomb is planted. Thanks to Kevin's good work, the numbers fall for Syndicate. 3 versus 2. 2 coming in on the flank. Great work out of Slaughter.
Trying to buy some time and be patient here is New Dawn. working together. They do double swing toward Raisin here. The pincer play works out in their favor, and now they just have to be cautious of Slaughter. He is playing very deep here. 2v1. Slaughter finds the first. He's able to get the safety here as well, and Yuki's doesn't have another option. He's got to get the defuse in. There's just not enough time. Slaughter well played here. And at 6-2, New Dawn will reel it back one more time. The triple this time for Slaughter.
Back and forth we go, back and forth we go. It's really good play. New Dawn established mid-control. Beacon becomes dangerous as Syndicate reinforce from the B site. New Dawn read it and rotate off to A. That is exactly how that should play out. It's really, really well played and rotated from New Dawn. You love to see that. Post-plant got a bit tough from Syndicate. They had some good numbers, but not quite able to make the kills. Slaughter playing out of his mind. Here in map 3, the deciding map, a crucial moment. Flashes and util goes off in the plant pot left of that main lobby box. No damage done.
Busy defines the device in the background. Pug somehow picks up that kill onto Europe, though. And they've been fighting for this mid-control. Tizzy will find the two-piece and look to win this battle here, but maybe not the war just yet. Still tied up to a piece, and Tizzy, again, good mid-control here. It allows Syndicate to just kind of post up in this default position. We see New Dawn pumping the brakes one more time here as well. They're going to look to find a pick before they decide what they want to do.
Yeah, the elbow of Raisin picks out just ever so slightly. Tizzy knows the second time he quick peeks not to stay out too long as Raisin is watching. Steezing the bomb settled up in the elevator gap just towards that B site that would lead through to stage. With 4 members left for Syndicate, they don't really have to do too much right now. Time ticking away off the clock. 45 going to be left soon.
Easy's just waiting on the other side here, hoping Tizzy will show face, but doesn't happen. They'll begin to shift toward the B site here. Yuki's on this left-hand peek. Did he spot the leg of Aiden? He does, and now the hip fire is good for 1. He's good for 2. Steezy found a consolation prize on the way out, but sticking true to the form, Syndicate just able to stay out in front of the pack as they go up by 1.
They hide in the darkness, they skulk in the shadows, and then when the time comes, every single one of them just peeks out, all from their separate angles at the same time, and the room just closes in around you. New Dawn, they're going to need more than the sunrise to be able to survive that kind of success. Syndicate 3-2 up, looking to New Dawn to pull another one back. The game has gone back and forth so far. This would be a good time for Syndicate to start to take a lead like they did in map 2, if they are looking to reproduce their same efforts. New Dawn could be said the same for right here as well. They finished their first half 5-3 and put together many rounds back-to-back consecutively. Interesting approach. No mid-pressure from New Dawn. They're actually going to give up that space and try and play more over towards the A site this time over.
We're just looking to mix up that strategy a little bit here. We see, again, Sin kind of leaving 2 to handle this mid situation. 1 tucked on B and 2 toward A here as well. Not Mr. Kevin has been holding down that A site. We're on board with Steezy at the moment here. And again, just cautious of any of this pressure through mid. But much like a lot of these rounds, it's a very slow start to the opening of these rounds.
Crucial picks on Iceberg. Really stop you covering the whole map spread. Although visually on that minimap it's a very horizontally wide map. From spawn to spawn, it is also in width for the 2 sites as they are literally parallel next to each other across the middle of the map. We've got spread, split, 4 versus 3 on the A site. Pug removes one of the 3 problems from Syndicate holding. Sees split, sees back sandpit. Info given. New Dawn looks to try and put out some util and pressure in.
Found Kevin. Got a couple picks here to work with. That'll allow them to get on the site and find the plant. But Yuki's from the back here has found Raisin. Entry no good. Slaughter will deny Yuki's here as Tizzy finds a pick on the Pug. Back and forth we go here to the kill feed as well. Aiden finding Tizzy. 7 seconds on the clock. They need the kill or the plant. It's looking to go down. Now the peak here. I think maybe caught with not a ton of ammo to work with. Europe will expend all 13 rounds finding that one. He's got 1 more mag to deal with here, and he's dancing around trying to change it.
There's no way Europe manages to pull this off in the 1v3. He goes for the jump shot over the top. Slaughter's going to go kite back off, but there's 35 seconds here to fight. Slaughter just about gets the magazine into the gun. P90 versus P90, the left and right hand swing. Slaughter's got the bigger magazine as Europe runs out of bullets. Slaughter puts him down, and the round goes to New Dawn, back to 3-3.
That was a bit dicey for a round, and Yuki's is just insane with the movement. His ability to get in and out and really work the ebb and flow of these battles is truly a phenomenal thing to watch. And we've seen a couple crazy clutches from him here in the past, not quite able to get that one, and honestly, Slaughter New Dawn needed it.
Yeah, Yuki's formerly known for a lot of angle maxing. You're not going to be surprised to see him playing well and using a lot of that movement to his ability. Early grenade out to K1 in the beginning of round number 7 as both teams find themselves light at 3 apiece. Push out from Nuclear. Eyes on from Slaughter. Is he going to catch the aggressive pick?
Such a slow start to these rounds. You can hear the seagulls and the ambient sounds here of Iceberg ringing out for a moment here. And just looking for that first pick, a little bit of intel, something to work off of. Neither of these teams wanting to drop that first pick, though. We see Nuclear in the background just waiting here, as is Pug.
One thing that is slightly missing from New Dawn down that middle section, something we've not seen from Slaughter just yet, which they did do the first time, was that grenade through top mid to try and take out some of that pressure. You see this line of scrimmage here that is stuck because the util hasn't really found its mark just yet. You've got Slaughter still holding on to 3 grenades. It's what the New Dawn lineup is waiting on now, is something just to hit. There's a good flash towards Tizzy. That's going to be damaging. Shots out as Nuclear and Tizzy immediately explode and respond. 2 denied. 3rd down as Tizzy's making them all dizzy. 4 members fall, and it's down to 1 last guy, Aiden. Oh, where is he? He's in the backline, Hawk.
Oh, he's 6 feet under now, sleeping with the worms. Tizzy finds guy Aiden. Sin back on top by 1. Again, every time Syndicate able to get out in front of the pack, they go up by 1, and New Dawn has been able to answer. They find these relatively quick responses, which is great for them, but they haven't been able to take the lead. Is that going to swap once we change sides, though? I wonder how these two teams fare on, the respected given side here. So Iceberg, I'm not sure if it's a little more attack-of or defended side. I think I'd probably like to be on that defender side myself, but again, I think it probably varies from team to team, especially with us not having as much knowledge on this map.
I agree with you there. It's very hard to be able to fight out of these K1, K2 angles, especially if the defending side pushes up aggressive, like we just saw there from Nuclear into Pug. Slaughter's holding as if he pushed out of K3, but that's the choice you make. Do you go K2 and play the close angle, or K3 and try and swing wide? 50-50's played out. Now Syndicate have a 5v4 on the A site should they decide to rotate and support. Tizzy's holding mid. Id 2 positioned over that way. One of the back A site holders currently residing in Split. My eyes again are on Guy Aiden. I find myself keeping my attention dragged slowly over to this number 6 that's lurking to the B site. There is a 1v1 that could be about to transpire over there, and should that get taken out, you might see the gameplay switch.
So tough to try and get on these sites, especially without utility. Seeing that prone position back there. Just the spread for Sin, watching all of these angles, looking to hold each other's back. Crossfire, again, great positioning. We'll see some of that utility start to rain down. Maybe the entry to follow. That nade just missing the mark here. Chips out, Raisin. Able to find Nuke. Can he get one more? Dancing on the side. He will have to pop a reload, though.
So many bullets ringing out. A few little kills for them. Now more members start to fall as Tizzy takes out Steezy. Again, Tizzy having another phenomenal game here in game 3. 10-5 on the scoreboard. Guy Aiden's going to find a kill onto Yuki's with the device going down and time on the clock. More than enough left to get that plant sorted. A 2v2 is earned for the Graces.
I'm slowly ticking. One final round before halftime here. And New Dawn wanting to make it a tied half. You talk about a close series. It doesn't get any closer than the series we've witnessed here on day 2. Tizzy on the big stage now, trying to work his way out. Not Mr. Kevin will try to chip forward with him. They try to do it together here. The body system. But dancing around is New Dawn. They're buying up a ton of time off the clock. Guy Aiden finds one. Slaughter will get the second. New Dawn will find their 4th round.
Even playing field going into the half. 4-4 the scoreline. A well-played half from both sides. There's a couple of bits of util that shows that maybe neither team wanted to be on this map for the decider by choice. That it's more of a case of, well, one team's particularly strong at this one and the other team's particularly strong at this one, so we don't really want to play the best map, so we'll set up for the best of both worlds, where neither of us really kind of fully understand the full dynamics here. There's definitely a textbook from both teams. It's not like this map has been neglected. You can see there's work been put in from both sides. There's a couple of rotations that felt a bit loose on the first half. Syndicate now on the attack. New Dawn did a good job of approaching each site with some good pushes. That nade towards Europe was looking very spicy. We're waiting for that one. Good attempt from Slaughter. Mid control retained for New Dawn.
He's just going to open up the pick on Tizzy, who's been insane here on Iceberg. So you're going to find an early pick here on the side of New Dawn. That's certainly one to get out of the way. Kevin shifting through mid, spots one at a distance, does get raised, and quick shift toward Guy Aiden's attention. Slaughter on the peek out, finds Europe. Kevin has to do a double take, looking behind him on the 180. Still picks up Slaughter, though. Pug finding a pick of their own. New Dawn keeping that player advantage here. They haven't led on Iceberg yet, and this could be a big round for them.
Time will tell. Steezy finds one. Not Mr. Kevin last alive in the round. 3 versus 1 with 55 on the clock. And the bomb tucked safely away on the stage. Steezy currently tasked with babysitting that one. In he goes through the door. And not Mr. Kevin does not realize there is a guy tucked on the right-hand side. Guy Aiden finishes the round off. New Dawn take the lead 5-4.
First time we've seen New Dawn up on top here. Can they start to run away with it? Can they put some on the back now that we've swapped sides? That's why we often say we look for that second half. And we look to those 2 rounds, those first 2 rounds of the second half, to give us a little bit better feel of how this one may play out. New Dawn has got one of them. Can they get a second one on the back of it?
Doesn't just feel like it's coming, it feels like it's brewing. New Dawn have been playing really well so far this map. Well, Syndicate have taken themselves to an early lead at the 4-2 scoreline that they might be extending to a similar feel from what we'd had in map 2, but New Dawn doing a much better job of keeping tabs on this one before it runs away from them.
Pug's going to find the first one again on to Kevin. Europe right there on the trade, though. A quick peek. You talk about the importance of getting those trades at a minimum. This nade just behind Raisin here. Eats quite a bit of damage, but he's still standing and still putting bullets downrange.
That nade up and over the top is going to cover off behind the sight wall, but it's not going to find a pick up either. Shots on the left and the right side as both teams are just jostling for space. Syndicate kind of cooked and caught up in these Ks. They're different buildings. Try and lead out onto that A site. New Dawn haven't sent anybody on the aggressive flank just yet, so they're not really stopped from being able to rotate out and away, but they have committed heavily to this A push, with Europe really sneaking up here. Slaughter is prone behind the box, and when he kills Steezy, he's not going to realize he's laid here waited. Bye-bye, Europe. Night-night. Tizzy, good response, though. Immediately trades him back. Syndicate takes sight.
That was a great response there. They get the plant down as well. They're going to be able to back off just a bit. Numbers, time, everything now in their favor with that device being planted. Tizzy on the 360, just looking for any opportunity to find one of these picks onto Guy or Raisin. They do shift onto the site, though, for New Dawn, and with time ticking away, they've got the pressure aboard. One spotted here. Guy Aiden, shots exchange. Not able to hit the mark yet, though. On the other peak, Guy Aiden does find Tizzy, and this will open the opportunities up a bit.
The only difference that they have that's not really falling in the favor is the health bars. Guy Aiden is the last left alive. Yuki's finds the pick as they try and tuck and cover. Syndicate do survive and put one back on the scoreboard to tie us up 5 apiece, but New Dawn, every round they're looking more and more threatening.
5-5. I mean, honestly, Syndicate, I felt like, has controlled the majority of the pace of the game. We've seen New Dawn, though, like you said, kind of start to build that momentum in their corner. We saw them grab the lead for the first time here on Iceberg. Can they get back out in front of the pack? It's nice, you know, controlling the pace and the tempo of the game, but when you're able to take that lead late in the game, you really just set yourself up for success. You apply that pressure to your opponents, and you look to drive that stake on home.
It certainly feels that that's the kind of mentality that New Dawn are playing to right now, almost a testament to what you made a statement of at the back end of Bowl, where they just kind of tend to feel each other out for the first few rounds and really sort of diagnose the gameplay, with the map being a little bit more unknown in Iceberg. Maybe New Dawn just taking a little bit more time to really suss this map out to start getting themselves going, but they are cooking now. Steezy looking for a wide left-hand side flank off of the B site that could potentially expose Lobby.
Again, this positioning here for mid. Team Slaughter here a lot. Nuke as well, but Guy Aiden finding this pick on to Nuke, and I have to agree, you just feel like that subtle shift in momentum has gone to the New Dawn side, and they can continue to allow it to grow. They might be looking for an opportunity to run away with this one. Syndicate trying to keep it close, but it's Kevin that goes down. Now Tizzy, now Raisin, excuse me, finding the pick. It's back and forth once more. Slightly more red in the kill feed as Europe will battle back for a moment. Steezy on the flank finds another big pick.
Now Steezy, knowing he doesn't have to peek, he's going to force Tizzy to have to challenge him. Tizzy steps out, 3 members looking at his body, and that's going to be a kill. New Dawn 6-5. It kind of feels like the momentum from the first game, which is why I found myself just being ever so slightly shifted. It really does just feel like they've got a better grip on this one than what Syndicate have in the backside of the game. I'm not sure what it's coming down to either. It's like this mid-control fight that's been a very good part of the gameplay for both teams. It's just been completely and utterly pushed off now as they're worried about repetitivity and predictability. It's one of the fundamentals of Iceberg, though, is it does kind of draw on the better player. You can be predictable, but if you can win that gunfight out, it doesn't matter too much about how predictable you are unless they start throwing util or sending multiple numbers your way.
Oh, the nade from Tizzy, though. That's a huge pick on to Pug. That might open opportunities up here. It seems like both teams have done slightly better on this defensive side, as Slaughter will return fire in a nade that lands at the feet of Kevin and finds him in an early grave.
It's that K3 lane they've been really struggling to get out of. Syndicate just not able to make players committed to that final long angle towards the A site. Come out without a casualty. Slaughter been exceptional again on the grenade. Raisin. How does he find that? He's up on the door for him on the rotation. Yuki's is going to find a good one as well, though, on the peak. Back and forth bomb claimed. They're going to continue on with that rotation towards the B site. Slaughter held to anchor A. And it falls on Slaughter to hold the line. 40 seconds. And Syndicate comes back.
And pressure on to site. Slaughter from the back here has been spotted. Guy Aiden needed to get further forward here. The timing just not playing out in their favor. Slaughter maybe needing to hold off on that engagement slightly longer, but this makes it so much tougher now for Guy Aiden. There, he's kind of shifted in between Nuke and Yuki's here. He finds the first goal. Guy Aiden has been such a clutch factor for New Dawn. Can he get through Yuki's? No, denied.
6-6. Scoreline tied up again, and the goats clash on site. Guy Aiden, Yuki's, both of whom had had their standout performances to clutch up games in respective fashions. They now come head to head on site, and it's a 1-0 to Yuki's for the Syndicate squad for the time being. I guarantee you Tizzy gets involved in that scrap and Slaughter, and you're going to have yourself a couple of head-to-head duels that are going to go all the way down to the wire. That's going to be a good rivalry to keep your eyes on, as Slaughter and Yuki's both driving the cart for their teams, and then Guy Aiden and Tizzy out here top fragging on Iceberg.
again, that surrealness, that calmness that we get to hear, is both of these teams really respecting each other, not wanting to go down by a round here late in the game. And so we see a lot of these slow rounds, maybe looking for that early util pick from a nade, or just trying to find someone slacking a bit to give yourselves or your team that advantage here. Sin, Udon, 6-6 through these first 12 rounds, and we're getting near the end now.
Yeah, the sounds of the seagulls on Iceberg definitely not be found out of place at the beginning of a Chillwave track playlist set on YouTube. I'll show the Black Crows in the one that I've been listening for, though. Not quite as peaceful as the other sounds you've heard. That nade up and down is going to actually land just out of bounds and short of Pug there. That one would have been really good as a pick-off for the back of Sandpit. Second one goes further. Tizzy thrown out. Nade towards Raisin is a good and connects. Europe onto Sandpit. Big step. Syndicate 2 up. Guy Aiden closing and covering out for one. Europe closes Slaughter down.
This is going to be a tough job here for Steezy in a 1v3. Sin, again, controlling the majority of the pace. We saw them down by a round here now in the second half, but it was only for a moment. They were able to reel it back and tie it, and now, again, looking to steal this lead away right at the end of the game. Steezy, so many angles to clear, time not on his side as well, and you just don't know how Steezy gets out of this one.
He's got to be able to fight off one of the three problems that are currently holding him hostage on site, and he's not going to be able to get through any of them. Syndicate now starting to develop a bit of rhythm of their own, move to 7 rounds for the favor. One in the lead, New Dawn slightly halted in their endeavors. Are we going to go to overtime again in the final map? Maybe.
God, I could only hope so. Regardless, as Crack said before, it has been nothing but absolute cinema here between these two teams. And of course, these next weekend to come as well. We're not done just because the day is done after this one. New Dawn down by 1. Syndicate enjoying that lead, but for how long? That's the big question. Here's a really important round for both of these squads.
At least let's pre-fire that smoke, just a little bit skewed from the side of K2K3. It is going to change up how the approach goes. Europe, lethal to K3. Again, aggressive pushing towards K2 as Guy Aiden is now seeing both of those lethals being thrown, going to move up and take that space that was once threatened.
Calm before the storm once more. Europe shifting forward. Guy Aiden tucked in close here. See Raisin, Pug, and the rest of the crew here as well. It has been a stack toward this A site. Syndicate seems to be much more comfortable attacking this site as well. And they're going to try to slowly shift forward here as time does dwindle down. Guy on the peak has been taken out. Pug good for a little 2 feet. Yeah, insane. I didn't see him catch that there, but a nice little find.
Yeah, the kill feed just bleeds red a little bit further more than what we'd initially anticipated. Guy Aiden was the one to drop in, but then Pug punishes to Nuclear. Trying to do equal amounts of work on the other side of the map is going to delete Steezy out of it.
Kevin not able to find that pick as well. There's just 8 seconds on the clock. We're going to hear that device eventually trying to go down. They try to funnel in, but it is get planted here. Does get planted, and quick succession from a 3v3 to nothing. Syndicate, they get up to match point, and they might just
disappear, apparently, is what was going to happen there. Sorry, folks. Hort just seemed to vanish into the ether. So whilst Discord swallows him away, we're going to recover him back. And welcome back, Mr. Hort. It was 8-6 as Syndicate extend the lead to 2, I believe, was what you were trying to give us before you disappeared. And he's gone again. Never mind, chat. You're stuck with me. Sorry, it's ones only in the casting booth. We're back into the game. 8-6. Syndicate are going to be looking to try and close this one out with a 2-round advantage. 1 minute and 50 on the clock for New Dawn to try and repel the attack. Again, we would expect that we're going to see a slower pace out of the gate, as the majority of the Syndicate boys do stack up towards the left-hand side of this semicircle. Laid out up and over the top. With both teams throwing out from util. Lethal's coming on the left and the right-hand side. Smoke over towards that split angle as Raisin tasked with holding. He has support from Slaughter proned out behind him. The Sleeping Lion looking to just protect the ankles.
The NA lineup here, Syndicate, they just need one more round. They've already found Pug as well. They've set themselves up for success. Utility in line, and now the pressure to follow here as well. Tizzy rotated around. Quick spot from Europe, finds Raisin. And now Syndicate has really made a strong case to be able to close it out. Numbers in their favor. The device going down now.
Good starting block. Up to 50. New Dawn given a little bit more time to play with as they try and come back onto site to retake. 5v3 there. Tough spot as shots ricketeer out over the courtyard. Ricocheting off of the scenery from the backside of the sandpit, the site wall. Syndicate hold strong together as 5. All site angles being closed and covered off. Nuclear working in from the flank as the moves start to come in. Guy Aiden finds Europe. Nuclear takes out Slaughter. 2. Swing from the left-hand side. Tizzy for 1. Guy Aiden shuts him down. 1v3, and it's all on Guy Aiden to save the day. And it's not going to happen today, ladies and gentlemen. Nuclear closes it out. Syndicate managed to upset New Dawn for a 2-1 victory in the best of 3. 9-6 here on Iceberg. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are into the head-to-head screen, and congratulations to Syndicate on their victory. Commiserations to New Dawn. It was an exceptional game, back and forth from both teams, with highlights in the first match showing that New Dawn really did come to the table to play dirty, to fight tough, and to try and battle it out versus this new powerhouse of a team that's been put together for the favor of Syndicate. It was not the case to save the day, though. New Dawn took a lead after a very good match in overtime for a 3-round consecutive victory, taking them over the line 11-9 in the first. The second game, however, was a lot stronger. Syndicate came back on bowl, finding themselves the victory, tying the scoreline up 1 apiece, where we ended up on Iceberg with an outstanding match all round. A lead boasted and pushed out towards the end of the game by Syndicate was enough to close out this best of 3 versus a New Dawn squad that still looks ever strong as always. We will be getting a chance to look forward to seeing more from them in the future, but for now, it is a Syndicate victory on the day.
Well, apparently Discord and my PC hates me a little bit, but I'm glad I was able to sneak back in here. Syndicate getting the job done. It comes down to the wire here as well, but you know, honestly, we weren't really sure which way it was going to go. The fact that it ends on Iceberg, I think, is phenomenal as well, but it is Syndicate that is able to come up big with the win, with the dub.
Yeah, best of 3 goes into the record books as a 2-1 victory for Syndicate, but you've got to give New Dawn a pat on the back. There's some outstanding moments there, and nobody in any small amount of time is going to forget that clutch up from Guy Aiden inside of our map earlier on in the series that was just outstanding. Four phenomenal frags back to back on Fort to be able to close that one out. Just wasn't enough to get it over the line. It goes to show the level of competition that we get on display here at Hunt Premier NA Pinnacle Season 2. On board and on screen for you folks at home, the schedule and the bracket to show you how we have concluded the games that have been so far and what will be in the future for next weekend's worth of games. Sicario and Covenant, after victorious best of threes, have found themselves sat in that bracket for the 11th match to be played out as the decider in the upper bracket to choose one of our first two grand finalists. Syndicate, with that victory over New Dawn 2-1, have earned themselves a shot at the semi-final for the lower bracket to try and take their chances against whoever it is that does not win between Sicario and Covenant. Sicario still yet to decide who their opponent will be, which will be the first match of action next weekend. We'll be joining in with Aspect and Steez to see if Aspect's generational turnaround from earlier on today can continue on with next weekend's endeavors. That will be also a best of three into Steez, who looked really good into Generation, which Aspect put out of the way very comfortably. So given the logic down the flow of the spreadsheet, you should think that Aspect should have a relatively good job against this squad here as well. But as we've seen, fit for the tournament so far, it depends on which side of the bed Aspect got out on. Did they eat the cornflakes or did they choke on the cornflakes before they came to the table? Well, a question we're going to get answered again next week as well. Highlights from today's matches. Hort rejoins us back in the booth. We're going to let the happy, hairy man talk us through some of the highlights.
Hey, this was an exciting one. And again, to end on Iceberg, I think was phenomenal. But I mean, true to both of these teams, every time they meet, they seem to find an overtime or a very close series. And this one did not disappoint either. It was back and forth through the entirety. Sin controlling the majority of the pace. We saw New Dawn squeeze out a lead for a couple rounds, but in the end, it was the consistency of Sin that really won it out here for him.
Consistency early on inside of this map was something that was seemed to be lacking from both sides. Both teams unable to really gap a lead when it came to putting more than one round in a row on the scoreboard. But consistency from all of the players all around was something that stayed very relevant, and it kept the scoreline close too. You see back and forth rounds as site defense and site attack in equal measures puts players to waste. You've got Europe here ducking, dipping, dodging, ducking and diving his way around this, and I mean, you want to talk about an outplay. Europe almost makes that work, but it's the consolidated confidence out of Slaughter on site that manages to squeeze them through. It wasn't enough. It just wasn't enough. And despite round after round after round, which was fought back and clawed back, Syndicate started to finally find some rhythm.
Yeah, I mean, New Dawn, again, started off the second half nicely. I thought, hey, now that they're on the defensive side, maybe this is where they begin to mount that comeback. We saw them get out in front. Syndicate able to answer back. We saw New Dawn, again, bounce back out in front. I think it's 6-5 at some point. And then at this point is where Syndicate would really turn and burn. I mean, we continued to see great utility from both teams. Again, I think it was maybe just slightly better from Syndicate here as far as those nade kills come. But Yuki's, that clutch right there, it was a 2v1 that he ended up clutching up. Just some big plays from Syndicate late in this game. They got that lead late here again, and then they did not look back.
Sometimes looking behind you just leaves you looking and staring into smoke, and that's something that we saw from both teams here. Syndicate, New Dawn, neither afraid to try and push through a smoke for an aggressive pick. Sometimes it would work in their favor, sometimes it wouldn't, but came down to the back end of the rounds and clutches. Got to give it to Syndicate across their gameplay today. Their crossfire positions and post-plant, like, preparation before going into the matches have been really good to watch. The amount of times we've spoken to the effect of, oh, he's doing good and somebody extra did that extra bit. Not just the first angle crossfire, but the guy covering him off to watch him to be able to swing, to be able to stop the first initial challenge, which is the concept of what you're speaking about. It's so much mental math in the chess, the 3D gameplay, that you just love to see it. Both teams doing an exceptional job all round. Really looking forward to what next weekend has to offer.
Yeah, I mean, we had a few short matches, but the day was certainly sweet. So, honestly, again, a ton of great fun. We talk about it. This is just the first weekend here. So we've got one more, guys. All the more reason to hit that follow button. We'll remind you, it is the same time next week as well, the 27th and the 28th, 11 a.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. across the pond GMT. But before we get going here, as always, you know, we got to take a moment to thank all of the many legends we have behind the scenes. But so a big shout out to Froggy, Steffi, Hellcat, Boosh, Schmitty, Raging Snake, the Turbo Bear, my main man Dan on the highlights as well. Of course, King Connor always holding it down with us. And that, yeah, the stepdaddy-o, as I like to call him, old Mr. Philbo, for holding down the fort with us as well. Again, a big shout out to all the competitors here today for the great matches that we got to see, and an even bigger shout out to everybody hanging out with us in chat. Again, we certainly appreciate each and every one of you. A friendly reminder to hit that follow button. 11 a.m. back here next weekend. Stay tuned to the socials. There might be something special coming around this week. That handsome man to my digital left is Cracked Wisdom. My name is Hot Sauce. You guys have been beautiful. Take care and enjoy the rest of your evening. Das vidanya.